Hello, I'm Jennifer Joy, author of Fitzwilliam Darcy, Master Spy. Stay tuned to the end to hear what inspired this Pride and Prejudice meets James Bond sweet romance adventure. Happy listening.
Fitzwilliam Darcy, Master Spy, a Pride and Prejudice variation, written by Jennifer Joy, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Chapter 1. Fitzwilliam Darcy slipped through the window into his lordship's study and lowered his black hood. The smoky, sweet aroma of cigars, spices, old leather-bound books, and wood transported him to Pemberley and his father's study. He looked to the right, where his father's desk would have been, half expecting to see him reading the paper. He shook his head. Focus, Darcy, focus. He was in London, far from Pemberley. His father had been gone these 5 years. Furthermore, he had a job to perform. His trained eye, accustomed to the darkness, cast over the thick, angular shadows clustered throughout the room. It shocked Darcy how little creativity most gentlemen displayed when it came to concealing certain things. He always hoped there would be nothing to find, but search he must. It was his responsibility to uncover secrets. Testing the floorboards with every tentative step, he started at the most likely spot, the large painting beside the desk. The thick frame swung open. No concealed lever or even a latch, just well-oiled hinges mounted on the wall. Poorly hidden behind the painting was a cast-iron safe with a gaping skeleton keyhole. No spinning dial or combination of different styles and orders to solve, just one key. Pulling 2 pins from his pocket, Darcy released the lock. In one click he was inside. How disappointing. A secret of this magnitude ought to be more difficult to find. A velvet-lined box with diamond hair combs, a set of pearls lying in a nest of satin, and a pile of bejewelled cravat pins would have set up a thief for life, but none of these were the object of Darcy's search. He pushed the boxes aside, revealing a startling amount of sterling. He grimaced. Wealth, especially sudden wealth, was the most common sign of ill-gotten gain. However, his lordship's fortune was not new. The jewels, the sterling, they proved nothing. Finding nothing else inside, he placed the contents in their original positions and closed the safe. Next he pulled up the rug, checking for seams in the flooring. No trapdoors or vaults there. Wiping the dust from his hands, more out of habit than necessity, Darcy moved to the bulky desk. He examined the piece, his fingers probing every knot and grain for a false bottom or hidden compartment. He sprung the locked bottom drawer with ease, revealing nothing more than an exceedingly fine vintage of smuggled brandy. Richard would have considered it his duty to have a taste, so long as he did not have to climb to get it. Not even a spot of the finest brandy would tempt Darcy's cousin to brave the heights. Footsteps in the hall grew louder, closer. Concealing himself in the shadows, Darcy held his breath until they passed. His lordship would not return from Lady Basset's ball until dawn, but every second Darcy delayed put him at greater risk of discovery. He must work quickly, methodically, with focus. He waited another minute past the sound of the last step, and then he continued his systematic search. There was no secret room concealed behind the bookshelves, more was the pity. Darcy's predecessors had ensured that Pemberley contained sufficient concealed compartments and densely populated bookshelves behind which to hide. As a child, he and Richard had explored the alcoves and tunnels for hours. Every turn was an adventure. By now, those hinges would squeak from disuse. He clenched his hands. Focus, Darcy. Complete the mission and end the war. He must analyse the facts with a clear mind. The proof was in this room, if it existed. He would find what he sought, if it was to be found, in the next quarter of an hour. Any longer would increase the likelihood of the household discovering his presence. He had done this hundreds of times, and tonight would not prove to be the exception. If an unscrupulous man who placed fortune over the value of life had something he should not have, a stolen item drenched in the blood of the innocent and unsuspecting, where would he place it? Disgust burned in Darcy's chest. His lordship was a man brimming with his own self-importance. Darcy had gone to Eton with his eldest son, Lord Danby's image in both likeness and character, and therefore his father's greatest pride. Men eager to make a significant mark were the easiest loyalties to compromise, with appeals to their pride and promises of prominence. Darcy had never favoured their company, would never count them as friends, but he would be the last man to accuse his lordship of a crime that would cost the man his life and his family their reputation. It was not a task Darcy took lightly. Therefore he must be thorough. If Darcy found his mark, the man had sealed his own fate and would pay the highest consequence. He was a murderer, just like the others. Starting in one corner, Darcy looked methodically from top to bottom, over every sharp corner and leather chair the moonlight illuminated. His gaze stalled at the master's desk. Behind it, wedged between two bushy plants, was a small writing desk with rounded corners and delicate curved legs. It did not belong in this masculine domain. Although Darcy had heard of Jean-François Aubaine's intricate mechanical desks, this was his first personal encounter with one. Under different circumstances, he would have relished the opportunity to explore every mechanism and appreciate the artistry and craftsmanship in honest daylight. Unfortunately, this stolen moment was neither the time nor the place for such an indulgence. On the side of the butter-smooth finished wood, he noted two locks. Darcy picked the first one, releasing a large compartment. Nothing. He traced his fingers over the wood veneer and detected a lever that, when pushed, opened a drawer smelling of juniper. The drawer was empty. The top of the box was covered in silk, a pleasant surface on which to write. He brushed his hand over the fabric, a wobble on the otherwise flawless piece, making his heart race and his stomach twist. He had found it. His every instinct clamoured with conviction that the clue for which he had been searching rested under the silk surface. Taking a deep breath and reminding himself of the importance of his duty, Darcy felt his way around to the back of the silk and pulled the panel up. This propped the writing surface into what was now a bookrest. In the space underneath, he found a thick piece of paper folded into thirds, with a broken wax seal. Darcy held it up to the moonlight, and a shiver shook through him. A B, the symbol of Napoleon, was stamped on the page. The evidence. The identifying mark used by Napoleon's most loyal supporters and master spies. The mark of a traitor. He had found what he had been sent to find. Darcy's mission was a success, though he took no delight in it. The stamp inside was the same as the 6 others he had discovered in the private rooms of England's peerage since February. This made number 7. 7, over the last 3 months. A conspiracy was brewing, and until the agency understood its meaning, they were powerless to stop an attack. Darcy pocketed the paper, closed the lids and drawers of the desk, pulled his hood over his head, and slipped soundlessly through the open window. A breeze curled up the side of the house, pushing against his boots and brushing against his back, a chilling reminder of the void directly behind him. One misstep would send him plummeting 20 feet to the ground. Balancing against the moulding along the ledge on his toes, he gently lowered the pane. Inch by painstaking inch, he clung to the side of the building and made his way around the 2nd floor until he neared the corner with its strongly accented coins, a useful feature that had helped him gain entry into many structures. Carefully Darcy looked to his other side. His black ensemble blended into dark interiors, but it would command attention against the whitewashed brick coins. Holding his breath, he listened, accounting for every rustling leaf and creaking branch. Mayfair was silent at this late hour. Meow. Chapter 2. A shutter slammed shut, too near for comfort. One curious servant peeking out of the window to see Darcy crawling like a spider up the side of the house would be an insulting finale to this increasingly disappointing night. He would have to flee as if he were the criminal. Staying absolutely still, lest the animal's pathetic plea awaken someone from inside the house, Darcy's frustration mounted as its howling commenced anew and more insistent than before. as though the desperate creature sensed his presence and demanded assistance. Darcy reached up, his mind willing him to ignore the cries, to climb to the rooftop and run from one house to the next until he reached his own dwelling. His conscience, however, was another matter. It did not operate on logic or a sense of self-preservation. Fully aware that this was madness, he mumbled a curse and lowered his hand. He sidled around the ledge, the pitiful mews growing louder until he reached its source. In the centre of an almond-scented climbing vine, 2 green eyes glowed at him. Closer inspection revealed a raw-boned cat with grey matted fur, a lamentable specimen of felinity if ever he had seen one. Darcy reached for the creature. It hissed. So that was how his help was to be received. Darcy supposed he deserved it. He should have clambered up the coins when he had the chance. He tried again, receiving another hiss in reply, and a swipe of the beast's needle-sharp claws. He jerked his hand away, nearly losing his balance with the sudden movement. "Blast it, you flea-bitten scamp!" Darcy scowled, as cross with himself for succumbing to sympathy against his better judgment than at the troublesome cat, who might very well be the death of him. Riled emotion only complicated matters, so he set aside his vexation and focused on the immediate problem, the volatile cat. Softening his tone, Darcy tried to calm the animal. "Come now, neither of us want to be here. Let me help you, and then we can continue on our separate ways." The creature tilted its head inquisitively and ceased shouting. Darcy continued, whispering, "How did you get up here? I might applaud your climbing skills had it not landed you in your current predicament. You cannot belong to anyone, or they would certainly have given you a bath. How long have you been stuck here?" He reached inside the climbing plant once again, determined to pull the cat away from the vines, despite its protests. It weighed no more than a kitten, though it was fully formed. The cat's bones felt fragile in Darcy's hand, but it was bold and scared. Baring its teeth with a loud hiss, and impervious to the increased danger into which its frantic action put both of them, the cat batted its pointy claws at Darcy. To lose his balance would send them hurling downward. The troublesome cat would likely land on its feet and scamper away unharmed, but Darcy did not care to test the limits of his agility in such a manner. Firmly, Darcy pulled the angered animal to his shoulder, as close to his centre as he could manage. He would pay for the gesture, but he chose superficial injuries over a likely maiming. The cat lashed at Darcy's face, knocking off his protective hood. "Stop wiggling, or you will kill us both." The warning was received with snarls and spats, until Darcy felt claws snagging the thin wool of his coat. The little daggers stabbed his shoulder with every reach upward. By the time his fist closed around the base of the parapet, lining the roof, and he had pulled himself and his violent passenger to the top, the filthy pest finally had settled into the hood, stitched around Darcy's collar. Darcy stood on the rooftop to catch his breath, waiting for the cat to sense its freedom, hop down and run off. He shook his shoulder, a gesture received with indifference, and the sound of a yawn. "Unbelievable." Stiffening his jaw, Darcy began his walk from the corner building over the roofs of 3 houses to the top of his own. Halfway there, Darcy grabbed the corners of the hood and gave it another vigorous shake. His passenger pressed itself against the back of Darcy's head and snarled. Darcy heaved a sigh. What was he supposed to do with the cat now? He did not want to be responsible for its care. Well, maybe just one meal and a bath. Surely once its immediate needs had been met, it would prefer its freedom and leave. Darcy indulged this delusion the rest of the way to his own rooftop. He lowered himself from the parapet to the top floor's ledge. He did not need to see the footholds, just large enough for the tips of his boots, to know where they were under the ivy vines. Years of sneaking into his study had trained him to push up the window pane without any noise. The lamp still burned on the corner of his desk. His trusted valet, Lawrence, would be sitting by the door. "Darcy, what on earth happened to your face?" Darcy's head smacked against the window casing. The voice did not belong to Lawrence. Darcy rubbed the sore spot, blossoming into an aching knot on his head, and glared at his cousin. "Blast it all, Rich. What are you doing here at this god-forsaken time of night?" Richard rolled his eyes. "Midnight at the height of the London season? Our set is supposed to dance until dawn, before scurrying away to our clubs and gaming hells to ruin young innocents and squander the family's wealth." The derision in his tone matched Darcy's opinion of the gentleman of the upper crust. Otherwise Darcy might have had to draw his cousin's cork. Lawrence entered the study with a tray, stopping short when his gaze fell on the cat. Darcy nodded subtly at him, and without losing another moment, Lawrence set the tray on the desk and poured 2 drinks. "A repast to see you through the following hours, sir. I thought it best to allow Colonel Fitzwilliam to wait here while you were seeing to estate business." Seeing to estate business. Code for what Darcy really did, and so often uttered by Lawrence that the words rolled smoothly and without falter from his tongue. "You did well, Lawrence. I will make certain to complain about my cousin's interloping in the hearing of the servants." Richard was not at all chagrined. "Speaking of complaints, you kept me waiting over half an hour. What could possibly have taken you so long?" If Richard had not seen the cat, Darcy certainly would not mention it. Outright deception had never been Darcy's strength, nor did he intend it ever to be, so he answered a different question. Reaching into the breast pocket of his coat, Darcy pulled out the document and handed it to Richard. "While you were at your leisure, I was gainfully occupied securing evidence." "Of course you were. You were the perfect catch, the perfect gentleman, the perfect spy." Richard waved his hand in a rolling motion, as though he could continue to extol Darcy's merits. Thankfully he did not. He did, however, continue speaking. "Perfection is overrated and tedious." Darcy shot him a look that slowed Richard's speech, but did not quiet him entirely. Nothing Darcy tried had ever accomplished that. Richard stretched out his legs and polished his nails against his coat lapel. "There are times I wonder if this subterfuge has quashed all your charm. I realise, of course, that not every man is as blessed with that special social magnetism that makes me indispensable to the agency, but you do not need to take the role of my foil as seriously as you do." "I was recruited before you were. If anyone is the foil, it is you." Richard brushed off the rebuttal with a wave of his hand. "If you were so accomplished, then why did they see fit to recruit me too?" "A lapse in judgment." Richard grinned. "You offend my sensibility." "My apologies. I was not aware you had any sense to offend." Says the man who's sporting a flea-ridden, mangy cat around his throat like a fur collar. "I will concede that you are the better spy, but only if you can tell me you have a better explanation for your injuries and tardiness than that miserable creature." There was no denying it now. Darcy dabbed at his stinging cheek and sank into the chair behind his desk, careful not to lean back and disturb his scruffy guest. "The cat did not take kindly to my assistance." "Oh, my! Were I you, I would conjure up a better story. A masked villain deftly wielding a fistful of daggers, or torture by poisoned needles, perhaps." At this inopportune moment, Lawrence approached Darcy with a cloth he had dabbed with spirits in one hand. The other held a piece of the spiked aloe plant he insisted on cultivating in a pot kept in the bathing room. Although Darcy's wounds were insignificant, he submitted without protest to his valet's ministrations. Richard piled roast beef and cheese onto his plate. "What do you think of Darcy's injuries, Lawrence? At least the effect is striking." The servant's expression remained as unaffected as his tone. "Oh, some ladies seem to find gashes and scars at the outer corner of the eyebrow and the upper crest of the cheek dashing. I've observed more than one swoon at the sight." Jabbing at the scar that marred his upper lip, Richard scoffed. "Of course Darcy would get a perfectly located gash, while I must make do with this ill-placed mark." Lawrence knew better than to comment on that sore subject. The aloe plant he credited with miraculous healing properties had been ineffective in reducing the spot because it had already healed. Darcy would never live down his remorse, and Richard would never let him. I have apologised more times than I can recall. I forgave you ages ago, Richard interrupted. Then why do you continue to bring it up? So that you remember that there was once a time when you threw caution to the wind and acted on impulse. Richard poked at the thin, jagged line above his lip. You do not think this gives me a distinguished air? Undeniably. Without hesitation, Lawrence added, highly distinguished, the mark of a hero. A brazen exaggeration, especially given the scar's origins, but Darcy kept the thought to himself. Richard was not a vain man by any means, but he never failed to mention the mark Darcy had left on his person when he had the opportunity. It ought to be worthy of a swoon or two, Richard said with increased cheer. As the second son of an earl, he was often passed over in favour of his older brother. He liked to complain about his lot, but he had always enjoyed rising to meet a challenge. He faced obstacles with his fists raised and a teeth-baring grin. It was his way. What brings you to Darcy House? Darcy asked. We have been summoned. Darcy bolted upright in his chair, inciting a vexed mew from his hood. Together? Richard nodded once, his gaze steady, not a hint of humour in his countenance. To Sir Nick's residence. A personal summons from Sir Nicodemus Dewhurst, the second in command in their agency, the man who answered only to Prince Frederick himself. It was a tremendous risk for him to meet directly with any one of his agents. To ask both Darcy and Richard to meet with him together was beyond belief. He arranged a card party, and we are to attend. Had you not taken so long to retrieve this, Richard tapped the paper in his coat pocket, we might be there already. This time Darcy did not have to feign a glare. He rose to his feet, motioned for Lawrence to see to the cat, and started undoing the black buttons at his neck. I could not very well slip undetected into the house during the day. I had to wait until the family was away at a ball. You know, for a man famous for his efficiency, you are full of excuses tonight. Not all of us can simply burst inside a room. Lawrence pulled the cat out of Darcy's hood, holding the yarling creature by the scruff at arm's length, and hastened as quickly as one could, in a dignified fashion, out of the room. Richard shrugged. It is my preferred method. God forbid you pay a call on the young lady of the house during the day like most gentlemen. That is how the others do it, you know. They do not wait until nightfall and sneak about, just to avoid raising aspirations of matrimony. Why involve anyone else in our activity, if it can be avoided? The precautions he and Richard must take around their own households were difficult enough, without adding the complications an insincere courtship would certainly bring. Darcy could not act so dishonestly. A window 2 floors up. Richard shivered. I would rather keep my feet on firmer ground. I could have had this before dinner, and without dressing like a mercenary. Darcy pulled the fitted dark coat over his head and tossed the flea-infested garment into the fireplace. He ran his hands over his neck and bare arms, wishing he had time enough for a bath. His skin crawled. I say, Darcy, you cut a fine figure. Richard patted his stomach, which was as flat as Darcy's. I cannot look at a pastry without it showing. Have you been spending more time at Angelo's, or do you credit Jackson's salon? Darcy looked at Richard levelly, one side of his mouth flinching. I credit the house climbing. You should try it, old man. Richard waved him off, grumbling a few choice words, while Lawrence returned with Darcy's garments, carefully draped over his arms. The capable valet had his master appropriately turned out, before Richard polished off the last of the roast beef. Darcy was too anxious to swallow a morsel. Chapter 3. Dandies with bright waistcoats and artfully tied cravats crowded around tables and flung the dice recklessly. The more they drank, the louder they bragged, the deeper they reached into their pockets. Mingled among them, but set apart by their subtle dress and haughty superiority, were the powerful gentlemen from established families, and old money, whose names alone granted them the attention their companions craved. Over them all, one silver-haired man presided like a cultured professor guiding a classroom. Sir Nicodemus Dewhurst, Baronet, met Darcy and Richard in his salon, with a wry smile, a brandy in his right hand, and a gold and hardstone snuff-box in his left. "Darcy, Colonel Fitzwilliam, how good of you to grace us with your company." A few gentlemen turned their heads to greet them, enough to establish their presence. Sir Nick flicked open his box, releasing an odour of finely ground râpé mixed with bitter almond, botanical oils, and another musky scent which, given Sir Nick's Epicurean reputation, could only be ambergris. The pungent smell made Darcy's nose wrinkle. "Care for a pinch? It is Fribourg and Treyer's latest blend." Darcy did not doubt the quality of the tobacco, but he would risk offence rather than partake of the vile ambergris-laid powder. He refused. Gentlemen who had nothing better to do than to eavesdrop on their exchange whispered among themselves. Darcy did not give a fig what they thought. His reaction was a statement of his own preference, not a reflection on Sir Nick's impeccable manners. "The apple does not fall far from the tree, does it? Your father never developed a taste for snuff, preferring something infinitely more repulsive." Sir Nick was well known for his aversion to cigars. His salon was notably clear of tobacco smoke. Smoking, he opined, was for commoners. High society sniffed. Of course, Sir Nick would never say as much aloud, out of respect for Darcy's father, his old friend, but Darcy himself had heard the two debate the topic countless times. "Nobody's perfect." Richard helped himself to a generous pinch. "My mind feels elevated already." Darcy raised his eyebrows ever so slightly. "You are improved by whale vomit." For a brief, glorious moment, Richard fell silent. Come, Darcy, that is mere speculation. The origins of ambergris are murky at best, once it somehow departs from the sperm whale's intestines. Why, Colonel, are you well?" Sir Nick called over a footman carrying a tray of champagne. "Drink up. It will dispel you of this unseemly green hue." "Much obliged." Richard choked out the words before downing the glass. "Since you are here," continued Sir Nick, "perhaps you might indulge an old man, and allow me to show you my latest acquisition from Herculaneum." Darcy did not have to feign interest in antiquities. "Papyrus? Indeed. Another find from the library at Villa dei Papiri." Richard rolled his eyes. "What temptation is ancient poetry, when I stand to make my fortune at the gaming tables? Perhaps a glass of my finest imperial brandy will change your mind. Grand Dame. Is there another? I am told that this year's is the finest vintage." "What temptation is certain riches when ancient Latin can be read? Come, Darcy, let us peruse this precious papyrus, so I may then pad my pockets properly." Richard's comment drew a few good-natured nods and laughs, along with a couple of more challenging looks. Sir Nick's levity diminished as they wound up and through the art and antiquity-lined corridors to his study. It was a comfortable room, where a young Darcy had spent hours reading from the first-edition tomes, lined uniformly on the sturdy shelves, while his father conversed at length with Sir Nick. They had been friends long before Darcy's birth, but after his father's death, Sir Nick had believed it best for them to maintain some distance. The baronet had made many sacrifices for the agency over the years, and his faithful service had been rewarded with the royal family's trust. The door closed behind them, and Richard handed the document to Sir Nick, who received the evidence with a frown. "I had hoped there would be nothing for you to find." He tapped the folded paper against his hand, looking pensively off to the distance for a moment, before he snapped back to attention. "However, Danby's wife has ties to the French aristocracy, and this cannot be ignored, not with Napoleon wooing them with promises of returning titles and properties." He sighed. "No man is above suspicion nowadays." True to his word, ancient papyrus fragments were spread out over his desk, but Darcy only spared them a glance. He knew better than to ask questions he would not like the answer to, but this business twisted his stomach into knots. The war had made life too easy to sacrifice, a candle to be snuffed out at the first flicker of trouble. What will happen to Danby, to his family? Raising the letter, Sir Nick replied, "A loyal Englishman would not receive such a mark. We must assume that Lord Danby has offered some service to our enemy, and in return they gave him a mark by which he could clearly identify himself as a French supporter. This stamp proves that he is a traitor. That was his choice, and he shall suffer the consequences, as will his wife and children. It cannot be helped." Darcy believed in standing up for justice with every fibre of his being, but it still astounded him that there were gentlemen in this world who were willing to expose their families to the cruelty of a fearful populace. They would be made to pay for one scrap of paper, the evidence he had found. Sir Nick seemed to guess Darcy's distress and squeezed his shoulder. "The values by which we live define us. Never forget that, Darcy. In the end, it is all that matters. It is our legacy, the mark we make in history." Darcy did not care about making a mark. Every decision he had made over the past decade was made with the sole goal of ending the war. If he had his way about it, that singular purpose would be his legacy, though no one, besides Richard, would ever know about it. Long ago, he had vowed to do everything in his power toward that end, and on his honour he would live up to his promise without endangering those he held most dear. Sir Nick was not the only one who had made sacrifices. Richard steepled his fingers under his chin. "While I pray none of us compromise our values, I must maintain the hope that others also choose to live by a more honourable standard. We could not do this work otherwise, or our sacrifices would amount to naught." Oh, how Darcy agreed. He clung to the hope that one day he would be able to return to Pemberley with his sister. Every assignment he accepted brought that blessed day closer. Consequently, he accepted every assignment offered to him. Napoleon's threat could not endure much longer. The dictator must either win the war, God forbid, or he would fall. Whatever the outcome, in the end, Darcy had to know he had given his all to protect the people he loved. Heavily, and with an audible sigh, Sir Nick settled in his chair. "An idealistic notion, Colonel. I have grown more sceptical toward human nature. Does Darcy share your romantic ideal?" Too many years of training schooled Darcy's features into indifference. Such a question did not dignify a reply, and Darcy did not feel obliged to grant one. He relied on indisputable facts and steady logic, and if Sir Nick had sent for him, he would rather know why. "You did not send for us to discuss our views." Sir Nick shook his head and leaned back in his chair. "Just like your father, eager to move on to the next mission." "Anything to end this infernal war," grumbled Richard. "Anything?" Sir Nick clasped his hands on top of the desk and leaned forward. "Anything within reason and decency, of course." Sir Nick smiled. "Of course. I would never ask you to do otherwise." His smile faded, his eyes taking on that distant look once more. "This is a case requiring the utmost discretion. With a mad king and an acting regent who vacillates between parties from one day to the next, the future of our country is in the hands of a spendthrift with no experience in warfare. There are whispers among the peers, lamenting the Prince Regent's rise to power, when they consider his brother Prince Frederick more qualified." While Prince Frederick had military experience, and the discipline that came with it, he was not the eldest son. "The same peers who would never consider revoking their own inheritances in favour of their younger brothers," Darcy quipped. Richard scoffed. "Voiced discontent breeds revolt. People are fearful enough without adding riotous talk. Prince Frederick has proved himself to be a superior strategist. We would not stand a chance in winning this war without his guidance, but he would never encourage an overthrow, no matter how many supporters he might have." "That being the case, the evidence you have collected over the past 3 months proves that a conspiracy is brewing amidst the most influential in the House of Lords. It is only a matter of time before some attempt is made." Already, Darcy was making lists in his mind, people to question, places to search. He had already found 7 of Napoleon's bees, and it had not escaped his notice that the gentlemen in whose homes those marks had been hidden were of the same political party. All 7 were Whigs. Had they grown too confident of Prinny's favour before his appointment, only to watch him withdraw from their ranks once he became the regent? They had the most to lose, as the war dragged on and trade suffered. They championed reform and democracy, while the Tories fought endless wars with surrounding nations to protect their property and privilege. Whatever the motive, Darcy would discover who was behind the scheme. He would find this person, and he would stop him. "Your next assignment, should you choose to accept it," Darcy poised himself to affirm what he already had decided in his heart, "is to watch over the welfare of a particular gentleman." Darcy blinked. He glanced at Richard, who looked as confused as he felt. "You want us to watch over a gentleman? Like chaperones?" added Richard. "If that is how you wish to see it," replied Sir Nick. Richard grumbled. "I shall need a new bonnet for that." Sir Nick overlooked Richard's remark. "This gentleman, your new assignment, has been instrumental in deciphering countless coded messages. He is one of my closest friends, and I fear for his life." Sir Nick's voice trembled. The room fell silent for a long time before he continued. "Your fathers went to Oxford, but I am a Cambridge man. That was where my friendship with Thomas Bennet began. He challenged me in debates. I tested his skill at chess. We grappled at every intellectual pursuit to which we dedicated our minds, pushing and sharpening each other with each passing year. Where others would have armed a rivalry, we became dear friends. Intellectual activity is his true love. He trains his mind, as Gentleman Jackson trains a prize fighter. Had he not ceded to weakness and married a woman far beneath him, he would have achieved greatness." That was all well and good, but Darcy would rather Sir Nick ask a lower agent to watch over Mr. Bennet's welfare. Then he and Richard could trace Napoleon's bees to their source and uncover the mastermind behind their use. "Would our talents not be better served elsewhere? You are my most accomplished agents, it is true, but you are also the only 2 gentlemen I trust with my friend's life. I have given everything to this cause, and I could not bear to lose my dearest friend. Pray, say you will help him, I beg you." Darcy felt his resolve slip. "You are certain that this is the best use of the agency's resources?" Sir Nick's voice snapped like a whip. "You believe me capable of compromising a mission for a selfish motive?" Darcy would never have said it so tactlessly. "Are you the only capable man in the entire agency? Are you too proud to allow another agent the opportunity to fill the role you usually occupy? I've seen too many gentlemen grow complacent in their overconfidence, and I will not allow you to suffer such a fate. They die for their mistake, Darcy. Is that what you wish? Is that what your father would want me to allow?" Darcy's cheeks stung as if he had been slapped. Not for 1 second had he allowed himself to become complacent. If he was confident, it was because he had proved to himself, over and over again, that he was capable. That was not pride, it was a fact. "Is that what happened to Mr. Bennet? Did he become complacent?" Richard asked. Sir Nick's shoulders slumped ever so slightly. "I never should have recruited him, but he was wasting away before my eyes. I thought to spare him his mind, even if his soul was bound to a senseless woman." Sir Nick recoiled, communicating his opinion of Mrs. Bennet clearly. "Unfortunate unions aside, Bennet is invaluable to the agency. He is the best cryptanalyst in the country, perhaps in the world. He has kept us apace with Bonaparte's strategies, and has helped us thwart several of his plans." He thrummed his fingers against the table, his brow furrowing. "In this day and age, information is power, and Bennet has come to possess a great deal of inside intelligence. If any harm were to come to him—" He rubbed his hand over his face again. "It would be disastrous to him, to the agency, to the country. It could mean our loss of the war." This last alarmed Darcy. "Do you believe he would turn? I do not want to believe it of a man I would trust with my life, but he has a family to protect. They are his greatest weakness." Until now, Darcy had been under the impression that Mr. Bennet was childless. Sir Nick had only mentioned the wife in reference to their unhappy union. "They?" Sir Nick's gaze settled on Darcy. "He has 5 unmarried daughters." An uneasy feeling settled over Darcy. 1 was bad enough, but 5? Knowing he would not like the answer, he asked, "What do you want us to do?" Sir Nick leaned his forearms against his desk. "Stick close to Bennet, but do not inform him of your purpose. Make no mention of my name. It would only alarm him. Protect him and his family until the waters settle." "How do you propose we protect him without revealing our roles as agents?" "Oh, perhaps it is time for London's most sought-after bachelor to fall in love." That was it, the nail in the coffin. Darcy clenched his jaw. Richard rubbed his chin, half-heartedly concealing his grin. "I shall enjoy this mission." Darcy glared at him. "I despise disguise." "Oh, but you are such a proficient at it." Darcy scoffed. Now was not the time for sarcasm. This was a line he simply could not cross. "I cannot dally with the affection of an innocent young lady, and yet there is no other reason for Richard and me to seek out Mr. Bennet's company." Not unless they revealed their connection to the agency. It occurred to Darcy, for one frantic minute, that Richard could be the one to fake an attachment. He would do the role credit. But Richard could not afford to end up attached to a family with no connections. Darcy would have heard of them, had they any worthwhile connections of which to boast. And likely no fortune. Sir Nick nodded. "It is your strong sense of honour that makes you perfect for this assignment. What young lady would not like to boast that she turned the head of Fitzwilliam Darcy for a few weeks?" "Allow me to offer my services as your best man," Richard grinned. Darcy bristled. He had only a handful of real relationships with people he trusted implicitly. His own sister did not even know him. He could not rightly court an ignorant, unsuspecting, wide-eyed lady he had scrupulously duped. Sir Nick rose. "You are intelligent. You will think of a way to make this work. Your sister is close in age to the youngest Bennets, and she is in town. I'm certain you can find a way to encourage an introduction." Darcy froze. Georgiana was in town. He had received no word of this. Why had she not told him? Why had Lady Matlock not told him? He looked at Richard, who silently worked his jaw back and forth. Apparently, he had not known either. Chapter 4. Elizabeth Bennet held her father's latest word puzzle in her hands. He had said it was a particularly complex one that had taken him days to devise, yet she had solved it in less than an hour. Either he was growing lax, or her skills were improving, but she hoped that the next would be more challenging. "Your fascination with Papa's pastime is unsettling, Lizzie. Life is perplexing enough without adding more puzzles to it." Her sister poked at the soil in one of her potted orchids. Jane fussed over her plants, like a doting mother did her dear children. "It is a puzzle to me how you are able to keep this garden full of bright blooms. You coax life into being, while I merely fiddle with letters whose only function is to entertain." Readership in the newspaper had increased, since Papa had convinced the editor to print his assorted puzzles and riddles. People enjoyed the challenge, so long as the clues were not too difficult. That was where Elizabeth came in. She helped her father judge the difficulty of each rhyme, code and cipher. Not all of them made it into the paper, but she loved the mental exercise as much as she loved a long walk, as much as Jane loved her plants. Jane counted as she poured water into the pot, a smile on her face. Her favourite place in their residence at Harley Street was the small garden behind the house. Every one of Elizabeth's sisters had their preference. Her next youngest sister, Mary, spent most of her time teaching the orphans at St. Mary's to play the old donated piano in the headmistress's parlour. Although Mary had always been diligent in her studies, the eager learners now soaking up her instruction had benefited her as well. She had attacked her weaknesses with the same ferocity with which she had formerly recited sermons, all in the interest of better assisting the children who admired her. Kitty, the fourth sister, had a special talent for adorning things. Everything from paper figurines to gowns to hats. Kitty loved colours and textures. A needle and thread were always on her person, and she had recently grown fond of painting. Everything she touched received embellishment that enhanced their beauty. Lydia, the youngest of the five, lacked Jane's tenderness, Mary's devotion, or Kitty's artistry. What she did possess in abundance was energy. Her exuberance was the bane of her governess's existence. However, she could be counted on to add liveliness to any conversation and outing. Such exertion required a great deal of nourishment to sustain it, and Lydia could often be found in the pantry, where cook always had a few extra rolls and treats on the shelf. Jane's sigh interrupted Elizabeth's thoughts. "You were right about Mr. Wackles." Elizabeth sighed in turn. She liked to be right about things, but she could not rejoice in her dearest sister's dejection. Jane's spirits had faded over the last 3 years they'd lived in London. "I would rather be wrong than see you unhappy. How did you find out?" Twisting her fingers in her gardening apron, Jane frowned. "I did as you suggested. I mentioned Longbourn's entailment." Ah, so Mr. Wackles had mistakenly believed, as many others had before him, that as the eldest Bennet daughter, in a family with no sons, Jane would inherit her father's estate. Once she married, it would become the property of her husband. Their mother had encouraged the rumour, until she realised that the sort of gentleman she wished her daughters to marry would not be lured with so little a prize as their small country estate. Jane's shoulders slumped. "I am tired of being pursued for a fine property I am believed to inherit." "You forget your beauty," Elizabeth added, hoping to cheer her sister. "I would venture to say that you are more often than not pursued for that." "Oh, that is worse. Beauty fades as quickly as a fortune can be lost." Elizabeth shook her head and assumed her most sympathetic expression. "That settles it, then. You must marry a gentleman with a fortune of his own, and the face of a golden god." Jane smiled softly. "I do not need those things." "Would you marry a pauper?" "If he was truly kind? Yes, I would." Elizabeth knew that she meant it. Jane could not bear unkindness. While the past 3 years should have widened her society, they had not, and the reasons why were too painful for tender-hearted Jane. Thank goodness they had the luxury of time, or Elizabeth shivered to think how anxious their mother would be. She teased. "A man with no front teeth, a squinty eye, and a giant wart on the end of his nose, then?" Jane laughed. "If he has land enough for a garden, I would be tempted." Elizabeth had long suspected how dearly Jane missed the country, but this confirmed it. She was not like Elizabeth, who could be happy wherever she was, so long as there was somewhere to walk, good conversation to be had, and interesting people to observe. While London often lacked in the first two, she was not allowed to walk too far, and certainly never alone. It had an abundance of the latter. Clutching her hands again, Jane added, "I hope that if I ever meet such a man, I would attempt to discover his character before forming an opinion." Which was why Elizabeth had made it her mission to hasten along the process of sketching characters. People were not so different from ciphers. Some were as simple to figure as an anagram. One look was more than sufficient to understand their motives. Other people were trickier, Elizabeth owned, much like the ciphers that transposed or substituted letters. But though they took longer, even they were solvable. Still, she did not wish for Jane to marry such an unfortunate-looking man. "Let us pray that you meet a young man of sufficient fortune, looks, and exceptional kindness, before you settle for an unseemly man in possession of a patch of dirt." Before Jane could protest, their mother burst into the house. Mamma was as lively as Lydia, and as determined as Mary in her purpose. She had convinced Papa to purchase the house in town, and she flourished in the hustle and bustle, the excess of shops and vendors, and the constant flow of gossip. "The Prince Regent is arranging a grand celebration at Carlton House. Oh, if only we could attend! all the wealthy, titled young men. Elizabeth harumphed. A pack of pompous, preening peacocks, too enamoured with themselves and their lofty positions to pay us any notice. Mamma tusked. You are quick to judge. Do not forget that you are a gentleman's daughter. Longbourn has been in your father's family for 2 centuries. You have an adequate fortune, a strong constitution, a handsome face and figure, and respectable connections. Now, if only we could convince your father to press your Uncle Noddy to make introductions to his connections in the first circles. Elizabeth exchanged a look with Jane. They loved Uncle Noddy too much to presume on him, and since he was a bachelor of long standing, of the same age as their own father, they were not as hopeful as their mother was regarding the youth of his associations. Besides, high society did not want them. They possessed all the things Mamma had listed, save for Longbourn, which only remained theirs so long as their father lived. But they did not have enough of any one of them to satisfy their social superiors. Therefore, to their mother's chagrin, they dined and danced with gentlemen with little to their names, or tradesmen seeking to marry up. Mary, Kitty and Lydia entered the room, no doubt having heard their mother's frantic entry. "Where is Mr. Bennet?" demanded Mamma. "I have news." "Hiding away in his study, likely." Kitty sniffed a rose and studied its colours. Mary clasped her hands together and said primly, "A book was delivered today. Perhaps he is reading it." Lydia plopped down on the chair beside Elizabeth. "Probably hiding, because he has had his fill of society with all the dinner parties he must attend with Jane and Lizzie." A trace of jealousy tinged her tone. "You said you have news," Jane reminded their mother. Elizabeth prepared herself to hear more about the prince's party. In a blink, Mamma's frustration turned to excitement. "I just heard from Mrs. Jennings that the Prince Regent is preparing for a fête to celebrate his father's birthday. Is it not good of him to tend to his father's happiness when the king has been so ill of late?" Elizabeth bit her tongue. She suspected the celebration would be a poorly disguised justification for the Prince Regent to celebrate his own rise to power, rather than the king's birthday, which was only 12 days away. "What I would give to get a glimpse of the palace. Mrs. Jennings says that her niece, who is the godson of Lord Such-and-Such, a member of Parliament who's often a guest at Carlton House, described a room that is decorated entirely of rose velvet and gilt tables. The interior rooms are so heavenly. All the ceilings are painted to look like a perfect summer sky." She looked in the direction of the nearest parlour, plainly wishing she could hire an Italian painter to colour their ceilings with an approximation of those in the palace. Mary grimaced. "Mrs. Jennings must have heard wrong, Mamma. Surely the prince would not plan a celebration or make a vulgar display of his wealth so soon after his father's decline, not with England's excessive debts from our years of war with the colonies and France." Lydia huffed. "Oh, whether you approve or not, Mary, I dearly wish for a peek inside. Imagine dining under glossy silk tents in vibrant colours, the richness of the gowns and jewels of the ladies sitting around the table, eating from polished gold plates." Kitty sighed dreamily. "The cream of the first circles will be there." Mamma's eyes darted between Jane and, Elizabeth guessed, Papa's study. Whatever their matron was scheming would not bode well for the peace of their household. Keeping her tone casual, Elizabeth fanned her face with her solved cipher. "It is warm today. Hyde Park will be bursting with the haute ton during the fashionable hour." Her carefully crafted comment distracted everyone's attention, especially her younger sisters, who were too young to make calls or attend balls, and therefore relished every opportunity to see and be seen out of doors. "We could pack a picnic." Lydia clapped her hands, already on her way to the kitchen. An hour later, the Bennet ladies crammed inside the carriage, with a picnic basket perched on the box beside the coachman. Papa would have his piece. Jane would get a taste of her precious countryside. Mary, Kitty and Lydia were overjoyed to be included in their outing. And Mamma was proud to parade her daughters about in view of the temps, with fanciful hopes that one of them might take a fancy to her eldest. Elizabeth congratulated herself. While she held no lofty aspirations of making a brilliant match at the park, she did love to see her family happy. Chapter 5. Darcy rarely lacked confidence. He had spent his lifetime studying the people around him. He categorized them much the way a scientist would sort things into their class and order. He learned from their mistakes, as well as his own, though he sought to make those few. As a result, his mind was trained to react to any given circumstance in the best possible manner. Rare was the situation that tested his preferred expression of stoic indifference. With all his experience, Darcy was unable to completely ignore the cat sitting next to him, in the curricle like a king atop his throne, or the urge to laugh that the imperious puss provoked. The little ruffian cleaned up nicely. Richard's lips twitched. He was not helping. The creature's gender had been positively identified as male. Unfortunately, his presence at Darcy House had stirred an upheaval in the usually unflappable household. As fiercely as the feline had fought its rescue, it had particularly objected to Lawrence's ablutions. Both scullery maids who assisted Lawrence in bathing the beast and combing paraffin oil through its fur had threatened to quit if that cat remained. Having never intended to keep it, Darcy was quick to offer reassurances. Only the fiend would not leave. Darcy could not, in good conscience, force the creature's company on anyone with whom he wished to remain on speaking terms, nor did he have the heart to dispose of it in the usual ways. That limited his options considerably. He looked down at his quarrelsome companion, an admittedly striking creature, with blue-grey fur and lustrous green eyes. Darcy would never have considered bringing him to call on Georgiana, but as the other servants feared the cat, and Lawrence had proclaimed himself done with the fanged fiend, Darcy's last hope was that the fear-inspiring mongrel would leave of his own accord. Richard had immediately picked up on Darcy's conundrum. He rode beside them on his horse, his poor attempts to restrain his laughter adding to Darcy's annoyance. Admittedly, Darcy could not quite bring himself to resent the furry creature, glaring at every passer-by as though they were lowly peasants. Darcy half expected the little tyrant to growl if he turned onto a lane the cat found disagreeable. As petulant as his companion was, at least it offered a welcome distraction from Darcy's more troubling thoughts. Falling in beside Darcy, Richard lowered his voice. "Did you know Georgiana was in town?" The question had loomed over them since the evening prior. Darcy had expected it, had prepared for it, but his jaw still clenched and his shoulders tensed. "Did you?" He looked at his cousin askance, unwilling to admit that he had not had a clue. Some spy he was, some guardian, some brother. Richard looked away. "I did not. Mother never said a word. I had not thought they wished to attend the Prince Regent's celebration. My father must have changed his mind." Darcy relaxed. "Georgiana made no mention of it in her letters. She might not have had time to post a letter if their departure was sudden. It could be as simple as that, and we are reading too much into it. I distrust easy explanations." Why had Georgiana omitted any mention of her plans in her letters? Darcy wrote to her every week without fail, and she dutifully replied. And though she wrote about everything from fashion plates to painting techniques to her favourite jumper dropping a full, she had said nothing about leaving the safety of Matlock for London. Darcy sighed. He was making a mountain out of a molehill. His father must not have imagined the difficulties inherent in caring for a female adolescent, or he would never have burdened two bachelor spies with the daunting task. Of course, he had not counted on the war lasting this long either. None of them had. "I know we swore to see this through, but—" Richard dropped his voice. "Do you think it is time to retire?" Not finish a task they had sworn an oath to complete. Darcy recoiled. "I cannot go back on my word, and you know as well as I do that you cannot either. Oh, just testing your mettle, old man. Old man, you were one to talk. How kind of you to notice, when you hardly talk at all. We're near my father's house, and if you do nothing but brood quietly, much like that growling ball of fur sitting beside you, the young ladies of the household will assume that you are a tragic figure in a romantic play." "How absurd." Nonsense. Your sisters think of me as another brother. Richard scoffed. A distant one they never see. It is not my sisters of whom I speak. While you and I are bumbling around in the dark, they will have ensured that every friend and acquaintance in town is aware of their presence. Mother's parlour will be crowded, and if you do not take care, you will find yourself the object of their admiration. Darcy discouraged unwanted conversations with his glower too effectively to give Richard's advice any credence. They are too young for romance. They are about Georgiana's age. As I said, far too young for such inclinations. Richard burst into a guffaw. How old were you when you first noticed how pleasurable it is to contemplate a pair of fine eyes? You are a menace, and you are woefully ignorant if you truly believe you will escape their notice. Thankfully for you, I am here to bestow my superior wisdom upon you. What do you know of young women? Far more than you do, apparently. Have you tried to converse with one lately? Before Darcy could reply, Richard continued. Have you noticed that, despite your taciturn manners, the ton still counts you a favourite? I've yet to meet a lady completely unaffected by your brooding scowl. If anything, it adds to your mystery. Darcy refused to rise to Richard's bait. With every nonsensical utterance, his cousin exposed his own ignorance. That was the greatest difference between them. Richard talked too much, and Darcy held his tongue, unless he had something of import to say, on a subject on which he could speak with authority. Finally they arrived at Matlock House, but Richard continued to pester him, and must have the final word. They will fall over themselves to make you smile, each of them determined to win the distinction. The last time Darcy had been this determined to prove Richard wrong had been years ago. Richard claimed that his horse was faster. Darcy won the challenge by several furlongs. Leaping down from the curricle, Darcy turned, hoping to see the cat seize its opportunity to bolt. Instead, with a languid blink, the cat rose majestically, swished his tail, and stretched out on the spot Darcy had vacated. It will still be there when we return, Richard mused. They walked up the steps, and Darcy looked over his shoulder just before the butler opened the front door. The cat remained perched on the driver's seat. Blast! He and Richard followed the butler into the morning parlour, where Lady Matlock greeted them with open arms, confirmation that their presence in London was due to the Prince's upcoming party, and a tea-tray laden with pastries. As Richard had predicted, a gaggle of giggling girls surrounded Georgiana. Darcy failed to understand what was so amusing, and he certainly did not appreciate being the last person among his sister's acquaintances to know that she was in town. Georgiana appeared completely devoid of guilt. She turned her bright smile on him, and Darcy found he could not remain vexed with her. Upon being properly introduced to the unknown ladies, he politely inquired after their welfare. Their stuttering and blushing attempts to answer finally led Lady Matlock thankfully to take over the conversation. They conceal their concern with humour, Darcy. We hope you've suffered no further injuries. She tapped her eyebrow and cheek. His grin stretching from ear to ear, Richard replied before Darcy could answer. My cousin faced a ruthless ruffian, armed with no less than 18 blades. Clever. Most cats had 5 toes on each of their front paws, and 4 on the back. 18 blades. After 15 agonising minutes of being stared at and exclaimed a hero, despite Darcy's insistence that he was no such thing, he invited Georgiana for a drive in the park. With another brilliant smile, Georgiana accepted, and Darcy bowed and escaped as swiftly as decorum permitted. When she saw the cat sitting on the driver's seat, her lips curled upward. 18 blades? Richard winked at her. In awe, Darcy observed, as contentment sparkled in her eyes and radiated from her warm smile. Georgiana was every bit as beautiful as their mother. In that moment, it struck him how much she had grown. And he hardly knew her. She certainly did not know him. He helped her up to her seat and moved the cat to settle in beside her. The creature seemed to understand that he would immediately find himself without a protector if he lashed out at Georgiana, So he sat between Darcy and Georgiana, his spine straight, his head high. "He is very brave not to be afraid of the big horses." Georgiana lifted her hand to pet the cat, but thought better of it when she received a scornful look. "Oh my, he is a very firm character. What is his name?" "He does not have one." Why name an animal he did not intend to keep? Georgiana frowned, and Darcy realised that he'd given the wrong answer. Perhaps you might help me give him a suitable name. Not that he would keep the cat." This pleased his sister, and Darcy breathed a sigh of relief. Even Richard nodded his approval. She thought aloud. After rejecting her first two ideas, Darcy clamped his mouth shut and allowed her to talk uninterrupted. What did he care what the small beast was named anyway? So long as Georgiana was happy, she could name the cat Darcy did not want anything she pleased. Even if Emerald was too obvious, Mittens was too common, and he could never bring himself to say Emperor Claude aloud. The first hint that he had remained silent too long came when Georgiana stopped talking. The second was the pinch look Richard gave him. Darcy needed to say something, and fast. Fortunately for him, the park gates came into view, and with them an idea. He held up the ribbons. "Have you driven a curricle before?" Her eyes brightened. "I often drive the phaeton you bought for me around the park at Matlock. Anne is jealous that mine is finer than hers." One of the few activities their cousin Anne enjoyed was driving around Rosings Park. The conveyance had been his suggestion, and while his Aunt Catherine had agreed and purchased the phaeton, she refused to spend a penny more than necessary to add to its comfort. Still, the vehicle allowed Anne a measure of freedom, and gave her a means to escape from the constant criticisms and overbearing manners of her mother. Darcy hated visiting Rosings Park. It was a challenge for him to get any work done at all, with his aunt's demands looming over his head. But he had learned to manage her without arousing her suspicions. In fact, he often explained his frequent travels to Kent for the Crown with the mention of his aunt's name. Anne's time was frequently occupied by her new diversion, providing Darcy with more freedom to pursue his estate business, and nobody was the wiser. "Are you certain this is your first time driving a two-wheeled vehicle, Georgie? You are a natural. You will be ready to join the four-horse club by the end of the hour." Georgiana beamed at Richard's praise. "Our mother could manage a team of horses as well as any gentleman," added Darcy, causing her smile to widen and her eyes to glisten. "Will you tell me more about her?" A rush of words tumbled out of her mouth. "I hardly knew father at all. He was so often away, as you are. But I never had a chance at all to know our mother. And I remember how highly father spoke of her, when he did mention her at all, and I wonder... Well, do you see anything of her, in me?" Desperation brimmed in her eyes, and filled Darcy with guilt. Although he felt at ease communicating in letters, he found himself at a loss for words when his sister was present. Their mother had died of a fever when Georgiana was only 2 years of age. While there were few subjects that could inspire more melancholy within Darcy, he could not deny Georgiana's heartfelt request. "You look like her." The pleasure and expectation in her expression begged for more. Taking a deep breath, he repeated his father's words. "Hair the colour of gold in the sunlight, eyes like bluebells, and a trilling laugh like sleigh bells. She was kind to everyone she met, and when she entered a room..." Darcy swallowed the lump in his throat. "I remember noticing how much happier everyone became when she was present." 13 years, and sometimes the ache overwhelmed him as much as it had the first day of his existence in the world without her. "Our mother would have been so proud of the young lady you have become." "Really?" She wanted more, but Darcy knew there was nothing he could tell her that would fill the void. From his own experience, he knew the pain of loss had never completely gone away. It had transformed into loneliness. Not much of an improvement in Darcy's opinion, but if he kept himself occupied, he could go days without giving it any further consideration. He nodded his answer. Georgiana turned to face the lane ahead of them, and they both fell into silence, again. Laughter broke through Darcy's sombre mood. He followed the sound to a group of ladies sitting on a blanket, held down in the centre with a large wicker basket. They smiled and talked and gestured at the riders and conveyances, passing by like children watching a parade. Their ease made Darcy's chest clinch. He envied them. "Is that not Bingley?" exclaimed Richard. Darcy looked farther down the lane. Bingley rode astride a beautiful bay gelding beside a phaeton that held his two sisters. Before Darcy could dissuade him, Richard signalled at Bingley. Darcy had not seen Bingley in over a year, and it was easy for him to greet his friend sincerely. He could not say the same for Bingley's sisters. The elder, Mrs. Hurst, had married a gentleman with a house on Grosvenor Square, a man of fashion if not of sense. Miss Bingley wished to snag a husband of means and position, but her assuming air was so off-putting that she repelled the very company she most wished to attract. "Darcy! Colonel! How delightful to see both of you! It has been too long." Bingley looked upward, his lips bunched together, and his fingers fidgeting, as though he were attempting to count how long it had been since their last meeting. "And Miss Darcy," Miss Bingley said, "you are a young lady now, and so accomplished at driving a curricle. I dare say you have many such accomplishments." Georgiana smiled and blushed. She had not spoken more than a couple of times with the Bingleys, and would not be comfortable with Miss Bingley's over-familiarity. A puff of white emerged from between Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley, with a high-pitched yip. Darcy rested his hand on the cat beside him, grateful that it did not bite or thrash at his hand, and hopeful that the dog would not notice it. Had this been a well-fed, properly cared-for feline, it would be larger than the lapdog. To Darcy's knowledge, the emaciated animal had only enjoyed 2 good meals in the last 24 hours, and would be no match against the excited Maltese. "Hush, Duchess! Mr. Darcy and Miss Darcy are friends." Mrs. Hurst attempted to reason with the canine. Miss Bingley picked up the dog and cradled it near her face. The dog's long tongue licked her chin and lips, and Darcy shivered. Did Miss Bingley have no idea where that dog's tongue had most likely been? "Duchess is such a well-behaved girl. She is a model of canine behaviour." No sooner had she uttered the words than Duchess spotted the cat and lunged forward. Miss Bingley's hold broke, and Duchess jumped toward them. The cat slipped out from under Darcy's hands, ran across Georgiana's lap, leaped from the curricle, and streaked across the grass before the dog reached the ground, snapping her teeth. "Hold the horses steady," Darcy shouted over his shoulder, already running after the dog and cat. By Darcy's refined standards, the indignity of being seen running in a public venue was damaging enough, but when the cat veered toward the picnicking ladies and sent them scrambling to the edge of their blanket, his mortification was complete. Chapter 6. Darcy could not outrun his embarrassment. He could have skirted around the ladies' picnic safely enough, but one of the young ladies looked as though she would lunge directly into his path, leaving only one alternative in the fraction of a second Darcy had to react. With a mighty leap, he sailed over the picnic basket. "My deepest apologies," he said in mid-air, clearing the blanket to land in the grass. There was no time for anything more, and he could only hope that his unseemly display would largely go unnoticed. Such wishes went unfulfilled, however, as the cat chose to climb the tree that provided shade to the picnicking family. Mrs. Hurst's dog spun in circles, barking and jumping at the base. The antics drew unavoidable attention to the scene. Darcy used his forward momentum to scale the side of the tree, high enough to grab the lowest limb. His coat strained over his shoulders and back as he pulled himself up, and disappeared into the foliage to the tune of a yapping canine and a hissing feline. True to form, the green-eyed scamp had climbed to a startling height, and now clung to a branch and wailed. "You do not learn, do you?" Darcy mumbled, reaching for the next sturdy limb. "Neither do I, apparently." Why had he not left the cat to its fate? After all, the animal was not his responsibility. And yet, some deeply rooted instinct compelled him to see after its welfare. Drat it all! Sir Nick was right. Darcy could not see an individual, or animal, in need of assistance and not come running. This was fast becoming a weakness, for as much as he believed his new assignment was a waste of his talents, Darcy could not refuse it. Not until he ascertained whether or not this Mr. Bennet was indeed in danger. He continued to reach up, his coat tightly pulling, as he stretched closer to the cat. The seam holding the arm to his tailcoat burst open. Twisting his other arm around to ascertain the extent of the damage, only tore more of the seam loose, until the sleeve of his coat dangled by a thread. The cat snarled, but by now Darcy was in no mood to attempt to soothe it. "I will get you down, but you are not returning to my home." Climbing higher, he joined the cat, who promptly lashed out with its 18 daggers, and shredded the delicately fine-woven muslin of Darcy's shirt, bearing his arm. This left him indecently clad, and stuck in a tree with a cat who disdained him. "The feeling is mutual," he grumbled. "Let go of me, Lizzie. I could have caught him." Lydia wiggled out of Elizabeth's grasp. "How? The dog had already run by," Mary commented. "Well, not the dog, you ninny. Why on earth would I want to catch a dog when I could have caught that dashing gentleman? Did you hear his voice, like velvet, and the way he pulled himself up to stand on that tree limb?" Lydia clasped her hands at her chin and sighed deeply. "It was very gentlemanly of him not to trample on our blanket," Kitty echoed Lydia's smitten tone. "As strong as a bull!" Mamma fanned her face, openly ogling the tree, now hiding the handsome stranger. "Mamma," chastised Mary. Their mother merely shrugged her shoulders. Elizabeth had watched the man from the time he began his dash from the curricle, his coat-tails kicking up behind him with each long stride. He would have gone around them, had Lydia not lunged into his path, forcing him to either trample her or jump over their blanket and basket. He certainly cut an impressive figure. Elizabeth had held her breath, equal measure incredulity and admiration, as she watched him pull himself up the leafy branches in pursuit of the cat. She bit her lips together to keep from laughing at the image of the man and his cat being stranded in the tree for hours until the dog went away. The small beast pranced on her back legs, pawing at the air and barking up at the pair. 2 other gentlemen rode over. "Duchess, come over here," said the younger of the 2, chastising the dog in a kindly voice. Unfortunately, the dog seemed to take his words as encouragement, because her barks became even more frantic. The man dismounted and patted his knees, but the dog was determined to make new friends of the cat and its saviour. At this rate, the poor gentleman and startled cat would be stuck in the tree all day. Grabbing a piece of chicken from a plate, Elizabeth whistled and held out the treat. The dog hesitated momentarily. Once she realised what Elizabeth held, however, the cat was forgotten. "Thank you, miss," called the second gentleman, a stocky man with a crooked smile and warm eyes. Trouble in a uniform. Was he the dangerous kind of trouble she ought to avoid, or was he the honourable sort who did no harm? She dipped into an exaggerated curtsy. She knew she had read him aright when he broke into hearty laughter. "My apologies, miss, for my sister's dog's poor manners." The younger gentleman's eyes were apologetic and his demeanour penitent. The dog tried to wriggle out of his grasp, lunging at Elizabeth for more meat. "I do hope she did not spoil your—" Jane walked up beside Elizabeth, and the young man apparently forgot how to speak. "Our picnic," Jane kindly supplied, handing another piece of meat to the fidgety pup. Mother scrambled to her feet, no doubt eager to seize the opportunity presented to her. Elizabeth prayed silently that she would not say anything too untoward. "I dare say it is the fashion to run through ladies' picnics. If we were properly presented, I would gladly forgive the imposition in exchange for a dinner invitation." Elizabeth's heart stuck in her throat. Mamma was always on the lookout to improve their connections, but her forwardness in this situation went beyond the pale. What if these gentlemen were of the upper crust? Thankfully, the charming soldier did not seem to take offence, and made a gallant bow. "Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam at your service, madam. I regret there is no one to make proper introductions. Since my father is an earl, and a great deal is forgiven the aristocratic class, I hope with all my heart that you might overlook this breach in convention." An earl's son? Oh, heavens! The colonel would soon wish he had not revealed his connections so freely. "I've never dined with an earl or a countess. Do you have more brothers, Colonel?" Mamma fanned her face, enchanted, as were Kitty and Lydia, who gaped open-mouthed at him. Even Mary smiled. Colonel Fitzwilliam graciously overlooked her question, nodding instead at his young friend. "It is my pleasure to introduce you to Mr. Charles Bingley, and his sister's petulant Maltese, Duchess." Mr. Bingley blushed, and proclaimed himself charmed to make each of their acquaintance, though his gaze hardly budged from Jane. Next, the colonel gestured toward the tree, where Elizabeth's own eyes were drawn. "And the gentleman hiding in the greenery is my cousin, Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire." Mamma was quick to introduce herself. "Bennet." The colonel's voice held no little surprise, and he repeated himself loudly, with a glance at the tree. "Bennet!" "Yes, Mrs. Thomas Bennet of Longbourn in Hertfordshire, and currently of Harley Street in London, where we spend most of our day." Mamma obviously wished the gentlemen to know that they were ladies of some substance and property, and most importantly, that they were available to receive callers. Elizabeth fought the urge to roll her eyes. "My eldest and most beautiful daughter is Jane. Next are Elizabeth, Mary, Catherine, whom we call Kitty, and Lydia." A beaver hat smacked down the side of the tree and plopped onto the ground. "Better the hat than the master," quipped the colonel. Elizabeth appreciated his humour, but surely Mr. Darcy should have made his way down by now. Her concern grew. She went over to fetch the hat and peeked up through the branches. He was climbing down, and close enough for her to hear his soft voice. "I've already burned one coat, thanks to you. Lawrence will never forgive me if I must burn this one too, what is left of it." The cat growled in reply. "Do not take that tone with me, sir, and do not assume that I shall allow you inside my house after what you have done today." She moved away from the tree trunk. In a blink, Mr. Darcy dropped to the ground and stood right in front of her. She had thought him a striking figure before. Seeing him face to face only strengthened her favourable opinion. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with a firm jaw. There was an intensity in his eyes that was undermined by the softness in his tone when he spoke to the cat. He accepted his hat with a bow of thanks, his voice butter-smooth and velvet-rich. A sleek grey cat was wrapped around his neck like a collar. Duchess, seeing her fanged friend, resumed barking. Mr. Darcy reached up to secure the cat, his tattered shirt sliding over his bare skin, to reveal most of a well-formed arm from shoulder to elbow. Although she ought to look away, Elizabeth was transfixed. The only bare arms she had seen prior to this were those of her small nephews and her own father, but their limbs were spindly and unmemorable compared to Mr. Darcy's. She would remember his form. "Come, Bingley, there will be no peace until we return this little mischief-maker to her mistress." Colonel Fitzwilliam clapped Mr. Bingley on the back. Mr. Darcy stretched to his full height, a blazing glare directed at his cousin. He had thick, dark eyebrows, his right one with a scratch, probably caused by the cat's sharp claws. Another gash marked his cheek. No wonder he had taken so long to get down from the tree. Some thanks for his heroics. Colonel Fitzwilliam, not at all intimidated, ignored his companion's scowl. Instead, with an arched brow, he nodded meaningfully at Mr. Darcy. It was very clearly a dare, but Elizabeth could not fathom what it might portend. Uttering another apology, Mr. Bingley scraped a bough and carried the excited dog away. The colonel made his farewells at the same time and accompanied them back to the path. "The Bennets at Harley Street," Mamma called out, in case they had forgotten. The third gentleman had tarried. "Pray accept my sincerest apologies for interrupting your picnic." Mr. Darcy met Elizabeth's gaze, and she felt the force of it so fully that she reached out to steady herself against the tree trunk. Mamma spun around to face him. "Any time, Mr. Darcy." "Oh, Mamma." Elizabeth's cheeks lit afire. Jane spoke. "You could hardly have done otherwise, when that poor cat was being chased by a barking dog. It could not know the dog was harmless." He nodded at Jane, in grateful acknowledgement of the lady's understanding. His eyes returned to meet Elizabeth's. She tried to read their expression, and perceived something dark, challenging and dangerous in them. A shiver shook down her spine, even as she met his bold look with a smile. "No gentleman ought to suffer ruin for saving a cat. Your reputation is safe with us, Mr. Darcy." A smile shattered his dark, brooding expression, like fireworks bursting over a night sky, and a choked laugh escaped his lips. Just as quickly as a flame fizzling out, the spark in his eye dimmed. "I must return to my sister." He bowed and turned to leave. Mamma called out another reminder of their address to his retreating back. Elizabeth knew nothing about Mr. Darcy, but her skin still tingled from their brief meeting. She sensed that he was unlike any gentleman she had ever met. Chapter 7. Bingley was the last gentleman in the world Darcy would have selected to involve, even peripherally, in his latest operation. Bingley was incapable of deception, an exceptional trait for any gentleman, but deadly for a spy. He did not keep secrets, nor did he possess any. His friends knew better than to burden him with theirs. Darcy had befriended Bingley at Eton ages ago. There was enough disparity in their ages that by the time they were in university, their paths crossed only occasionally. Too open to be dishonest, too trusting to be untrustworthy, Bingley was a liability. He was also Darcy's best means of securing an introduction to Mr. Thomas Bennet. The Bennets' residence was closer to the malodorous river than Mayfair, but it was still far enough away from the Thames to be considered fashionable. Harley Street had become a popular place for doctors to reside. A gentleman with an excitable wife could not have chosen a better situation. Bingley presented his card, as did Darcy. The butler saw them into a front parlour overlooking the swept street. Not one young lady in sight. Perhaps they were not in, and he would be spared. Darcy did not entirely trust that brown-eyed maiden with the arched eyebrow with his reputation. He had not meant to laugh. "Focus, Darcy, focus." He was there to meet Mr. Bennet. He would keep the gentleman out of harm's way, and he would find a way to do so without raising certain expectations among any of his daughters, especially the second-born. He dared not think of her name, lest his mind wander again. Back to his inspection. The room was clean, but that was the only compliment Darcy could summon. Baubles and frills adorned every surface. Embroidery decorated every pillow. Painted figures embellished the furniture. And more landscapes and portraits than Darcy had ever observed on any four walls bedecked the room, an exposition by a proud mother, eager to display her daughter's handiwork. Bingley had fixed on one portrait in particular, of Miss Jane Bennet. Darcy groaned inwardly. Another complication with which he might have to contend. Beside Miss Bennet's portrait was a likeness of her chestnut-haired sister. The bright eyes smiled at him, and Darcy had to restrain himself from grinning back at the image. In short order, Mr. Bennet joined them. He was of average height, slight build, and unremarkable fashion. There was nothing noteworthy about his outward appearance. However, Darcy sensed that nothing about his appearance escaped Mr. Bennet's notice. He had the same perceptive eyes, and sardonic lift of the brow as his second daughter. Darcy inwardly cursed Sir Nick. Of all the agents he could have chosen from, why choose him? The men made their bows, and Darcy and Bingley introduced themselves. "I am delighted to make your acquaintance," Mr. Bennet said. "I have been pondering what sort of gentleman gives chase in a public park." Darcy's face burned, despite his best efforts to maintain his cool composure. "However, my youngest has declared you to be a modern-day William Marshall, and you therefore must be acquitted of any spectacle the occasion provided." Darcy swallowed the apology on the tip of his tongue, leaving him nothing intelligent to say other than a simple, "I thank you." Good-natured Bingley responded in his usual jovial manner. "I fear I am the villain of the story, for it was my sister's dog that startled the poor cat. For that, I have come to apologise to the ladies of the house." He looked around, clearly hoping the said ladies would appear. "My wife and daughters related a much more favourable account than your own, Mr. Bingley." Bingley bowed. "I am grateful to hear it. Had it not been for Darcy, the serenity of the park would have suffered a great deal longer, with the cat still stuck in the tree." With a chuckle, Mr. Bennet motioned for them to sit. Once again, he addressed Darcy. "Or perhaps you will settle the dispute that has arisen amongst my daughters since yesterday's adventure." Darcy nodded cautiously, not sure what to expect. "Does that cat still reside with you?" Darcy hated to admit the truth. The cat had become a fixture at Darcy House, an unwelcome one. "It is." "Ha! My Lizzie was right." Pride pinked Mr. Bennet's cheeks and puffed his chest. So she was the favourite. Of course she was. "My wife will be exceedingly pleased when she learns that 2 gentlemen called today offering more apologies. In my experience, there are few things a lady enjoys more than gentlemen callers and apologies. I suppose I ought to send for them, so that you might make your apologies directly." This was what Bingley had hoped for all along. His interest did not escape Mr. Bennet's notice, nor did Mr. Bennet's teasing sarcasm escape Darcy. He was just as Sir Nick had described him. If Darcy did not attempt now to further their acquaintance, he would lose his chance once the Bennet ladies entered the room. Gesturing at one of the landscapes featuring a house covered in climbing ivy, Darcy asked, "Is that your estate?" "Ah, Longbourn, my family seat for 5 generations. Have you been to Hertfordshire?" "Only in passing. It is near Meryton, is it not?" "An easy half-day's trip in a carriage." Bingley leaned forward in his chair. "How convenient. I've always favoured the countryside, but find it difficult to be away from London with all the responsibilities I must attend to here." "Indeed, a Hertfordshire gentleman could ride to town, attend to his business, and return to his own table in time for dinner, were he so inclined." "You are fortunate to have an estate so well placed, sir," commented Bingley. Mr. Bennet smiled wryly. "Alas, Longbourn is entailed to my closest male relative. I dare say that Mrs. Bennet prefers being nearer to the shops and entertainments here. Half of a day in a carriage is an eternity, when one must decorate a new bonnet or inspect a new shipment of lace." His humour softened. "But there is a quietness and peace in the country that I find appealing. What of you, Mr. Darcy? Do you favour the allurements of town over the lands and estate of Pemberley?" Had the man read the address on Darcy's card, or did Mr. Bennet know more about him than he knew about Mr. Bennet? Before Darcy could reply, Miss Bennet entered the room with a vase of fresh blooms. She stopped short, shock widening her clear blue eyes. "I did not know you had callers, Papa. Shall I leave? First, pray allow me to send for some tea." Her surprise, her soft-spokenness, and the arrangement of the colourful flowers around her pale skin cast her in a most favourable light. The effect on Bingley was immediate and painfully obvious. He bounded up from his seat, nearly tripping over his own feet to bow. There was laughter in Mr. Bennet's voice. "Stay, Janey. Your mother and sisters will join us shortly. How fares your garden, dear?" Miss Bennet placed the flowers on the centre table, tugged off her apron, folded it neatly, and tucked it behind the vase. "The roses are blooming." Her cheeks, too, bloomed a pink that matched the blush covering Bingley's face. The sooner Darcy could drag his friend away, the better. But first, they must be civil. 4 Bennet ladies filed into the room, Mrs. Bennet leading 3 of her daughters. She did not stop talking from the moment she set foot on the parlour carpet, remarking on the excellent tailoring of Darcy's and Bingley's coats, and pointing out the many creations by her daughters that adorned the walls, just as Darcy had surmised. Mrs. Bennet's character was not a difficult one to sketch. Bingley was charmed. Darcy was ready to suggest they take their leave when Miss Elizabeth entered the room. He noted that her fingers were stained with ink, and she attempted to cover them in the folds of her skirt. Vanity, Or had she been doing something her parents would find objectionable? The room had become crowded. Once the tea tray appeared, Mr. Bennet rose. "Mr. Bennet, stay and have a cup of tea before you retire back into your study, or I shall not have the pleasure of seeing you all day." Mrs. Bennet tapped her fan against his arm playfully. She was a handsome woman. While she was certainly not her husband's equal in station or intellect, it was obvious that she was a doting mother and an attentive wife. Sir Nick considered the match a foolish one, but Mr. Bennet did not appear unhappy. "Thank you, my dear, but these young gentlemen did not come here to call on me, and the accounts will not review themselves." It was just as Darcy feared. One call, and already there were expectations. He was tempted to correct Mr. Bennet, for he had intended to call on him. Bingley cleared his throat. "If I may, Mr. Bennet, I would very much like to invite you and your family to a small soirée I'm hosting 3 days hence, on Monday. I would be most gratified if you would come with your charming wife and daughters." Darcy nearly swallowed his tongue. Bingley had made no mention of hosting a party. Mrs. Bennet clapped her hands and squealed, making plain her desire to attend. The younger girls looked at their father hopefully. Mr. Bennet took in the sight with a knowing twinkle in his eye. "My wife, along with our 2 eldest daughters, are pleased to accept your hospitality, Mr. Bingley. My youngest are not yet out in society, though I imagine that I shall hear several arguments in favour of them making their debuts between now and Monday evening." "Not from me," Miss Mary rebutted. Over the other 2 girls' protests, Bingley assured their father, "It is nothing more than a few select friends. My own sisters will be there, as will Darcy?" His pleading manner made Darcy's acceptance an obligatory one. Blast him. Now Darcy had to ensure that Mr. Bennet accepted, or risk being surrounded by Bennet females the entirety of the evening. Darcy felt too many pairs of eyes on him, including the scrutiny of an astute gentleman with trained perceptions examining him. Or maybe that was Miss Elizabeth. Darcy dared not look in her direction. Any hesitation in his manners, or slip of his semblance, and they would know his thoughts about Bingley's impromptu invitation. He slipped his lips upward into a well-practised smile that pinched his eyes. "I would be honoured to be included in your party, Bingley." "All the same, Mary, Kitty and Lydia shall remain behind with their governess." Mrs. Bennet's gleaming eyes took in the sight of Bingley, staring at Miss Bennet like a mooncalf. What followed were more claps from Mrs. Bennet, and more ill-concealed pouts from the 2 youngest Bennet daughters. Darcy's skin still prickled with alertness. Someone watched him. When he finally dared to look, his eyes locked with Miss Elizabeth's. "How fares your cat, Mr. Darcy?" "It is not my cat." "Does it reside with you?" "Only until I find it another home." "Does it have a name, or shall I continue to refer to the poor unwanted creature as it or cat?" Such a conversation could not be taken seriously, nor was there anything calculating or flirtatious in Miss Elizabeth's behaviour. She seemed genuinely interested in the mangy animal. "My sister suggested Emperor Claude." "What a clever name! A dignified feline must have a worthy name." "Dignified is not a word I would have thought to apply to Claude." "You mean His Royal Highness, the Emperor Claude?" Darcy smiled. "Right, the title must not be omitted." She leaned closer, dropping her tone to a conspiratorial whisper. "I am not an expert on felines by any means, but the cat resembles the Blue Russians, favoured by Catherine the Great. He might be of noble birth." Darcy would not be convinced, but Miss Elizabeth was not finished persuading. "It is the perfect solution. His royal emperorship only requires you to take him to his rightful residence at the palace." An image of the beast climbing the walls of Carlton House, so that he might better look condescendingly down on the Prince Regent, conjured such a ridiculous image it was laughable. The room fell silent. Good heavens, he had not laughed that loud. And yet all the Bennets looked between him and Miss Elizabeth with knowing expressions. Even Bingley grinned at him. Blast! This was going to be much harder than Darcy had anticipated. Chapter 8. Elizabeth made certain to engage Mr. Bingley in conversation in the same manner as she had Mr. Darcy, indicating no preference, and suggesting that, in fact, she favoured neither of them more than any other gentleman in town. That Mr. Darcy, though, he made her heart flutter. She shook her head at her foolishness. Yes, he was handsome and well-spoken. His smile sent shivers through her, and the memory of his strong, muscled arm. Gracious, this line of thinking was not helping at all. She resisted the urge to fan her face, and instead turned away from the door through which Mr. Darcy had departed. Lydia and Kitty had renewed their vigorous protests the second the front door closed behind the gentlemen callers. What had been a hum in the background now came more clearly into focus. "I am 15 and quite mature for my age," stated Lydia. Papa blinked at her incredulously. Mary opened a book and resumed reading. Mamma shushed her youngest daughter. "Until Jane and Lizzie marry, you will stay home and add to your accomplishments." "Jane and Lizzie? Well, that is unfair," Papa remarked under his breath. "Says the mature girl of 15 years. Kitty made an effort to sound older, while attempting to further her childish argument. "Surely that is not entirely reasonable. Jane has already had 3 seasons. "That means nothing." Elizabeth would not allow Jane to be dragged into this argument. "Her 3rd season is not yet over," Mary remarked, from behind her book. Kitty's nostrils flared, but she kept her temper in check. "Thank you, Mary, but even you must admit that it is almost June, and the season is nearing its end. All the young men will be leaving town to hunt come autumn." "Or as soon as next month, when the weather becomes intolerable, and the Thames is a nasty, stinky mess," Lydia added petulantly. Papa kissed Mamma's forehead. "I will leave you to it, my dear. I really must return to the books." Mamma, as always, beamed at his affection and endearments. Elizabeth remembered when things were different some years ago. Although she did not know what had happened to change their relationship, she was grateful for it. Perhaps age had helped, or maybe it had been their family's migration into town. Given a clear purpose, Mamma addressed Kitty and Lydia directly and firmly. "I am decided, girls. You will allow your eldest sisters their seasons, and you will be content to wait your turns. I suggest that you pay attention and learn from them." Lydia crossed her arms over her chest with a huff. "Learn from them? Neither one is married. I shall have at least a dozen proposals in my 1st season." Mamma snapped her fan closed, a signal that Lydia was one wrong word away from having her knuckles rapped. The girl poked out her lip, but she dropped her arms to her side and straightened her slouched posture. "I will not allow you to marry beneath our station, Lydia. I did not marry up, only to have my daughters married down. If only the right people would include us in their circles." That was a sore subject with Mamma, who did not understand why the gentle class excluded her daughters. Had she not married a gentleman of good birth and breeding? It was true that she had learned to temper her manners somewhat, and had made considerable efforts to ensure her own daughters were raised and educated properly. However, Mamma had not been born into the gentle class. She was not demure, patient, or artful in her devices. As difficult as the connection made their seasons, Elizabeth could not fault Mamma for being honest, and eager for her daughters to be happy in the only way she knew. She wrapped her arms around her mother, and planted a kiss on her cheek. Mamma huffed and returned the embrace. "Oh, we do not need their fancy parties. All my girls have been blessed with beauty, and each of you has a dowry worthy of a lady of your station. As to connections, well, your many accomplishments make up for what you lack. Did you not see how impressed Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley were by your paintings and embroidery?" Elizabeth thought she had seen Mr. Darcy's eyes glaze over at the sight of so many frames, although at least Mr. Bingley seemed rather taken with at least one portrait in the room. Would that she could have read Mr. Darcy's mind. What did he think of them, of her? He gave the impression of aloofness, perhaps haughtiness, but that might well be explained by a lingering embarrassment at having been seen running through the park and appearing in a torn coat and shirt-sleeve. She had wanted Mr. Darcy to understand that he need not feel ashamed. Society was oftentimes too stuffy for her taste. She had brought up the cat to put him at ease. For a moment it had worked. Mamma spread out her fan. "And now we have had the good fortune of securing the attention of 2 eligible wealthy gentlemen. I heard from Mrs. Jenkins that Mr. Bingley's family is from the north. They made their fortune in the mills, and his father raised him as a gentleman with a good education and the means to establish an estate of his own." "How does she explain why our paths have not crossed until now?" asked Kitty. Mrs. Jenkins was the fount of all mostly reliable gossip, so it was no surprise when Mamma was ready with an answer. "Attending to family business, according to Mrs. Jenkins. If there was a young lady he preferred up there, she did not know of one. So you see, Jane, he is quite available." Jane blushed beet red. Elizabeth sought to turn Mamma's attention away from Jane before she began planning wedding clothes. "What of his sisters?" "His eldest sister recently married a fashionable gentleman with a house on Grosvenor Square, but her success, according to Mrs. Jenkins, has quite gone to her head. I thought I noticed as much when we saw her yesterday, sitting on the seat of her fancy phaeton. Well, if she's so clever, why was she driving her sister around the park without her husband, who ought to have been there to proudly display his bride?" "What did she say of the other one?" Lydia asked hungrily. She loved to hear anything from Mrs. Jenkins. "Miss Bingley gives herself airs. She has forgotten her place, and the effect is most disagreeable. Those were Mrs. Jenkins' exact words." "If she is so disagreeable, why does the temps endure her company?" Kitty wondered. Mamma bunched her cheeks and sighed. "Well, she has the dowry of an heiress." Mary set down her book. "Money covers a multitude of sins. I would rather marry a poor man than one who marries me for my dowry." "Oh, so long as he is not too poor, dear," Mamma corrected. Despite her usual dislike of gossip, Elizabeth could not suppress her curiosity. "Did Mrs. Jenkins say anything about Mr. Darcy?" Mamma fluttered her fan. "Oh, did he? He's quite the favourite among the first circles, but he has yet to find a young lady to turn his head." She clapped and squealed. "Until my Lizzie! I told Mrs. Jenkins that you made a favourable impression on Mr. Darcy." "Oh, no, Mamma, you did not. You made no mention of his dash through the park, or his torn sleeve, I pray. He would be mortified. If he heard of it, he would trace it back to us, and he would have every reason to avoid us." Mamma tapped her fan gently against Elizabeth's arm. "You do not have to repeat yourself, dear. I was as silent as a church mouse. I merely told her that you made him laugh. When I tell her about your cosy little chat just now in the parlour, she will believe me when I say that you stand a chance. Oh, Lizzie, he is from a highly respected family. His mother was a viscountess. A viscountess, Lizzie. His estate in Derbyshire has been in the family since William the Conqueror. Mrs. Jenkins says he owns half of the shire." "Oh, he is filthy rich," Lydia exclaimed. Mamma snapped her fan in warning. "It is one thing to think it, Lydia, but you must never say so aloud. It is considered vulgar." Then she turned to Jane. "According to Mrs. Jenkins, a friendship with Mr. Darcy is highly desirable in London society." Her implication regarding Mr. Bingley was clear, and Jane's blush returned. Elizabeth was reassured to hear that the 2 gentlemen had no known strikes against their characters. But there was something about Mr. Darcy. Had she not seen him smile, she would have thought him stuffy and pretentious. Had she not seen him climb up the side of the tree at a full run, she would have believed him above such exertions. When he was not smiling or rescuing a cat, he was serious and difficult to read. She wondered if he had secrets. She bet he did, and she itched to know what they were. Darcy paced in his study. This was a disaster. Thanks to his group of informants and Lawrence's invaluable assistance, He knew enough about Mr. Bennet's habits and routines to coincidentally meet him at his club, or at a bookshop, or at his preferred coffee shop. Now that they were known to each other, Mr. Bennet's suspicions would not be so easily aroused, were they to chance upon each other's path. Darcy could have protected him at a distance. Lamentably, Bingley had ruined that plan, as had that blatant gossiper, Mrs. Jenkins. According to Lawrence, Mr. Bennet and half the town population believed Darcy to be interested in Miss Elizabeth. This was precisely why he preferred to investigate at night, and without the involvement of other people. People spoiled everything. Darcy worked better alone. Richard walked over to the window seat where Claude, they had deemed Emperor Claude to be too long, was stretched out napping in the afternoon sun. "He appears comfortable." Richard reached out to stroke the cat, but thought better of it. Darcy grunted. He sat at his desk, his head in his hands, nursing a growing headache. "It is a pity Claude did not take more of a liking to the tree in Hyde Park, or else you might have left him there without a pang of conscience." Darcy let Richard drivel on. He had bigger problems than his temporary house guest. "How was Georgiana today?" "Well, she was in good spirits. She inquired about the young ladies we met in the park yesterday." Darcy pinched the back of his neck. "I never meant for her to see the Bennets." "Oh, you always assume the worst. Sir Nick might have exaggerated. Emotion often clouds better judgment." "Assuming the worst is how we stay alive. And you cannot tell me that at least one of Mr. Bennet's daughters does not know about his activities." Richard's eyebrows arched. "You refer to Miss Elizabeth." He left the cat alone, moving to the chair opposite Darcy's. "I found her charming, and I know you too well. Admit it. You agree with me." Darcy glared at him. "She is part of our mission and nothing more. You said it yourself. Emotion clouds judgment. I'm indifferent to her. Stop smirking, Rich." Had there been anything on top of Darcy's desk, he would have hurled it at his obnoxious cousin. The fact that there was no such object at hand only soured Darcy's mood further. "You hate deception, yet you lie to yourself easily enough. What do you plan to do about Bingley? He has developed a reputation for falling in love at the blink of an eye. I had quite the conversation with Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley. Evidently they helped him escape the clutches of 2 fortune hunters only recently." Darcy sighed. "Bingley is an easy target. We must protect him as much as we can." He clenched his fists. "Nevertheless, he is our best bridge to the Bennets. He invited them to his soirée on Monday. Convenient for us, but potentially complicated. We must keep the damage at a minimum. Redouble your efforts, Rich, and I shall do the same. Lawrence is talking with the servants. If Mr. Bennet is indeed in danger, we shall discover the source within the week." "1 week?" "We must." This whole situation made Darcy exceedingly uncomfortable. The sooner they were done with the Bennets, the sooner he could present the evidence to Sir Nick, and move on to another assignment more suited to his skills. An assignment away from Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Chapter 9. After 3 days without so much as a hint of trouble, Darcy was convinced that Sir Nick's fears regarding Mr. Bennet were unfounded. In 1 hour, if Richard confirmed that nothing notable or suspicious had transpired during his watch, Darcy would present his case to Sir Nick. Before Bingley's soirée, before he would be in the company of the Bennets again, before he would see her. He would send his apologies, of course. A dreadful headache would suffice, or whatever affair his man of business could conjure, requiring Darcy's immediate attention. Monday was the perfect day to attend to business. In fact, every Monday, Mr. Bennet frequented Old Slaughter's coffee house at St. Martin's Lane. There he met with the man who would take that week's puzzle to print at the newspaper, Mr. Robert Dobbs, and they would both stay approximately 2 hours, playing chess at the same table Benjamin Franklin had been known to play at some 50 years prior. According to the waiter Darcy had questioned, Dobbs would drink coffee with cream and fine Lisbon sugar, while Mr. Bennet drank tea, no sugar. It suited him. Coffee was too excitable a drink for one so dedicated to placidity. Having a strategy in place and a few minutes to spare, Darcy jogged up the front steps of Matlock House. From the entrance, he heard Georgiana practising one of the new arrangements he had brought for her. In no time at all she would master it. She was a gifted musician, true, but what he admired most about his sister was the determination with which she undertook a new task, a Darcy trait to be sure. Father would be proud, as would their mother. Darcy leaned against the door frame at the entrance of the music room, his heart bursting with a pride all his own. He had secured the best tutors and most capable masters to instruct Georgiana. Her education had in no way been neglected, and Darcy had ensured that she was always in good company, and whose company could be better than that of their own family? "I sense you behind me, brother," Georgiana said, her fingers still on the keys, playing softly. There was that Darcy intuition. He had not thought it possible to feel more pride, but there it was. "How did you know it was me?" "Aunt and uncle never interrupt my practice. My cousins do not hesitate to do so, and Richard makes a great deal more noise when he enters a room." She spun around on the bench to face him. "That leaves only you." He smiled, pleased all the more, when she moved over on the bench to make space for him. His right hand took position over the familiar keys, the notes of a song he had not thought of in many years. It astonished him that he remembered it at all, shocking both himself and Georgiana when he began playing. It was a simple melody their mother had taught him when he was a small boy, and which he later taught Georgiana when he was on holiday from school. She joined him, playing the left to his right, without a single error. The song finished, and for a brief moment her head hovered so near his shoulder, he wished she might rest it there. His chest and throat felt tight, for reasons he dared not name. "I'm glad you came." She smiled at him in a way that convinced him that she meant it. These were the times when he hated his work, and resented the vow he had made. His unease returned in full force, and he now felt awkward sitting beside his sister. "I'm always happy to see you." He cleared his throat, hoping she would credit his gravelly voice to a cold. A dimple flashed in her cheek, and she glanced at the door, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Uncle is cross because the prince keeps changing the date of his grand party. He says we ought to have stayed longer in the country." "And what do you think?" She seemed surprised that he asked her opinion, but she did not take long to give it. This did not surprise Darcy, considering how long she had lived under Lady Matlock's influence. "People whisper about the prince's extravagance and fickleness. If he is so easily influenced, I cannot think it wise to leave him prey to those who would influence him for their own selfish devices. I am glad Aunt convinced Uncle to attend, for at least I know the prince shall have one honest gentleman nearby." That sounded exactly like what Lady Matlock would say. It certainly explained why Uncle had decided to accept the prince's invitation, when so many of the royal family had declined to attend. Darcy turned the conversation back to Georgiana. "Are you content to be here?" "Of course. How could I not be, when you have called every day since our arrival?" Another pang of guilt. "Besides that, I'm excited to see the fireworks. We shall have a lovely view from Uncle's terrace, and Aunt has promised that she will tell us all about the decorations and the gowns." She stiffened her posture, creating more distance between them. "But that is enough about me. You always do that, you know. You inquire about me, and it is not until after you depart that I realise that I have learned nothing about you. Not today. I am on to your trick, brother." Darcy's pulse raced, but he covered it with a laugh. When had she become so insightful? "I am caught red-handed. You are too clever, Georgie." "I like it when you and Richard call me that. Speaking of which, have you settled on a name for the cat?" "How do you know the cat is still with me?" Georgiana picked a fluff of fur off Darcy's sleeve and held it up to him with a widening grin. Too clever by half. Darcy could not be prouder, nor could he be more troubled. As much as he hated to do so, he must be extra cautious around his sister. "So, have you given him a name?" she repeated. Richard seems to have decided upon an abbreviated version of your suggestion, Emperor Claude, and calls him Claude. I don't address the beast at all. I would rather not name a cat I have no intention of keeping."
"So you say, and yet he still resides with you."
Miss Elizabeth had used the same argument. "Only until I can find a more suitable place for him."
She pursed her lips together thoughtfully, then said, "He has the look of royalty about him, like Catherine the Great's famed palace cats. I ought to suggest to Aunt that she take the cat to the palace for the prince's fete."
The similarity of her reaction to Miss Elizabeth stunned him. "The prince can have him."
"Have you seen that family from the park again? They seem very happy in each other's company."
Darcy was not prepared for this sudden shift to a topic he had hoped to avoid. He had not said Miss Elizabeth's name aloud, had he? "The Bennets?" he asked, to gain time and gather his thoughts.
"Is that their name? Do we know their family? I wonder if Aunt would recognise the name."
The last thing Darcy needed was for his sister to befriend any of the Bennets. "Likely not. Mr. Bennet is a country gentleman with a small estate in Hertfordshire. He has few connections, and his wife has none."
Georgiana frowned. "How dreadful! I'm already nervous about making my debut when it is time, but I cannot imagine entering society without Aunt Helen and my cousins to help me."
The Bennets' position was precarious. They offered no advantage to the ton, so higher society would have nothing to do with them. Nor could they associate freely with the nouveau riche tradesmen without encouraging the ton's scorn.
"They seemed like lovely young ladies, from what I could observe from the curricle. Perhaps, if you find their association appropriate, you might introduce us. I might help them, and I would very much like to have more friends."
Blast! This did not suit at all. "You have many friends."
"I have my cousins and their closest friends, but I would very much like to have some friends of my own."
The uncertainty in her eyes was Darcy's undoing. His sister should not feel that she needed to ask for his permission to make friends, though he would do everything in his power to ensure that the friends she made were of the finest quality. He could not rightly include the Bennets in this group until they were cleared of danger. Perhaps not even then. Good God, when had he become the loathsome ogre guarding the princess in the tower? Fortunately, Georgiana did not insist, or Darcy did not know what he might have promised. He had difficulty denying her anything. Riddled with guilt and a medley of newfound faults, Darcy took his leave. St. Martin's Lane was only a 30-minute walk away, the sidewalks were dry, and Darcy craved the exercise. Focus, Darcy, focus. Now was not the time to mull over his own troubles. He had a mission, and the more attention he gave it, the sooner it would be accomplished. His first undertaking on receiving his new assignment had been to ascertain, to the best of his ability, Mr. Bennet's character. Darcy wished to determine if the gentleman was as blameless as Sir Nick claimed him to be. According to Lawrence, Bennet's servants spoke highly of him. He did not frequent the clubs, preferring his own bookroom. Nor did the records Darcy secured from Mr. Bennet's bank reveal any inconsistency. His wealth had accumulated slowly, and had multiplied over the years during the war, until it no longer seemed out of place that a country gentleman with so many daughters, and an estate that did not provide in excess, should allow them a fashionable residence in town, modest dowries for his daughters, and pin money enough to indulge his wife. Mr. Bennet was a man of very little ambition, if indeed he possessed any at all. Had he begun to amass a greater fortune sooner, Darcy could have credited him with being an interested father, improving his daughter's prospects when it became apparent that no heir would be born. But he had not. All 5 had been born, and it had been a few years past the birth of the youngest before he had made his first improvement to the property or investment in his ledgers. The timing corresponded perfectly with the year Sir Nick recruited Mr. Bennet into the agency. The master decoder must have made an agreement with Mrs. Bennet, as her spending, which Darcy could not fail to note had largely gone uncontrolled at Longbourn, never surpassed a certain amount in town. Darcy supposed that her brother, Mr. Edward Gardner, might have played a significant role in that. Mr. Gardner was a man of business, successful in more enterprises than not. He had access to the finest goods and antiquities at the best prices, a boon to a woman like Mrs. Bennet, whose spending would always be troublesome. Mr. Bennet had no ambitions to wealth. He would not be swayed by money. He did not care enough to be bought. Nor did he seem power-hungry. He barely exercised sufficient authority over his own household to wish for more. Mr. Bennet was a gentleman of property, but his lack of social ambition had led him to neglect cultivating the friendships that would have given his family greater access to society. He had married, fathered a bevy of females, and had seemed perfectly content to stay isolated in the country. Their move to town had been Mrs. Bennet's doing, and he seemed content to let her carry the burden of their introductions, a task for which she was wholly unqualified. Knowledge and books seemed to be Mr. Bennet's sole motivation. Not one day passed without a visit to one of London's many bookshops. He was, as Sir Nick had called him, a keen intellect, a thinker rather than a doer. Sir Nick patted himself on the back for saving his friend from an unstimulated existence, but as undeniable as the improvement to their family's situation was, a man with 5 daughters to protect ought never to have been offered a place in the agency. Darcy's situation was different. He was Georgiana's guardian, not her father, and he had been recruited years before he came into that role. Georgiana was happy with their aunt and uncle. She was safe, and every mission he accepted brought them closer to the end of this wretched war. Chapter 10. Darcy stopped to look through the thick glass of a shop front. Before him, ladies and gentlemen sipped their beverages and conversed at small round tables. His attention, however, was fixed on the reflection in the glass. Nobody was following him. Mr. Bennet appeared in his periphery, which meant that Richard would also be nearby. Mr. Bennet entered the coffee-house. Darcy waited until another customer neared the door. Slipping inside, he made his way to the back of the room, where an empty table was tucked behind a spiral staircase. If Mr. Bennet saw him, it was no matter, but Darcy preferred to observe unnoticed. Mr. Bennet sat with a man of usual height and medium build, brown hair of an indeterminate shade, and bland features. A forgettable face, for a forgettable man, though Mr. Robert Dobbs did his best to assume importance. Darcy knew him. He imagined that most of the agents did. Dobbs was the sort of man who thought himself clever for dreaming up conspiracies. A great deal of information crossed over his desk, and he had a special talent for piecing them together like a mismatched quilt, spinning stories that terrified and delighted his neighbours. Had any of his conspiracies proved to be true, he would have posed a real threat, but he was a storyteller and nothing more. He did not look at all well today. He panted for breath as though he had run to his appointment. Several times he dabbed his pale face with his handkerchief and coughed into the cloth. He did not attempt to rise when Mr. Bennet joined him, which was for the best. Darcy doubted he could stand on his own. He did, however, reach into his left breast pocket to offer Mr. Bennet a pinch of snuff. The waiter arrived just then, balancing several steaming cups on the platter he carried on his shoulder. Without slopping a drop, he deposited 2 cups on the table. Mr. Bennet and Dobbs nodded and muttered, and the waiter left. Looking about him with feverish eyes, Dobbs reached into his other pocket, pulled something out of it, and slid it over the surface to Mr. Bennet. A piece of paper. Now this was an interesting development. Darcy hoped Richard was still nearby. It was too loud inside the busy coffee-house to overhear any distinct word. Darcy focused on the movement of Dobbs's lips, but it was difficult to distinguish words when the man coughed and struggled to breathe. Why was he here? Was the message he gave to Mr. Bennet so important, at least in his own mind, that he could not stay in bed? A group of 4 passed by the table on their way out, blocking Darcy's view temporarily. The piece of paper was gone by the time they had passed. Drat! Once again a fit of coughs overtook Dobbs. Mr. Bennet pushed his companion's coffee closer, urging him to drink.
No sooner had Dobbs managed to raise the cup to his lips than he lurched against the table, shattering the cups and saucers and staining the tablecloth. Conversation stopped, heads turned, and seconds crawled as a confused hush fell over the room. Darcy caught Dobbs before he hit the ground, easing him to his back. "Mr. Darcy?" Mr. Bennet gasped through his shock. He sat as still as a statue, his complexion as pale as marble. "Are you going to help this gentleman?" "Yes." Dobbs tried to speak, but only choking sounds came from his mouth. Darcy loosened his neckcloth, but it was no use. Dobbs's rigid breath rose in one final crescendo. Then he fell deathly quiet. The coffee cup was in pieces, leaving no clue. No one in the crowd displayed an unexpected reaction. A few tried to leave, but their haste appeared to be inspired by fright rather than guilt. Mr. Bennet attempted to stand, only to fall back in his chair. "Noddy said this could happen. He said it could, and now it has." Richard took him by the shoulders and helped him up. "Come with me, Mr. Bennet. I shall see you to a safe place." Mr. Bennet narrowed his eyes. "Are you here to help you home?" "Yes, I am. Come with me, sir. All will be well. Just stay close to me." Mr. Bennet looked between Darcy and Richard, his eyes slowly sharpening. "You both are?" "Friends, Mr. Bennet. We are your friends." Darcy hated to use that word, but he needed Mr. Bennet to trust him and Richard before he drew more attention to them. Addressing Richard in a low tone, Darcy said, "Keep watch on his house, but do not go inside. It would only upset the ladies. I will stay here to learn what might be discovered." Richard took his orders like a soldier from his general. He must have been shaken. Dobbs's death changed everything. Already his lips were turning blue. Consumption? Darcy pried the handkerchief from Dobbs's hand. No blood. Pneumonia, then. Perhaps. Dobbs's eyes were still open, thin green circles surrounding exaggeratedly large pupils. Poison. Drat! If only some liquid had been conserved in the coffee cup. Darcy patted Dobbs's pockets. "Has he no medicine?" he asked aloud, though he knew it was already too late. Finding nothing obviously out of place, Darcy had to content himself with his cursory search. Had Dobbs not passed in such a public place, Darcy would have rifled through his pockets thoroughly for clues. Here he would be called a thief. Gently, he rested Dobbs's head on the floor and stood. "Someone summon the hue and cry. Is there a doctor or a surgeon present?" A young man rushed forward to assist. He was a student at the surgeon's college. He would do. Another man from the same table offered to go to the Bow Street runners. Good, that was done. Next, Darcy motioned for the waiter who had served their table. He asked who might have had access to the coffee pot and cup. He would need to interview the kitchen staff before the inspector arrived, while they were still in shock, and before their own thoughts clouded their judgment. In these cases, first impressions were always best. Several witnesses agreed with the young surgeon in training that Mr. Dobbs had been remarkably short of breath, and that he had coughed several times. He declared the cause of death a disease of the lungs, most likely pneumonia. Dobbs had no family. His body would be carted to the surgeon's college. One of the instructors was an old friend of Darcy's father, and Darcy would ensure that he performed the autopsy. He would be able to tell Darcy if anything of note was found in Dobbs's pockets, and if Darcy's opinion was confirmed. Shortness of breath, a cough, excessive sweat, dilated pupils, all were hallmarks of poison. He believed Mr. Dobbs had been murdered. If so, had the poison been intended for Mr. Bennet? It seemed apparent that Sir Nick may have been right. Deadly right. Chapter 11. Mother wrapped another ribbon around the bodice of Jane's gown. "This adds a nice touch. Just a bit more to draw attention." Jane's cheeks reddened. Elizabeth bit back her laughter. Their mother had calmed considerably from the more aggressive tactics she proclaimed necessary to catch a good match.
Unfortunately, she still had difficulty understanding why Jane would not wish to attract a husband with her physical features rather than her character. Elizabeth gestured toward Jane's window overlooking their small garden, which was currently bursting with blooms. What better way to draw attention to Jane than for her to wear blossoms in her hair? Then perhaps he will notice the beauty of her mind. Mary, what do you think? Mary, recently returned from her beloved orphans, sat quietly reading in the corner. At the mention of her name, she glanced over the top of the pages. Surely Jane's character would display to greatest advantage if she is surrounded by the cultivation of her own hands. Mamma was neither impressed nor persuaded. She cinched the ribbon tighter and considered adding a brooch. Elizabeth gave Mary a pleading look. To Mary's credit, she understood its meaning. Setting her book down on the window seat, she walked over to Jane, inspecting her appearance, in the serious manner that only Mary of all the sisters could project. After looking at Jane from all angles for several seconds, Mary declared firmly, "Her hair must be braided and curled around flowers. Let the other ladies wear their lace and ruffles. Jane will look like a queen, with the best of nature's beauty worn like a crown." Dear Mary. Elizabeth blew her a kiss when their mother was not looking. With a small smile of acknowledgement and a satisfied skip to her step, Mary returned to her seat and her book. Mamma pulled the curls up around Jane's face. "A queen! Yes, Mr. Bingley will like that." She gave specific instructions to the maid about Jane's coiffure. Before Elizabeth had fully congratulated herself for persuading their mother not to drown them in frills, Mamma turned to her. "And the ribbons will not go to waste, for Lizzie shall wear them, and the lace besides." Elizabeth grimaced. She preferred clean lines and simple elegance. Lamentably, Mary was already engrossed in her book, and had missed the exchange completely. The butler knocked and entered then, with an invitation, distracting Mamma when she saw a folded envelope of fine, thick quality paper, sealed with red wax beneath it. It was addressed to Papa. She raised it to the light of the window, but the paper was too thick to see anything through it. More was the pity. Now they were all curious, except Mary, whose nose remained firmly planted in her book. Elizabeth made certain to be downstairs to present the message to Papa the moment he returned home. She had no sooner opened her copy of Evelina when the front door opened. "Papa, how was the book?" Elizabeth stopped short. Her father was ashen, and his breath came in raspy shivers. "Papa, are you well?" She rushed to his side and pressed her hand against his damp forehead. His skin was cool. He pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed at his face, forcing a smile. "It is dreadfully warm out of doors, that is all." Elizabeth looked behind him to see a carriage pull away. It was not a hackney, nor did she recognise the conveyance. He must have seen her incredulity. He emitted an exaggerated sigh as he collapsed into a chair in the front parlour and pulled out his pipe. "The book I had my heart set on did not arrive today, after all." The clever gleam in his eye was back, and Elizabeth calmed enough to tease him in return. "'Tis a pity. How can a gentleman endure such disappointment?" He gestured at his dishevelled appearance. "As you can see, not very well, I fear. I've been taking solace in the prospect of reading a good book, in recompense for an evening of socialising and insipid conversation." That earned a smile. "Oh, Papa, you are incorrigible. I hope you will be kinder to Mr. Darcy this evening." His eyes sharpened, and his voice snapped. "Yes, we should all take care of men such as him." What did that mean? Elizabeth was about to inquire, but Papa saw the envelope clutched in her hand. "What is that?" "Only a message delivered earlier for you." She handed it to him. He opened it, read the paper in a glance, and immediately crumpled the page. "Is it distressing news?" she asked. "It is nothing of import, child." As though to prove his point, he tossed the wadded paper into the fireplace. Elizabeth felt grateful it was too warm for the fires to be burning. Perhaps she could retrieve the paper once her father left the room. He turned to her, rubbing his hands against his legs and rising to stand.
I fancy a respite from town. How would you like to return to Longbourn, Lizzie?"
"For Jane's sake as much as my own, I would love nothing better."
"Good. Then we shall leave immediately. I shall inform Mrs. Bennet."
"Now? Oh, surely you have not forgotten Mr. Bingley's soirée, Papa." He frowned again and rubbed his fingers against his chin. "Papa, is something wrong?" Something must have happened while he was out, and she was now certain that the crumpled message troubled him. She looked into the grate, wishing she could see what was written on the page. Feeling her father's gaze on her, she turned her head to meet his eyes, and realised her mistake. He walked to the fireplace, picked up the wadded paper, and without a word, he took it with him into his study. Although her curiosity tempted her to slip into the room once he left it, Elizabeth simply could not betray his trust in such a way. With a resigned sigh, she returned upstairs to endure the ministrations and counsel of her mother until it was nearly time to depart for Mr. Bingley's residence. They all gathered in the front parlour, Kitty and Lydia having stayed up to see them off, well past their usual time to retire. In truth, they often found reason to do so, much to the consternation of their governess. Papa's humour seemed restored. Perhaps the earlier upset had been nothing. He sat back in his chair, his legs stretched out before him, the image of languid relaxation, with not a speck of the ashen worry she had seen earlier. Puffing on his pipe, he gestured at Mamma. "You are as beautiful as our girls, my dear. I shall have to stand near you, lest Mr. Bingley take a fancy to you." Mamma waved him off, her cheeks pink with pleasure. "Oh, Mr. Bennet!" She filled his glass from the decanter. "Can we not depart yet, dearest?" he asked. Mamma checked the clock, nibbling on her lips in her nervous manner. "Another 5 minutes should be perfect." "God forbid we arrive on time," Papa chuckled. "We shall not arrive late, only just on time." He arched his brow. "Is the difference very important?" Mamma heaved an exasperated sigh. "It means the difference between being overlooked and being noticed." "Jane will be noticed. She looks angelic." Kitty fussed over the perfect flowers Sarah had weaved into Jane's hair, and then she turned to Elizabeth with a sympathetic expression. "Lizzie shall be noticed too." Lydia guffawed. "She cannot help but be." Elizabeth would love nothing more than to go unnoticed this evening, but her sisters were right. With all the lace draped around her sleeves and the top of her bodice, Elizabeth felt ridiculously garish. Maybe Mr. Darcy would have a headache and decide not to attend. One could hope. "I am of a mind to quit London." Papa took another puff of his pipe. His eyes had their usual teasing glint, so it was impossible to tell if he was serious or not. If his intention was to vex Mamma, it worked. "Mr. Bennet, how can you suggest such a thing, and just when the girls have secured suitors?" She pulled out her fan, her curls and the lace of her cap fluttering in the frantic breeze. "Suitors, you say? Did they not meet the gentleman only once in the park? That sounds more like a recent acquaintance, hardly a suitor." "Mr. Bingley invited us to his house. That is not the treatment of a gentleman who only wishes for a passing acquaintance." "Nor does a dinner invitation deem him a suitor. Is that all it takes these days? It is a wonder there are any unmarried gentlemen to be found." Mamma plopped her hands on her hips. "How can we expect either Mr. Bingley or Mr. Darcy to become suitors unless they are allowed to spend time with the girls? What do you say to that, Mr. Bennet?" Papa took her hand in his. "I will remind you that it only took one look and a dance for me to become wholly enamoured of you." "Nonsense. Your father made you choose a bride from the Meryton Assembly, and I happened to be there." It had not been quite so simple as that, but close enough for Papa not to object. "How fortunate for me that you were there then, and so fetching in a yellow gown." "It was pink," Mamma objected, along with Kitty and Lydia, who had heard the story many times. "You could have worn any colour, and I still would have picked you." Mamma was as pleased as Punch, but she would not allow Papa to distract her.
Mr. Bingley will not be able to look away from our Janey, and Lizzie is most becoming in green."
Lydia pouted.
"I look better in green than Lizzie does."
"You do not," Kitty objected. "You are too pale for green."
"She can wear green if she wishes," Mamma consoled Lydia.
Kitty mumbled,
"Only if she wishes to appear ill."
Lydia cast Kitty such a look as was meant to silence her, but Kitty was too confident in her knowledge of colour to bend. Again, Papa removed his pipe from his mouth.
"It has been particularly warm this summer, and the air in town is miasmic. I do not wish for any of my girls to fall ill, therefore I suggest that we go to the country."
Mamma responded to Papa's statement with a resounding,
"No! How can you consider it, Mr. Bennet?"
Papa leaned forward in his chair.
"I trust nobody has proposed yet?"
"Of course not. And how can the gentleman propose if we whisk the girls away from under their noses?"
"Absence makes the heart grow fonder."
"Absence makes the heart forgetful," Mamma countered.
Papa clucked his tongue.
"You have it all wrong, my dear. These young men like a challenge. If we take the girls to Longbourn, we would be providing them with the opportunity to give chase."
"Like foxes in the hunt," Elizabeth teased.
"I would not like to be chased like a fox," opined Kitty.
"I do not wish to be chased at all, not by a hound or a man," Mary stated. Lydia shimmied in her chair.
I would make the best vixen."
Papa fixed a level gaze on her.
"Which is precisely why you will remain in the schoolroom until your older sisters are settled. It will take all my energy and your mother's as well as a stalwart companion to see you safely wed. I already pay your governess more than I should."
Lydia grinned, taking his comment as a compliment. Elizabeth hated to think what might have become of her youngest sister had her education been neglected. Papa tamped out his pipe and stood.
"Very well, we shall enjoy Mr. Bingley's soirée this evening, but we shall travel to Longbourn on the morrow."
Elizabeth's resolve not to search for the crinkled message went up in smoke. Had they not been about to walk out the door, she would have marched up to Papa's study that same moment.
"Unthinkable!" exclaimed Mamma. "We must return Mr. Bingley's hospitality. I plan to invite him and his charming sisters to dine here with us."
"Have you already sent them invitations?"
Papa asked. "No, I could not very well do so until after tonight."
"Good. In that case nobody is the wiser, and we may depart for Longbourn on the morrow."
Papa tucked his pipe into his pocket and held his arm out to Mamma.
"Is it time?"
She took his arm, but her eyebrows furrowed, and her lips were pinched in visible dismay.
"Can we not leave next week, after our dinner?"
Papa stopped in the entrance hall, with a glance back at Jane and Elizabeth. His eyes twinkled mischievously.
"Let us compromise."
"Oh, I do love a good compromise," squealed Lydia.
"Papa means the verb, not the noun," Mary said.
"And Papa would never allow the noun, you goose," Kitty added.
He sighed deeply at his youngest daughter's perplexed expression.
"If any gentleman should propose to any one of my daughters tonight, then we shall stay in London through the end of the season. If, however, there are no proposals by the end of this evening, then we shall depart on the morrow."
Mamma huffed. Elizabeth laughed, until she caught Jane's disappointment. Tugging on her arm as they stepped out to the carriage, Elizabeth sought to encourage her. "If Mr. Bingley truly likes you, he will find a reason to visit Longbourn. It is not far." "Do you think so? Am I a fool for wishing he might? I hardly know him. He just seems so kind." Elizabeth looked her full in the eyes. "I am confident he will." She resolved to do everything in her power to ensure that Mr. Bingley and Jane had sufficient opportunity to learn each other's character. Chapter 12. This was the worst idea. Simply terrible. Quite possibly. No, absolutely, for a certainty. The worst. The Bennets were the last of Bingley's guests to arrive, and Darcy and Richard observed as they were introduced to the Bingley sisters. Mr. Bennet stood, passively bored beside Mrs. Bennet, who looked enormously pleased with herself the moment Bingley tripped over his feet to greet them. Miss Elizabeth smiled, her eyes dancing, as she nodded at Miss Bennet, as though to say that Bingley was as good as hers.
"We shall see about that, Miss Elizabeth."
Before Darcy could look away disinterestedly, she turned her smile on him. He felt the impact in his gut. If he did not break contact with her, he would find himself returning her smile, and then how would he convince her hawk-eyed mother that his intentions went no further than politeness demanded of him? Miss Elizabeth caught her bottom lip between her teeth, and looked down, turning slightly to the side, and fluffing out the folds of the gown she wore. It was atrocious. The gown itself was simple enough to pass as fashionably elegant, but it had been adorned with so much lace that the unfortunate young woman looked like a seaweed surrounded by spume. That she was embarrassed was plain, but she cast no blaming eye on her mother, who had to be the cause, whether the daughter admitted it or not. Instead, she lifted her chin and plucked at one of the rows of lace at her shoulder. By the time Darcy's appraisal was complete, her confidence was restored, and he stifled a laugh. Heaven have mercy! How was he supposed to get through this night? Richard jabbed his elbow into Darcy's ribs.
"Remember your role."
Darcy glowered at him. Was he a circus monkey, expected to perform at the drop of a hat? Richard rolled his eyes.
"That is hardly the expression of a gallant suitor. You would do well to imitate Bingley."
They looked over at their friend, who was behaving like an excitable puppy.
"He is not performing."
Do not tell me that the stoic mien you have been assuming all these years is your true character, or I would not like you at all. You are insufferable as it is, but I could never endure that." Was Richard serious? He would attack Darcy's character now, when he must be at his best, most proper gentlemanly behaviour. Stretching up his chin, Richard added, "Just remember that I am older than you, and therefore wiser. You would do well to heed my advice. Relax a little, flirt."
"Never."
"If age will not sway you, then allow me to remind you of my position. As the son of an earl, I would sooner be King of England than you by several connections."
"God forbid."
"I agree. I already have difficulty keeping the bevy of handsome heiresses at arm's distance. If I were king, it would be hopeless." This he said with a straight face and sombre tone.
"Has it been so difficult for you lately?"
Against his better judgment, Darcy could not help but pose the question. Richard sighed. "Just last week I had to break the heart of a young lady who was far too young for me. Poor thing went crying back to her mother."
"Ah, a tease then."
"Your mother's spaniel finally had her puppies. Poor whelp! It was love at first sight. If only the surest way to inspire love was to scratch a lady behind the ears." Richard laughed, and proper balance was restored. "If only young ladies were so easy to please as a loyal dog." Darcy could not argue with that logic. "Come, lover boy, let us greet Bingley's guests." Richard rolled his eyes and tugged at Darcy's coat sleeve. Darcy shook him off. It was bad enough to have to resort to disguise, but he refused to allow anyone, even Richard, to drag him into it. Mrs. Bennet had already cornered Bingley. His sisters stood on either side of Miss Bennet, who appeared to be negotiating their appraising stares and prodding questions with admirable grace. Mr. Bennet and Miss Elizabeth stood beside the fireplace, and Darcy joined them. He did not know what to expect, but he did not expect the easy smile and troublesome glint in Mr. Bennet's eye.
"Good evening."
Darcy bowed.
"Is it?"
Mr. Bennet replied. Elizabeth shot her father a warning glance, which she softened with a smile. "Of course it is. Any evening is good when it is spent with interesting people in diverse conversation, even if one is dressed to resemble pond scum." A chuckle escaped Darcy before he could prevent it. What kind of a lady poked fun at herself as she did?
"Yes, I dare say Mr. Darcy is not driven to dull conversation, are you, sir?"
Mr. Bennet's eyes were sharp and focused entirely on Darcy. Darcy replied cautiously,
I hope I shall not prove to be a dull conversationalist. I imagine that a gentleman of your circumstance would have difficulty thinking of dull things to say when his life is replete with activity."
Mr. Bennet's gaze pierced him. The man sought confirmation, but how could Darcy give it without raising Miss Elizabeth's suspicion? Did her father truly believe she would not understand his double meaning? Unwilling to offer unnecessary or prejudicial information, Darcy returned Mr. Bennet's stony look, but kept his tone light.
"Indeed, crop rotations, planting, drainage, and ledger balancing make for diverting subjects at any table."
If the gentleman exposed his true work, Darcy would be of no use to them. He must know that. Mr. Bennet nodded in understanding and spoke in a graver tone.
"I am all anticipation."
Wishing to offer him more reassurance, Darcy said,
"Sir Nicodemus Dewhurst has advised me on many points, and his advice is always sound." "Ah, yes." Mr. Bennet visibly relaxed. "Noddy has a gift for repairing that which has gone awry. He is like a brother to me."
A scuffle of stiff silk and a cloud of pungent perfume preceded Miss Bingley's addition to the group. My, Miss Elizabeth, that is a striking gown." Turning to the side, Miss Elizabeth smiled brightly. "Is it not just the thing? If any lady finds herself in want of lace during the evening, I stand ready to offer my assistance." Mr. Bennet patted her hand.
"My Lizzie is not easily unruffled."
Darcy cracked a smile. The lady, unsurprisingly, did not understand the joke. "Oh, your assistance will not be required, I assure you. My gown is a Madame Givenchy creation, as is my sister's." Darcy supposed that they were supposed to be impressed with the name, but he had no interest in women's fashion. "I would gladly shed a few ruffles in favour of a friend, but Miss Bingley has declared that she has no need for them, so I must keep them all to myself," Miss Elizabeth quipped. With great effort, Darcy held in his laughter. When it became clear that Miss Bingley still did not follow their humour, his ribs ached and his lungs screamed for air. Having nothing condescending to add, when her first attempt had not dampened Miss Elizabeth's spirits, Miss Bingley attempted to engage him in conversation. Unhappily for her, Darcy's attention remained riveted upon the pert charm of the self-possessed lady swallowed in lace. Chapter 13. Jane's cheer at the sight of her garden as they entered Longbourn temporarily overshadowed her fear of losing Mr. Bingley's interest. "Look how much my rose bushes have grown while we were gone. Have you ever seen anything so lovely? Even the castor plant looks majestic." Despite her sister's current joy, Elizabeth squeezed her eyes shut and uttered a silent prayer that Mr. Bingley would call. Mamma had taken their departure much better than Elizabeth had thought her capable. However, the looks she frequently exchanged with Kitty and Lydia were disquieting. The three were up to something, and Elizabeth had no clue what it was. She tried to put the matter from her mind. They had probably sneaked an extra trunk into the luggage, or perhaps they planned a large dinner at Longbourn to engage in Mamma's favourite pastime, outdoing her sister Mrs. Phillips and Lady Lucas, with whom she had always been in competition. Poor Mary was the only one among them who was as displeased as her mother at leaving London behind. She was certain her students would suffer from a lack of instruction, although it was apparent to the rest of the family that it was she who suffered from the lack of students to instruct. Papa had ridden alongside the carriage, as there was not enough room inside the cramped interior for him. It was a convenient excuse, but Elizabeth had sensed his relief at being away from her and her questions. Something was off, and had been so since his frazzled return from the bookshop, and his receipt of the mysterious message. Oh, what she would have given for a glimpse at that note! She had poked through his coat pockets, in the hope that he had forgotten to dispose of the message, to no avail. Yes, Papa smiled and teased as usual, but leaving town before the end of the season, when he had 2 daughters out in society, was beyond peculiar. Elizabeth hated to imagine the explanations others would invent, which always tended towards meanness. They would proclaim Jane unmarriageable. More likely than not, they would say the same of Elizabeth. Then who would marry any of her sisters? Their maids and Papa's valet had travelled ahead of them, and all seemed unchanged as Mr. and Mrs. Hill greeted them back to their country home. 3 years had not altered the exterior of Longbourn, aside from the growth of Jane's treasured plants. She went immediately to the gardens, accompanied by the gardener, who had taught her everything he knew. He was as gnarled and bent as the oak by the stream, but he seemed to straighten at the sight of them. Kitty and Lydia leaned in to whisper to each other. Giggling, they ran inside the house, closely followed by Mamma. Mary closed her book and tucked it under one arm, reaching out to Elizabeth with her other hand. "They have made a pact," she said, with a forbearing sigh. "I tried to talk them out of it, but they are unwilling to listen to reason. Do not trouble yourself over them, Mary. They are always making pacts for one thing or another. The first, to marry a duke, or to be invited to Carlton House." Mary leaned forward. "This one regards you and Jane. They mean to help you marry." Elizabeth started to ask what they intended to do, but Mary anticipated her question. "I do not know how, only that they are pleased with their handiwork thus far, and Mamma supports them." It was amazing how quickly one's stomach could go from perfectly calm to volcanic. Elizabeth wished Mary had chosen to tell her this while they were still inside the carriage. Then Elizabeth could have taken comfort, resting against the cushioned velvet squabs. Gaining support instead from one of the stone columns at the entrance of Longbourn, Elizabeth answered circumspectly, "This bodes ill. Whatever they are scheming, I have had no part in it." Thus having absolved herself of all blame, Mary continued inside, where she proceeded immediately to the drawing-room and began playing scales on the pianoforte. Elizabeth remained out of doors a moment longer. What was the worst that could happen? They were no longer in London for Kitty and Lydia to do much harm. That point was in Jane's favour. The swiftness with which they had departed from town would have given the conspirators precious little time to plan anything too prejudicial. Perhaps there was little cause to worry. Not entirely convinced, Elizabeth went inside. Mamma was praising Mrs. Hill and the maid with every glide of her white glove over a surface that did not produce a dirty stain. "I suppose it will do no harm to be here for a spell, though I hope that Mr. Bennet does not prolong our stay. Jane and Lizzie have secured the interest of 2 very promising young gentlemen, and I cannot imagine that Mr. Bennet would be so cruel as to ruin their chances." Mrs. Hill was quick to agree, and equally swift to assure her mistress that they would be made as comfortable at Longbourn as they were at Harley Street. The family had been away long enough that Elizabeth had forgotten how it felt to live in a house that did not truly belong to them. True, many generations of Bennets had resided here over hundreds of years, but with the property's entailment, Elizabeth had been raised knowing that the house, and most of its furnishings, would go not to her or any of her sisters, but to her father's closest male relative. Thankfully, Papa had seen to their futures, securing them a comfortable dwelling in town, and adding a reasonable sum to their dowries. Their future security did not depend upon wealthy gentlemen to swoop in and marry them. While spinsterhood was generally frowned upon, Elizabeth took solace in her freedom. Neither she nor any of her sisters had to wed out of desperation. They could enjoy a marriage based on love. Jane did not require much. She only wished for 2 things, a garden to cultivate, and a kind heart to care for as gently as she would tend her most delicate orchid plant. Not Elizabeth. She wanted more than a mere heart flutter. She wanted her pulse to race. But she would think about that later. This was not the time to dwell on what might be. Right now, she needed answers. She found her father in his bookroom. Green velvet curtains framed the window seat, where she used to sit and read, while he scribbled in a journal or studied a paper. Her heart squeezed at the fond memory. She was not allowed in his London study, but here in Longbourn's study she had spent many happy hours, sharing the space beside her father, learning and improving her mind. This was where he had worked with her on her first cipher. It was their pastime, shared with no one else. Papa stood in the middle of the room. The shelves were heavy with books of all shapes and sizes, in no particular order. Elizabeth knew, however, that if she were to ask her father to find a book, he would know its precise location. He started when she spoke. "Papa, are you well?" He spun around with a smile fixed on his face. "As well as I was this morning, and yesterday, and the day before when you asked." She needed to ask better questions. "What is troubling you?" He ran his hand over his face, his shoulders relaxing, as he dropped his hands to his side. "You are too perceptive, my dear girl. I'm a selfish man." He shrugged. "You know how much I dislike London. I prefer the quiet and ease of the country." "You needed a reprieve from town?" He shrugged. "Selfish, I know, to drag you, your mother and your sisters here on something so fickle as an emotion." He looked around the bookroom. "This has always been my favourite place." He nodded at the window seat. "That spot where you used to sit and read is where I spent countless hours studying beside my grandfather, and then my father." His voice cracked, and he swallowed hard. Until that moment, Elizabeth had not realised how fond her father was of his childhood home. She had never considered how difficult it would be for him to know that his inheritance would pass to a cousin he did not know, the son of a man with whom he held a long-standing animosity. And she had doubted his motive. How could she be so blind? She flew into his arms, squeezing him close and pressing her ear against his heart. "Oh, Papa, I had no idea you missed Longbourn so much. How miserable you must have been all this time for our benefit." "No, Lizzie, you will not absolve me of selfishness so easily. Your mother is happy in London, and where she is happy, I am happy." "Happy wife, happy life." "Clever wording. Your wit does you credit, dear. However, I shall not be distracted. I only wish the best for all my girls." "If only one of us had been a boy." "Hush, now. I would not trade one of you for a boy who would have hated himself for staying behind while his friends and neighbours went off to fight in the war." Elizabeth stepped out of his embrace and looked up at his face. "Do you feel guilty for staying behind? You have a wife and 5 daughters who depend fully on you, an estate to manage with all its tenants and servants." He held up his hand. "I'm not a soldier. I can cut a man down at the knees with my sharp tongue, but I could never shed blood." "If only wars could be won with brains instead of brawn." He pinched his lips together and took a deep breath. Then he kissed her forehead. "There, have I dispelled your concerns? Are you content to give your poor papa a brief respite from the social proclivities he must endure during the season?" She laughed. "Let us hope Mamma has not already organised a large dinner party then." He groaned. "Ah, there is that. Your mother has learned it is best not to consult with me, or we would never entertain. If I see Mrs. Hill or the maid polishing the silver, I shall have to go into hiding." Chapter 14. Darcy called at Harley Street the following day, but the Bennets were not in. They had left town. Their departure might have been a blessing, had Darcy not been obliged to follow them. Already the society matrons whispered his name in connection with Miss Elizabeth. "Thank you, Mrs. Jenkins." If he followed the Bennets to Hertfordshire, they would assume an engagement was imminent. Any day now, he expected to receive a letter from Lady Catherine de Bourgh, his aunt, demanding an explanation. She fancied herself the matriarch of the family, ordering them about and demanding immediate deference. Darcy's father had delighted in frustrating her plans. Far be it from Darcy to fail such a noble family tradition. It was with no small amount of devilry that he imagined what her ladyship would think of Miss Elizabeth. Aunt Catherine did not possess a sense of humour, whereas Miss Elizabeth found humour in everything. He shook his head, trying to rid his mind of her. She occupied too much of his waking thoughts, as it was, and had even begun to invade his dreams. He could not see the colour green without feeling his lips tug upward. He needed a different reason to travel to Hertfordshire, an engagement-proof reason, one that would satisfy even the most suspicious gossip. But first, he had the name on the piece of paper Mr. Dobbs had slipped to Mr. Bennet to investigate. Mr. Bennet suspected it had something to do with Dobbs's death, and had been eager to pass it on to Richard during Bingley's soirée. 2 words had been scribbled on the paper in what Darcy had confirmed was Dobbs's handwriting. Charles Oughton. Oughton was a fairly common surname, Charles even more so. Darcy immediately arranged a dispatch of 4 capable men to keep watch over the Bennets at Longbourn, while he sought out the Oughtons in the north of the country, while Richard did the same in the south. After a full week on horseback, seeking the man with no shortage of hours to ponder and scheme, Darcy had worked out no credible excuse to pursue the Bennets to Longbourn. Unwilling to give Mrs. Jenkins and her ilk more fodder for their drawing-room conversations, Darcy thought it best to report his findings, or lack thereof, to Sir Nick before he did anything drastic. Something was off. Darcy could not put his finger on it, but he sensed it. When Richard's findings proved to be similar to his own, the feeling intensified. Perhaps Sir Nick could offer some insight. Darcy's instincts were rarely wrong. He had Wickham to thank for providing sufficient practice in judging character. Father had denied his godson's duplicitous tendencies at first, but years in the royal service had taught him the fallibility of a man's judgment. Once Wickham had ignored Father's warnings and lost his favour. Father had severed all ties to the wastrel. Wickham would make of his life what he would, but he would not have the Darcy name to his advantage. Nevertheless, not one person to whom Darcy had spoken over this past week had tripped those familiar wires in his mind as Wickham had. Not one. Charles Oughton remained a mystery. His name was the key. Darcy needed direction. He needed to get to Hertfordshire. He needed to be around the Bennets. But how to do so without compromising his own honour? He did not know Miss Elizabeth well yet, but he could imagine the fire in her eyes, were she to learn he was courting her as part of an assignment. She would never forgive him, and Darcy could never ask her to. Much as he wanted to run up the stairs of Sir Nick's residence, he restrained himself. He was only paying a call on his father's old friend. Nobody would suspect anything more, unless he drew needless attention to himself. The butler led Darcy directly to the morning room, where Sir Nick was reading the paper and drinking a cup of dark amber liquid that could have been either really strong tea or very weak coffee. He greeted Darcy with the usual offer of snuff and menial chatter until the room was clear and the door closed behind the maid who cleared the table. "What news have you to report?" Sir Nick leaned forward, his grey eyes intent. He would already know the Bennets had quit London, so Darcy gave him the details he would not know. "The newspaper man gave Mr. Bennet a piece of paper with a name written on it before succumbing to the poison. You have settled on poison as the cause of death. How can you be certain?" Darcy had already communicated the scene at the coffee-house, his subsequent inspection of the serving dishes and coffee-pot, and his interviews of the cooks and waiters, but he had not spoken to the surgeon until he had returned from his fruitless search in the north. He now related this information to Sir Nick. Any clues Dobbs might have had on his person were picked clean by the time his body reached the laboratory. The cartman would have seen to that. What of the autopsy? There was no red tissue in the stomach or stains of any unusual colour. None of the usual symptoms were there. But after a thorough examination, the surgeon confirmed that the victim had been in excellent physical health. His heart was in good condition, and his lungs showed no evidence of disease. His death was not of natural causes. Sir Nick leaned back, steepling his fingers at his chin, his frown evident. Poor Dobbs. He was a nuisance, too curious for his own good, but he unwittingly provided an exceptional excuse for Bennet to practice his puzzle pastime without arousing suspicion. Do you suspect he stumbled upon something of import? It is possible. What was on the paper he gave Bennet? A name. Oughton. Charles Oughton. Sir Nick's frown deepened. Oughton. It is not an uncommon name, but it is a promising lead. It is our only lead. I sense your frustration. Is this what you came to report? That you have talked with every Charles Oughton you could muster, and you still know nothing? Darcy's own disappointment was great, without adding Sir Nick's to it. That he had allowed his stoic demeanour to slip enough for Sir Nick to see it was worse. Darcy nodded. I see. Sir Nick pulled out his snuff-box. He hardly blinked, so deep was his concentration, as he flipped open the lid, sniffed a pinch into each nostril, and returned the powder to his left inside pocket. Always the left. It was the mark of a gentleman to keep his snuff close to his heart. Next came the handkerchief, which he dabbed gently at his nose. Still he did not blink. When he finally did, Sir Nick's eyes were sharp and clear.
"Why are you here? You ought to be on your way to Hertfordshire."
Darcy gritted his teeth. A cold sweat covered his body, a visceral reaction to what he most hated to request.
"I had hoped for some guidance." "You have never needed guidance from me or anyone else. Why now? Why this case?" "I do not wish to give the appearance of a lovelorn suitor, yet I cannot conceive of another reason for me to follow the Bennets to Hertfordshire, other than to pursue one of the daughters as a cover, while I protect their father. It is the worst sort of disguise. It is immoral, and I seek an alternative."
Sir Nick sucked in a breath.
"I have always admired your strong values. It is the reason I selected you for this mission. Bennet could not be in safer, more capable hands."
He rubbed his hand over his face.
"I have lost too many friends already."
The war had many ways of taking lives, and Darcy supposed that even his own father's premature death could be credited to the anxieties and burdens of the secrets he had been bound to carry. Darcy knew the weight well. There was no choice Darcy could make that would not disappoint someone. He knew what he had to do, but he was loath to do it. Sir Nick continued.
"I regret having to ask it of you more than you can know. The truth is that there is no one else I trust with Bennet's safety, and that of his family, more than you."
He took in a deep breath and exhaled a bitter chuckle.
"It is because I trust you that I must abuse your trust. Bennet would appreciate the irony, even if I do not expect you to."
A silence fell heavy between them. Darcy knew what duty demanded of him. Unless a bolt of inspiration struck him and Richard before the morning, he would have to travel to Hertfordshire in pursuit of Miss Elizabeth. Would she see beyond his guise? Darcy bowed his head. There was no easy solution, but delaying a moment more would not improve the situation.
"Very well. I shall depart in the morning with Richard. Send any communications to my contact at White's. I'm departing today, almost at this moment, for Birmingham." "Your estate?"
Sir Nick nodded.
"There is some estate business I have too long neglected there, but the Prince has postponed his grand party once more. If I do not go now, I shall not have the opportunity. Who knows when the event will finally happen? But I must be at his beck and call. You know the way of things."
Darcy knew all too well. Duty came first. For years he had shouldered the responsibility and the risk, content to make the sacrifices he did. But this was different. This did not feel right. Darcy was in a brown study later when he found Richard at their club. They sat together, silently nursing their respective drinks, neither much having the taste for it, if their slow progress was any indication. Bingley entered, carrying with him sunshine and happy smiles. Darcy inwardly cringed. He was in no mood for his friend's mood. It only made his own taciturnity feel worse. The newcomer joined them, grabbing the decanter and topping off their glasses, much to the looming waiter's consternation. Bingley, though, was in high humour, and did not notice the displeasure he caused. He fairly jumped out of his skin. "I tried to find you at Darcy House, then I went to the barracks, and I returned to my residence for a spell until Caroline told me that if I did not sit down and calm myself, she would throw me out." "So you decided to bring your manic energy to White's quiet library?" Richard raised his drink in mock salute. Bingley's smile widened. "I had to find you. You will never guess what has happened. I can hardly believe my luck." Darcy's gaze snapped up to meet Bingley's. Darcy did not believe in luck. Coincidences were too often arranged, intricate affairs, taking a great deal of engineering. That Bingley believed himself to be the recipient of such a vague notion put Darcy on alert. "We've been invited to dine with the Bennets," his friend exclaimed triumphantly.
Darcy felt his body tense, but refrained from straightening his posture or leaning forward. Richard arched a brow. "When will this blessed event occur?" "Saturday, 4 days hence, at Longbourn." "Longbourn?" Richard inflected his voice to imply that the Bennets' departure from town was news to him. In keeping with his character, Darcy asked stiffly, "They expect us to travel half of a day to join them when the season is at its height." "It is only half of a day in a carriage. If we ride our fresh horses, we can be there in half the time. The convenience of being so near town, with all the advantages of living in the country, I cannot imagine a more preferable setting." Darcy could imagine nothing worse. He came to town when he had to, but if it were up to him, he would never leave Pemberley. Bingley continued, praising a place he had never been, and a family he hardly knew. He unwittingly offered Darcy the perfect excuse to seek out the Bennets, once again. Darcy glanced at Richard, who shook his head with a disbelieving smile and shrugged. Exactly how Darcy felt. Chapter 15. "Uncle Noddy!" Lydia and Kitty squealed in unison, racing to greet him. Mary pursed her lips and properly waited her turn. Mamma sent for tea, and whatever other delights Mrs. Hill could scrounge up to please their visitor. Papa stood off to the side, an air of relief about him, as though help had finally arrived. As always, Uncle Noddy, hand in his left breast pocket, offered a pinch of snuff, that Papa promptly refused by pulling out his pipe. The etiquette around tobacco consumption was as strict as the rules of proper deportment, and Uncle Noddy was a stickler for order. Jane received a warm embrace and a kiss on the forehead. All of this Elizabeth observed while impatiently waiting her turn. She would never utter the thought aloud, but she knew she was Uncle Noddy's favourite. When he came to her, he rested his chin on her head, as Papa often did. Elizabeth squeezed him tightly before releasing her hold. Uncle Noddy did not appear anxious, but she could not account for his visit so quickly after their departure, unless Papa had confided his trouble to him. How else would he know to come to Longbourn? They went to the drawing-room, where Mary had the insight to bring in the present he had given them years ago. Uncle Noddy chuckled. "You still have that?" "Of course," Mary replied. Only slightly offended, he would suggest they might not preserve a gift that had provided many hours of education and entertainment. In her mind, that was the perfect kind of gift. Lydia pieced together the geography puzzle in no more than 5 minutes, puffing up with pride at her accomplishment when Uncle Noddy remarked on it. "All the pieces are still there." Mary no doubt wished him to see that they had not only retained the puzzle, but had adequately cared for it. Of course, he came bearing new gifts. For Lydia, he brought a set of paints, which she thankfully accepted with only the slightest wrinkle of her nose. Kitty happily received a hat box stuffed with several lengths of ribbon in various colours, along with some feathers and other bits of trim. Elizabeth would have liked to hear how such an assortment of hat trimmings had come to be in his possession, but she decided not to ask. He turned to Mary, who did not squeal in excitement. Mary never gave in to displays of emotion, but her eyes sparkled with happy tears, and she hugged the beloved sheets of music to her chest. Jane's gift was a small lemon tree in a clay pot that the gardener brought in from Uncle Noddy's carriage. Undoubtedly she would spend the rest of the day out of doors, selecting the best place to plant her prize. Elizabeth took the brown-wrapped package he offered to her, with a skip in her heart. Was there any better gift than a book? Uncle Noddy knew her favourite authors. He had a knack for remembering names and details. Mamma prompted Jane to pour the tea and take on the role of hostess. Uncle Noddy noted it, but did not openly praise Jane, knowing that it would embarrass her. After the teacups had been drained and all polite topics had been exhausted, Papa suggested that they allow him a word with their guest. Papa looked at Elizabeth, the lines at his eyes tense and marked, but he did not directly dismiss her. For that she was grateful. She had questions. Once the room was cleared of everyone except for the 3 of them, Uncle Noddy motioned toward Elizabeth, and waited to speak until Papa gave him a slight nod.
You were wise to remove your family from town.
Elizabeth's pulse drummed so loudly in her ears, she feared she would miss something important. Finally, she would learn what was happening. Clasping her hands, she bit her lips and assumed her best demure expression. Papa sighed.
Yes, well, I will do anything for the welfare of my family. The air, you know. Of course, Bennet. The miasma in the air is known to cause illness.
Uncle Noddy took his cue. Elizabeth could have screamed with frustration. Why had they gone to all the trouble of allowing her to stay, if they would not speak of anything of import? Or maybe this was another puzzle, and they expected her to unlock some of the clues before they gave her any information. "How did you know we were away?" she asked Uncle Noddy directly. He chuckled and addressed Papa.
Ever the inquisitive one, eh, Bennet? Do you still do those little puzzles together?
Elizabeth did not like his demeaning reference to her puzzles. There was nothing little or simple about them. Over the years, they had grown increasingly difficult, so much so that most of the puzzles published were created not by Papa, but by her. Of course, it hardly signified. The ciphers held no meaning to anyone but them. An exercise of the brain, a diversion to abate ennui, a means to improve their minds with a challenge and add to her sister's dowries. Papa smiled, the twinkle in his eyes comforting her. He must know what she was thinking, and he shared her love of a seemingly indecipherable mix of letters and numbers to resolve. Uncle Noddy looked pointedly at Elizabeth.
To answer your question, I passed by Bennet House on my way out of town. I have some estate business to see to, and Longbourn is on my way.
Elizabeth considered his answer. Although it was perfectly reasonable, she still could not shake the feeling he could have told her more. Did he know something about her father's unusual behaviour? Maybe he knew about the message. Knowing she was treading on dangerous ground, she assumed a light tone. "Some strange things have happened, things that I wish to understand."
"Lizzie," warned Papa.
Uncle Noddy leaned forward.
"Let her speak, Bennet. Strange things?"
Without a glance at her father, who she feared would stop her, she blurted, 8 days ago Papa returned home from the bookshop greatly agitated. Then a message was delivered to our house that added to his distress."
"My goodness, child, you speak very certainly about what you admit you do not understand. How can you be certain his distress began precisely 8 days ago?"
"I know what I saw. His skin was ashen, and he told the butler to admit no one." Uncle Noddy frowned at Papa.
"My dearest friend is distressed, and I must hear of it from his daughter. I did not wish to trouble you. It is nothing." "What did the message say?"
Uncle Noddy asked. Papa shook his head and sighed.
"It was nothing. Certainly nothing to concern my girls about."
Uncle Noddy pressed.
"I insist, Bennet. You must allow me to help if you require it. I need not remind you that I have important friends in high places who can protect you if need be."
"Protection," Papa chortled, but it did not sound quite convincing.
"Gracious me! From what or whom would I need protection?"
Uncle Noddy stared at him, forcing Papa to meet his eyes, and then repeated his question in a steely tone.
"What did the message say?"
Elizabeth held her breath and leaned against the back of her chair, tucking her feet under the legs of the furniture and trying to make herself as small as possible. Would she finally learn what was in the message? Chapter 16.
Le traître. That is all. 2 words in French.
Elizabeth gasped. Why would anyone call her father a traitor? Uncle Noddy rubbed his chin.
"Did you keep the paper? There might be a clue to help us identify its source."
Papa scoffed.
"It is nothing to worry over, merely a harmless accusation, probably sent by a disgruntled person unhappy that my estate supports several French tenants."
Elizabeth frowned. On the surface, his explanation made sense. She recalled a heated argument her father had been placidly observing, until another gentleman took issue with his apparent indifference and lashed out at him over their foreign tenants. Nevertheless, if that was all the message contained, why would it have bothered Papa so much? Why would he hide it from her? And there was Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth was not fanciful enough to suspect their meeting at Hyde Park had been planned. There were too many variables he could not have controlled. A dog pursuing a cat, and the direction they ran. Not even the best trained dog or cat in the world could have done so, and neither Duchess nor Mr. Darcy's cat struck Elizabeth as highly trained specimens. The thought was laughable. However, the timing seemed suspicious. They had made his acquaintance precisely when Papa began to exhibit these subtle changes. Why had they not met sooner? Granted, Mr. Darcy belonged to the first circle. Elizabeth would not expect their paths to cross, as their acquaintances and connections were not likely to be the same. Still, she had never believed in coincidences. Strange that she did not have these thoughts about Mr. Bingley. Elizabeth prided herself on her insight and ability to discern a person's character on a first meeting, and she sensed nothing in Mr. Bingley's attitude to give her cause to doubt his sincerity. And his being away at Scarborough provided a reasonable explanation for his absence. Mr. Darcy, however, was another matter. She had perceived danger and darkness in his eyes the day they met, and she had suspected that he guarded deep secrets. Despite all this, the man did not frighten her. On the contrary, she felt wonderfully safe in his presence. It was her own visceral attraction to him that disturbed her. Uncle Noddy would know him. The surest way to confirm her opinion of Mr. Darcy would be to ask a man she trusted as surely as she did her own father. We recently made the acquaintance of 2 new gentlemen. One of them seemed to be quite taken with Jane. I wonder what you know of Mr. Bingley. She did not inquire about Mr. Darcy first, or her father would likely discern her interest.
Mr. Bingley, I cannot claim an intimate acquaintance with the gentleman, but I understand he is an amiable young man of means and good character. His father and grandfather made their fortune in trade, cotton mills in the north, Scarborough, if I recall correctly. Mr. Bingley received a gentleman's education. If there are any objections to his character, I am unaware of them.
He has 2 sisters, Elizabeth prompted.
Uncle Noddy shook his head. They will not have an easy path if it is the Tons' approval they seek. All fortune, few connections, and the tint of trade sticking to them.
Elizabeth had thought the lady's manners were a touch stuffy. Miss Bingley had pointed out the flaws in Elizabeth's overly embellished gown to her other guests, in an obvious ploy to highlight the superiority of her own attire. If Elizabeth and Jane did not have respectable fortunes, she did not believe Mr. Bingley's sisters would seek out their company. Every friendship was probably cultivated to advance themselves in society. Mr. Bingley has taken an interest in Jane, who, as you know, is far too kind for her own good. I could not bear for her to be hurt by anyone who would take advantage of her kindness. Uncle Noddy rubbed his chin.
While I am inclined to consider Mr. Bingley of a similar nature to Janey, I cannot say so with certainty. I simply do not know the gentleman well enough.
Now that she had broached the topic, she could mention Mr. Darcy. He was accompanied by another gentleman who seemed very much his opposite, dark to his fair, sombre to his jovial. Do you know a Mr. Darcy?
Of Pemberley?
Uncle Noddy asked, with great interest. I believe so, yes. She knew his country estate was called Pemberley, but it would not do to recall too many details.
If Mr. Bingley is keeping company with Darcy, it is as high a recommendation as any gentleman could wish.
Papa pulled his pipe out of his mouth.
What can you tell us about Mr. Darcy?
So Papa was curious about Mr. Darcy too. Elizabeth felt better. His curiosity justified her own.
His family seat is in Derbyshire. In fact, he owns a good portion of it. A responsible landlord. You never hear a negative word about him from his tenants or servants. Some of the upper classes, however, do not take kindly to him, as he is a stickler for morality. And despite their best attempts, he has never shown anything but polite disinterest in their daughters.
This pleased Elizabeth very much indeed.
He and his cousin share guardianship of Darcy's young sister. He is a doting brother.
Colonel Fitzwilliam, and the young lady in the carriage. Elizabeth wished she could have made her acquaintance, but Mr. Darcy and the Colonel had whisked her away before any introductions could be made. Did they have some objections to Elizabeth and her family? She felt herself bristle at the thought. After all, whose cat and dog had run through the Bennet picnic in the park?
His aunt is Lady Catherine de Bourgh, a formidable woman, staunch in her ways, and the mother of a sickly offspring, a daughter she insists her nephew should wed.
He does not wish to strengthen their alliance with an attachment? Elizabeth was proud of her disinterested tone.
Uncle Noddy laughed. If you knew Lady Catherine, you would understand his strong objection to such an alliance.
Papa tamped out his pipe.
I'm familiar with the name de Bourgh. Mr. Collins, my heir presumptive, is the rector at her estate.
He continued on, anticipating the question on Elizabeth's lips.
I took it upon myself to inquire into Mr. Collins' habits and character. I'd rather hope that he might not be like his father.
And is he? Asked Elizabeth. Papa paused too long to suggest any true hope.
It pains me to know that Longbourn shall fall into the hands of a man who reportedly caters to the whims of his esteemed patroness. I have no doubt that Lady Catherine shall advise him well, as she is known to seek the counsel of her favourite nephew. Sadly, whether she heeds his advice or not is another matter.
Uncle Noddy laughed.
If anyone can keep Lady Catherine in her place, it is Darcy. His peers often seek his advice. Even his uncle, Lord Matlock, does so.
How could a gentleman so frequently sought after have the time to manage his own affairs? Can he not enjoy his own estate with his sister?
He used to spend more time there, before his father's death 5 years ago. Diseased heart. It was unexpected. George Darcy was a figure of health until the moment he passed.
What a horrible blow that must have been to poor Mr. Darcy. What about his mother?
She died of a fever 2 years after Miss Darcy's birth. The disease nearly took Miss Darcy too, but they nursed her back to health.
Elizabeth had been inclined to like Mr. Darcy before, but hearing of the tragedies he had endured secured his place in her favour.
Papa rose to stand. If you say he's trustworthy, then that is enough for me. I would trust him with my life.
Uncle Noddy also rose to his feet.
Now, Bennet, I must continue on to Birmingham, but there is one small matter I wish to discuss with you before I must depart.
Elizabeth understood her cue and excused herself before she was dismissed. She had the information she sought.
Go gather your sisters, Lizzie, so they may see their Uncle Noddy off in the usual fashion, and we—
Papa addressed Uncle Noddy.
Shall move to my study to continue this discussion.
He gestured for Uncle Noddy to precede him into his book-room and closed the door behind them. Elizabeth hesitated outside the door in the hall, but only muffled voices reached her ears. She shook her head. She was not desperate enough to eavesdrop. That was beneath her. Slipping outside, she took a deep breath. Father was right about that. The air in the country was far superior to that of London. She kicked a few of the fallen spiky pods, piling under the castor bean plant, into its thick foliage. The shrub had medicinal properties, but there was a reason few families kept them on their properties. The seeds were highly poisonous. Merely touching the pod provoked a rash. However, the oil to be extracted from the seeds was highly valued by apothecaries all over Hertfordshire, and Longbourn's bees loved the plant, so it stayed. She found her mother sitting in a shady spot in the garden, just as Hill handed her the post. The notes Mary played drifted out to them, and Sarah hummed to the tune as she hung the laundry to dry. The serenity of the moment became quite the opposite, as soon as Mamma pulled a letter from the stack and began using it to fan her face. Kitty and Lydia buzzed around her like bees, circling and reaching for it. Mamma then pressed the letter to her chest, for some reason savouring it, and driving the youngest mad with anticipation. "Open it already!" Lydia made another effort to grab it, and her mother pertly swatted her hand away. "I think he accepted," Kitty said. "Who accepted?" Jane trimmed a rosebush nearby, a beautiful basket of blooms at her feet. "Mr. Bingley, of course." Mamma's smile grew self-satisfied, now that she had everyone's full attention. Clearly panicked, Jane looked at Elizabeth. Elizabeth's stomach felt heavy with dread. As evenly as she could, she asked, "Mamma, what have you done?" Lydia blurted, "Mamma invited Mr. Bingley, Mr. Darcy, Colonel Fitzwilliam, and any other unmarried friends they might bring with them to dine with us here at Longbourn." She looked too pleased with herself. It was not hard to deduce that she had concocted this idea. "Is it not perfect? Now they will call. Mr. Bingley can court Jane, and Mr. Darcy can court Lizzie." Kitty twirled in place, her hands clasped at her chin. "And when they marry, we may make our debuts in society." Lydia clapped. "You must encourage them to marry you before the end of the year, so we have enough time to have gowns made for next season." Jane appeared as horrified as Elizabeth felt. Mamma finally opened the letter and squealed with delight. "Mr. Bingley is certain to come, along with Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam. I had hoped they might bring other unmarried friends with them, but perhaps next time they will do so." Elizabeth had never been so mortified. Then again, Mr. Bingley had accepted, as had the Colonel and Mr. Darcy. If the gentleman had agreed to come, just maybe it was not so bad. She could only hope. Chapter 17. Longbourn was a comfortable estate, sheltering elegant, time-honoured furnishings that must have been in Mr. Bennet's family for several generations. That the family had not been in residence there for some time was evident in the lack of excessive embellishments, and Mrs. Bennet's fretful apologies for their absence. She talked incessantly, flitting from one topic to the next, that might have encouraged conversation had she paused long enough to allow another to speak. In comparison, Mr. Bennet spoke very little. It was evident that he was adept at keeping secrets, or his wife would have made small talk of his activities and spread confidential information faster than smallpox ravaged a village. Darcy wondered how the two opposites had made a match. There would be very little of any import that they could discuss together. A burst of laughter drew Darcy's attention across the room. Miss Elizabeth was departing from a cluster comprised of her country neighbours, Miss Bennet, Bingley, and Richard, who was currently braying like a donkey. She smiled as she approached Darcy by the fireplace. She looked particularly fetching, in a simple blue gown, devoid of ruffles and lace. He bit back a compliment, and teasing reference to mouldy cheese, determined to maintain an indifferent mien. He would be civil, but give no encouragement. He was here at Bingley's request. "You have selected the best place from which to observe the room and its occupants. Do you prefer to observe, rather than participate in conversation, Mr. Darcy?" That was exactly why he stood there, and she was observant to notice.
"Much can be learned through observation."
"And what have you observed, sir?" The sparkle in her eyes and the curl of her lips nearly loosened his tongue.
"Your neighbours are amiable,"
he said blandly. She cocked her head, fixing those dazzling eyes on him. He could not tell if they were green or brown, but they were dark and remarkably fine. "Come, Mr. Darcy, is that the best you can do after several minutes of intent observation?" He felt the haughty look come over him at her challenge, the stiffening of the shoulders, the rise of the jaw, and the confident bearing aimed directly at her. And she laughed. "You will think me vain, but I had hoped you might have noticed my gown. It is not a Madame Givenchy creation, but it is my favourite. I would have resembled that terrible-smelling mouldy cheese had I meekly submitted to my mother's guidance." Once again Darcy struggled not to smile.
"How did you avoid her ministrations?"
She leaned closer, and he could not help but notice that her hair smelled of orange blossoms and spice. "I hid in Papa's bookroom." It was no use. Darcy felt the edges of his mouth turn up. "You see, that is something you could not have learned through observation alone. I would contend that participation in conversation can elicit much more information." He had already interacted with her too much. He did not realise he'd been leaning toward her until he straightened his posture.
Stiffly he asked, "Are you enjoying the country?" There, a polite question about an inconsequential topic. Most young ladies would reply at length, extolling the entertainments in town and lamenting the loss of their many admirers. Miss Elizabeth could talk at length, and he would be free to continue observing. "Yes." He waited for more words, but none came. "If you intend for me to chatter idly, I intend to disappoint you. It takes at least 2 people to carry a conversation." Her impertinence tugged at the corners of his lips, but this time Darcy held his composure. This was a game he could play, and play very well at that, usually. "Then tell me, please, what you would most like to discuss." Lifting her head, she looked directly at him. "To what do we credit your company, Mr. Darcy?" He had given her the perfect opportunity to indulge her intellect and impress him with her wit. That was what most young ladies sought to do, especially those on the lower end of the gentle class, who had more to prove. Once again, Miss Elizabeth had proven that she was not like most ladies. He would do well to remember that. Simple answers were always best. "Bingley invited me." The devil on his shoulder made him add in a lowered tone, "Your mother included me, my cousin, and any other gentleman we might be inclined to include in the invitation she extended to him." Miss Elizabeth's eyes were like mirrors, reflecting her thoughts, and he saw shame flashing in their golden depths. When her cheeks flamed despite the defiant tilt of her head, and the boldness with which she held his gaze, Darcy wished his remark unsaid. "My apologies, Miss. My mother is well known for her hospitality, Mr. Darcy, but you were under no obligation to accept. Therefore I repeat my question, sir. Why are you here?" She was persistent and loyal, qualities he deeply admired, though he dearly wished he was not on the receiving end of her inquisition. Years of experience in evasion, and a genuine disdain for disguise, allowed Darcy to answer honestly. "Curiosity." Her stance relaxed. What prompted this curiosity? Good heavens, she was tenacious. She piqued his curiosity, but that was too honest, and far too dangerous to admit. A movement over Miss Elizabeth's shoulder caught his attention. "Dinner is ready," announced the butler, a stooped-over man who looked as old as the furniture in the room. Darcy could have kissed him for providing the perfectly timed distraction. Miss Elizabeth traced the path of Darcy's gaze. The set of her jaw and devilish glint in her eye told him that she was not finished with the topic. He could only pray they would not be seated beside each other at the table, or he did not know how he would survive dinner. Doing what was expected, he offered Miss Elizabeth his arm, and they entered the dining room together. Bingley was seated beside Miss Bennet at the top of the table. No surprise there. At the other end, Richard was given a position of honour beside the mistress of Longbourn. Mrs. Bennet clearly held certain aspirations. To Darcy's chagrin, he was seated opposite Bingley, at Miss Elizabeth's side. Aspirations indeed. He took his seat, determined to be polite and formal, but nothing more. "Do you spend most of your time in London?" Miss Elizabeth asked. "Only as much time as I must." That had come out more clipped than he had hoped. "You do not like town?" "Not more than most." "Softer, but not too inviting. Perfect." She paused, allowing him to elaborate, but he did not. After some time she nodded her head, as though accepting that, if he did not wish to speak about town, she would not press the topic. Darcy appreciated her sensibility. "I have never had occasion to visit Derbyshire. Is it as lovely as I have heard said?" "I cannot answer you with much authority." Such a reply required at least a little elaboration. "For many years I have not stayed for longer than a week." "Oh, that is a pity. I dare say Derbyshire is not so charming if you spend so much time away from it." Did she just shove her tongue in her cheek? Certainly not as charming as our Hertfordshire. The muscles at his jaw twitched. There was a smile in her tone, but her challenging words lit a fire in Darcy's veins. Generations of Darcys had cultivated and improved Derbyshire. They owned half of the land, the best half,
And this naive, untravelled babe in woods would audaciously claim Hertfordshire was superior. He took a deep breath, allowing time for his blood to cool while she watched him. Humour danced in her eyes. She had elicited the reaction she sought. For heaven's sake, he was a Darcy. He could not be baited into a conversation that would complicate his mission and unnecessarily expose an innocent young lady to grave danger. He would turn the table on her. I am ill-qualified to form an opinion. Knowing so little about Hertfordshire and the charms it has to offer, perhaps you would enlighten me. He relaxed in his chair, prepared to listen to her attempt to persuade him. She narrowed her eyes. You refuse to tell me anything about yourself, Mr. Darcy. That was precisely his intention, but most people did not notice his evasions. Then again, Miss Elizabeth was not like most people. She shrugged, adapting with a rapid fluidity that flustered Darcy more than he cared to admit. If you will not speak about yourself, then I am under no obligation to reply to you. Her spirited reaction took him aback. The woman simply refused to act according to expectation, defying him at every turn, and softening her reprimands with humour and a boldness that he found dangerously appealing. Mr. Bennet, who must have overheard the entire exchange, chuckled and raised his glass with an approving nod at his daughter. Darcy was loath to admit defeat so early in the evening. The white soup had yet to be served, so he adopted a new tactic. He mirrored his host's action, raising his own glass to the lady. Although he might not beam like Bingley, he could not help but smile in appreciation of a worthy opponent. Chapter 18. Elizabeth's skin warmed. Would that she could snatch her mother's fan. She felt like a deer, frozen in the middle of a field, unable to move or speak, or do anything but stare at the curl of Mr. Darcy's lips. Forgotten and forgiven was his earlier terseness. If he was not inclined to converse, he must have his reasons. She had been rather daring to attempt to draw him out, and now she was glad that she had, so long as she did not melt. The arrival of the white soup provided the perfect opportunity to dab her damp temples dry and sip from her wine-glass. Feeling more composed, she turned to address him once again. Let us agree to a truce. If you are unwilling to speak of yourself, perhaps you might tell me something about Mr. Bingley. She nodded across the table, where Mr. Bingley was deep in conversation with Jane. His attentions to my sister are marked, and I wish to determine whether his character is as open and sincere as his behaviour and speech suggest. Is your sister's character as honourable as you wish his to be? Why did Mr. Darcy insist on answering her every inquiry with a question of his own? Was he determined not to tell her anything all evening? Elizabeth's ire flickered anew. He held up his hands. I did not mean to impugn Miss Bennet's character, only to learn from one more qualified than I am to determine her motives toward my friend. Oh. Elizabeth could not remain angry with him over that, but she determined that she would get at least one reply from him that night. I shall answer your question only if you will answer mine. He nodded. She replied, There is no deceit in Jane. Her heart is truly kind, and she credits everyone she meets with the same kindness. Mr. Darcy considered for a solemn moment, nodding slowly in comprehension. Bingley is the same. In consequence, too many take advantage of his forgiving nature. Just like her sister. Jane is so inclined to believe the best of everyone. I fear that she might be taken in by a dishonest man, for whom she will lose respect. Elizabeth's protective nature regarding her dearest sister always stirred her emotions. She clenched her spoon, her chest tight. If only gentlemen were honest. What do they hope to gain from their deceptions, other than to trample and ruin all that is sweet and good? A gentleman may carry on without any consequence for his cruelty, while the lady becomes fodder for the harsh caprice of a critical society. She had not meant to speak so passionately, but she was incapable of leaving her sister's happiness to chance. Mr. Darcy fell silent for some time, long enough for her to realise how her words must have sounded.
She gasped, chagrined at her loss of composure. "I do not include Mr. Bingley, or you, among that sort. I hardly know you well enough to cast such a negative light on your character." Was he sad? Pained? She only caught the briefest glimpse of a reaction. But Mr. Darcy was a gentleman through and through. He must be shocked by her bold speech against his peers, but did not embarrass her by showing it. While she appreciated his leniency, she wished more than anything to be able to know his thoughts, his real opinion of her. She tried to turn her attention to her untouched soup, but she tasted nothing. His smooth baritone soothed her agitation.
"Do you consider yourself to be an accurate judge of character?"
She lifted her chin and locked eyes with him. There was no judgment in his question, and no criticism in his gaze. "I have yet to be wrong."
An accomplishment to be coveted for one so young.
She was not that young. She straightened her shoulders and stiffened her spine. 20 years of observation and study is insufficient to establish my qualifications? Another pause. When Mr. Darcy finally spoke, she had to strain her ears to hear.
"You would be amazed what some are capable of hiding, even under the most discerning observation."
There was no mistaking his sadness. He did not show it, but she felt it keenly. "Do you speak from experience?"
"I do."
Finally, a real reply. No question to turn the conversation back on her. It was a truce. He did not expound on his reply, nor did she expect him to. In a breath, the mood shifted and lightened between them.
"Few are those who have not been taken in by some deception."
Elizabeth was not fooled by his attempt at levity, but she was determined not to allow her curiosity to overstep the boundaries of polite discussion again. "I suppose no one is immune, though there is no consolation in it."
"I do not mean to alarm you, Miss Elizabeth. A man, no matter how talented in the art of deception, will always reveal his true character eventually, if not in words, then certainly in his actions. The truly observant note the disparity, and are not fooled for long."
Elizabeth appreciated the olive branch he had extended, but she did not feel confidence in her observations at that moment. "Your logic is sound, but should not an equal weight be placed on what a person does not say and do? A man may claim many things, but if he does not act in accord with them, then he condemns himself as a liar." She took a spoonful of soup. Her mother's manners lacked polish at times, but Elizabeth would dare anyone to disparage Mamma's choice of menu or cook. The creamy mixture was delicious, as would be the rest of the meal. Mr. Darcy drank from his glass, and Elizabeth waited contentedly for his reply. Darcy had never felt more guilty or miserable. Had Miss Elizabeth known the truth behind his acceptance of her mother's invitation, extended through Bingley, she could not have crafted a better rebuke. "I'm all astonishment. I had no idea one plant could accomplish so much," Bingley exclaimed. The dinner party fell silent, their attention diverted to Bingley and Miss Bennet. Even Miss Elizabeth turned her focus away from Darcy, to observe them in her inquisitive way.
"God bless Bingley."
Mrs. Bennet cast her eldest daughter a warning look. Her father spooned boiled potatoes onto his plate, and asked wryly, "Pray enlighten the rest of the table, Mr. Bingley. Which floral fact has astonished you?" Bingley reddened, only now realising that he had spoken loudly enough to draw the attention of everyone at the table. He was not shy in social situations, though, and he recovered remarkably well. Smoothly, he smiled at Miss Bennet, exchanging a brief, intimate exchange, before he praised her before all. "It is as much Miss Bennet's knowledge of flora that must be acknowledged than the plant itself. She told me about the aloe plant, which is able to heal wounds and treat sunburn, among other things I shall surely recall over the course of the evening." Lawrence would have approved of having his favourite potted plant so praised, and discussed for the next quarter of an hour, between dishes of potatoes and asparagus and fish. It was astonishing how lively and lengthy the topic of the miracle plant became. Miss Bennet was a wealth of information, and Bingley was a captivated student. His enthusiasm rose to a resounding crescendo.
Colonel, you ought to recommend to the Chief Admiral that he send several aloe plants to every regiment and unit in the army." "And to the Navy," saluted another neighbour, who appeared old enough to have a son serving on a ship.
"You must also recommend the oil from our castor beans," Mrs. Bennet contributed. "The seeds are highly sought after by apothecaries all over the country for the oil's medicinal properties. In fact, Meryton's apothecary called to collect some this afternoon, and he had to dig around in the stems to find any. They were already gone." She smiled smugly at her sister and Lady Lucas.
Mr. Bennet frowned. "I did not see anyone else approach. Nobody informed me we had more callers."
"It is terribly unmannerly of them to remove the pods without permission, but they were gone all the same. Who else but an apothecary would have taken them?" Mrs. Bennet shrugged.
"If I am ever honoured to gain another audience with the Chief Admiral, I shall relay your suggestions to him,"
Richard teased, filling the ensuing awkward silence. Bingley pinked at the praise for his idea in front of a lady he wished to impress, and Mrs. Bennet swelled with pride. They engaged in happy chatter, and Miss Elizabeth took part, without any further insistence that Darcy participate. He could not breathe normally until the ladies departed from the table, leaving the gentlemen to their port. Richard kept Sir William occupied, while Bingley entertained Mr. Phillips. Darcy took the chair closest to Mr. Bennet. That gentleman had fallen into silence for the remainder of their dinner, but once the ladies departed, he paled and slouched into his chair. He was evidently too exhausted to pretend all was well for another second.
"I am relieved you and the Colonel are here. I do not know whom I should trust."
Darcy placed Mr. Bennet's port glass closer, instructing him to drink. By some miracle, Mr. Bennet did not spill any of the spirits in his trembling hand. By the time he reached the bottom of the glass, his complexion had recovered some colour. He whispered,
"I have done this. My girls, my wife, they are in peril because of me."
The gentleman's anguish reached out and grabbed Darcy by the throat. It was the fear every agent faced. If Georgiana was ever in danger, the idea made Darcy's chest ache. He dismissed the wretched thought before it overcame him. He must keep his senses, not give in to emotion.
"It is the risk we all take."
Mr. Bennet's chin shook, and his eyes filled with tears.
"You must protect them. I beg of you to keep them safe."
Firmly, confidently communicating the depth of his resolve to the fearful gentleman, Darcy vowed,
"I swear on my life that I will do everything I can to protect you and your family."
He was a Darcy. He had yet to embark on a mission he had not completed successfully. There was no reason why he should fail. Chapter 19. Bingley left Longbourn in a cloud of pleasure. He extolled the fine meal, the superior company, and the lovely, angelic Miss Bennet. Darcy pressed his shoulders down before they rose to his ears. It was all he could do not to growl at Bingley, when the dinner had left him reeling. Despite his efforts not to react with emotion, he had made a rash promise to a frightened father. Oh, how confident and proud he had been! His reassurance had calmed Mr. Bennet, but the consequences of Darcy's own foolhardiness left him shaken. Sir Nick had been right, as he always was. There was no way around it. Darcy would have to pretend an interest in Miss Elizabeth to maintain his cover, unless he revealed his true motive to all and sundry. He despised himself for having to mislead her, especially after her impassioned speech at the dinner table. Richard was in too good of a humour to be of any help. He cheered Bingley on, and waggled his eyebrows at Darcy.
"Well, Bingley, it seems that you are not the only gentleman to be enamoured of a Bennet lady. I've never known you to flirt, Darcy, but considering your status as a novice, you did surprisingly well."
Darcy had not realised he had been flirting. For the first part of the evening, he had genuinely enjoyed his conversation with Miss Elizabeth.
"Is there anything you do not do well?"
asked Bingley in awe. Let ageing gentlemen fix their own problems and protect their own families. Let miserable cats find their own way down from the vines or trees they climb. Darcy wished he could run back to London. But he had made a promise, first to his father, and now to Miss Elizabeth's. He had to find a reason to stay. Bitter and full of resentment, he said, "Flirting is hardly a worthy accomplishment." "I'm a touch fox, gentlemen. What say you to taking refuge at the Meryton Inn? We can return to London on the morrow at our leisure," suggested Richard. They arranged for rooms with the gruff innkeeper, and Bingley stayed downstairs to converse with him, while Richard and Darcy retired. The rooms were clean and tidy, and though the furniture was sparse, every piece was polished and in excellent condition. "We need to get Bingley back to London," Darcy said. "We need to find a reason to stay." Richard took the chair opposite, stretching his legs out in front of him, as though he had not a care in the world. "I could sneak into the stables and loosen your horse's shoe. I will go back to town with Bingley, while you remain behind to see the farrier. If you are fortunate, you could stay up to a week. Or you could declare yourself." Darcy recoiled. "You could do much worse than Miss Elizabeth. That is the problem." Darcy regretted the outburst as soon as the words escaped his lips. He blamed the port. "You have been on this earth for 28 years, and Miss Elizabeth is the first lady to make you smile and laugh and talk like a court minstrel. I did not talk that much. You were rivalled in conversation only by Mrs. Bennet." Darcy gritted his teeth. There was no arguing with Richard when he was in his cups. "The Bard of Pemberley, that is what I shall call you from here on." Bingley burst into the room. "You will never guess what Mr. Tanner told me." "Mr. Tanner?" Darcy asked, grateful for the interruption. "The innkeeper. There is an estate just outside of Meryton, very near Longbourn. Its nearest neighbour, in fact. The estate has been empty and looked after by a bailiff these past 2 years. It is in good repair, but the gentleman who inherited has decided to take up residence in Dorset, and rarely comes to Hertfordshire. He has decided to let the estate, and I would have the option to buy. You both know it was my father's deepest wish that I purchase an estate of my own." At this, Darcy had to intervene. "You cannot purchase an estate without first inspecting the house and the land." "Of course not. I would never dream of taking on an estate otherwise. However, I am tempted to let the place for a time. Mr. Tanner offered to ride over Netherfield Park with us." Darcy's mind spun. This solved one problem, but it raised too many others. Netherfield Park. The estate to let. He said he could arrange a meeting with the bailiff on the morrow, so that we might see the house. Would it inconvenience you too greatly to stay another few days, or a week? You are more qualified than I am in these matters, and I would not know what questions to ask or things to inspect." Darcy could not have arranged a more perfect excuse to stay near Longbourn, but too much was at stake, and Bingley must stay out of the way. He had to dissuade his friends somehow. "Are you certain you are willing to face the neighbourhood's expectations if you stay, and at an estate so close to Longbourn?" he asked plainly. Bingley had been looking about, ready to jump out of his skin, but at this he forced himself to sit. He nodded his head slowly. "I have thought of that. After accepting the Bennets' invitation to dine, I understand that if I decide to settle in the area, Miss Bennet might consider that she has some role to play in my decision. She would be right to think so. Netherfield Park used to have the most beautiful rose garden in the entire shire, or so Mr. Tanner's housekeeper told me. Miss Bennet would love it there. She could restore the gardens to their former glory." "You would give her hope after one dinner?" asked Richard, finally uttering some sense. "2 dinners," countered Bingley, who went on to prove he had completely missed the point of Richard's objection. "Was tonight not charming? Not only are the Bennets good company, but I found the Lucases very agreeable, and the Phillipses knowledgeable company. And we have not yet met the rest of Meryton society. Sir William told me that they hold regular assemblies, and this month's will be held 2 weeks hence. If I decide to let Netherfield Park, I aim to attend." It seemed that Bingley had given this some careful thought after all. If the estate was in good shape, leasing it would indeed be an ideal step for Bingley to take toward becoming a landowner. Darcy's major concern was Bingley's fascination with Miss Bennet. On a personal level, it was too early for Bingley to know the lady all that well. There could be heartbreak ahead for one or both of them, And with the danger lurking over Mr. Bennet, Bingley's frequent presence at Longbourn could put Darcy's friend in harm's way. However, Bingley's impulsive plan conveniently provided Darcy with a legitimate excuse to stay. It was an opportunity he could not afford to squander. Once again, Bingley had come to the rescue, quite unwittingly. The innocence and coincidence of it all made it perfect and infinitely more entangling. Someone was bound to get hurt. Darcy would do his utmost to keep the damage minimal, or take the brunt of it himself. "I've never been happier than I am at this very moment, and I'm delighted to have friends with me here to celebrate." Bingley sighed. "This was everything my father wished for me. If it works, as I suspect it will, as I hope it might, this is the beginning of the happiest years of my life. I cannot thank you enough for making this possible." That blasted cat. Darcy tried to summon a smile, but guilt and dread wrapped around him like a millstone. Bingley was too blissful to notice. He eagerly returned downstairs to make arrangements that would seal his fate and Darcy's. Richard clapped Darcy on the shoulder. "I'm off to sleep. You have a great deal to fret about, and I would only interfere." Darcy grimaced, knowing his cousin was correct. He would not get a wink of sleep. Chapter 20. Elizabeth hardly slept, yet she did not feel tired the following morning. To the contrary, she felt invigorated. Her mind was full of Mr. Darcy. Mr. Darcy, Fitzwilliam Darcy. She could not help but smile. His was a good, strong name, much like the man himself. Her steps as light as air, Elizabeth descended to the breakfast parlour, where she opened Papa's newspaper. He was not at the breakfast table. Given the prior night's social demands, Elizabeth was not surprised. He would seek solace in the only room guaranteed to grant him silence, his book-room. She turned the pages, and then turned them again, when she did not see her puzzle printed anywhere. It was one she was particularly proud of. She had worn indigo stains on her fingers for days afterward. Taking a deep breath, she looked slower, more deliberately. Still there was no puzzle. How strange. She was tempted to tap on Papa's study door and ask why, but her sisters entered the parlour. Jane sighed and smiled and glided about the room, too restless to eat much or sit still, while Kitty and Lydia trailed in her wake, begging to hear every detail about the dinner party. Mary sat in her chair, her back straight, and her hands poised over the tablecloth, as though she sat at her instrument. Her fingers tapped against her teacup, making plain her wish that Mamma would wake, so that she could practice. They were all in a state of disquiet, and at risk of disturbing both their parents, so Elizabeth suggested that they take their agitation out of doors, toward Netherfield Park in particular, because Jane loved to look at the gardens, and dream them back to their original splendour. "That old empty place. I would rather walk into Meryton." Lydia smoothed a curl at her shoulder, and fluffed out the ribbon of her bonnet at her chin. Kitty nudged her. "You only say that so that the villagers may admire your new bonnet. And what is wrong with that? What good is a new bonnet if nobody admires it?" Mary brushed her hand over the tall grass. "The truest adornment of a lady is the inner beauty of her heart." To her credit, Lydia did not stick out her tongue, but Elizabeth could tell how she struggled with the temptation to do so. She picked a white ox-eye daisy and handed it to her youngest sister. "What were you able to observe from between the balusters, and how did you evade the notice of your governess?" Lydia smiled proudly. "I slipped some of Mamma's sleeping draught into her tea." Just as quickly as her smile had appeared, it turned into a scowl. "For all the good it did me. I could not see or hear anything once everyone went into the dining-room. It was my idea to invite the gentlemen. After all my effort, I ought to have been permitted at the table." Jane wrapped her arms around Lydia and kissed her cheek. "Thank you." Lydia made a face. "When you marry Mr. Bingley, I expect you to introduce me to his richest, handsomest friends." "Like Mr. Darcy." Elizabeth raised her chin to let the breeze cool her cheeks. Gracious, this was becoming troublesome. She could not so much as think his name, without losing a noticeable amount of composure. If she did not learn to control her thoughts better, her sisters would tease her as badly as they teased Jane, and she would find it difficult not to entertain certain hopes. Mr. Darcy was not a gentleman to trifle with a lady's expectations, but he would always make himself agreeable to his company. Elizabeth would do well to remember that. He was only being polite. "Hush, Lydia, let Jane be."
"Why? He loves her, I'm certain of it."
Jane took Lydia's hand, keeping her from twirling away. "Pray do not encourage me to hope. It is far too soon to say such a thing."
"Why? He's perfect for you. He does not wear a uniform, but he's rich, so we can forgive him for that."
"Lydia!" Kitty snapped a buttercup from its stem and plopped it in her basket. "It is Mr. Bingley's character we must discern, not the clothing he wears or extent of his fortune. No amount of money could make our Jane happy if he were cruel." Lydia pulled her hand out of Jane's and shrugged.
"But he is not cruel. He is as kind as Jane, and you will never convince me that any of us could be happy being poor."
Mary looked at Lydia pointedly.
"Remember that the next time you cross paths with a handsome soldier without a penny to his name."
Lydia's restraint had reached its limit. She stuck out her tongue and spun away. Jane plucked a handful of red corn poppies and added them to Kitty's basket. "I shall remember last night's party with immense joy, but it was only one dinner. The gentlemen have no reason to stay on in Hertfordshire."
Lydia interrupted. "Mr. Bingley has every reason to stay in Hertfordshire, because it is where you are, and if he stays, the others will stay too."
This she said with a coy look at Elizabeth. Elizabeth would like to believe Mr. Darcy might linger for her sake, but she dared not flatter herself. She had enjoyed his company the evening before, and she was fairly certain he had enjoyed hers. That was all. She had only just succeeded in convincing herself that Mr. Darcy was well on his way to town, when they saw 3 gentlemen racing across a field. All Elizabeth's attempts to think rationally crumbled under the emotion of pure joy. Mr. Darcy had not left for London. He was still here, and he was winning the race, although the Colonel was on his horse's heels. Upon noticing the ladies, Mr. Bingley immediately abandoned the others and altered his horse's course to greet them. Jane did her utmost to conceal her pleasure, but she could not suppress it completely. Mr. Bingley, on the other hand, wore his delight openly.
"Miss Bennet, Miss Elizabeth, Miss Mary, Miss Kitty, Miss Lydia, what a fortuitous meeting! We were just discussing the splendours of Netherfield Park."
Lydia and Kitty raised their eyebrows, saying with a look what they thankfully did not say aloud. Mr. Bingley, however, had 2 sisters of his own, and must have been well practised in interpreting such looks.
"The estate is charming, and in excellent repair, though the gardens have been neglected. I have been told they were once the pride of Hertfordshire, and
He turned to face Jane.
"I had hoped to consult with you. About the gardens, I mean."
Jane smiled too widely to speak, so Elizabeth helped. Jane possesses a talent for coaxing life back, even into the most desolate patches of earth.
Mr. Bingley beamed. "I have no doubt that with your sister's guidance, Netherfield's gardens will bloom once more."
From the corner of her eye, Elizabeth saw Mr. Darcy approach, his coat-tails flapping behind him, until he slowed his horse to a walk. Elizabeth was ready to greet him with a smile, but he did not look at her, and did not smile. He acted exactly as he did every time they met, reserved and brooding. Well, she would see how quickly she might coax a smile out of him. "Mr. Darcy," Elizabeth addressed him, her head tilted to the side. "Have you been struck by the allure of Hertfordshire's verdant landscapes, or do you find no pleasure in the delights of nature?" He regarded her intently before replying, his voice laced with a touch of irony.
"What are rolling hills to rocks and mountains?"
He met her challenge, raising the stakes by comparing Derbyshire to Hertfordshire. "Fighting words." The Colonel cleared his throat.
What my cousin means to say is that, while he appreciates the beauty of rolling hills, his true pleasure lies in the company of those who can enlighten and engage him with their conversation."
"Is that so?" Elizabeth arched an eyebrow, still regarding Mr. Darcy. Not only do you hold high expectations of nature's beauty, but also for the intellects of your companions, unless you mean to compare their conversation to arduous mountain climbing. Or are their heads full of rocks? The Colonel guffawed. Mr. Darcy's gaze met hers, a spark of intrigue igniting them. Beauty alone might capture a man's attention for a moment, but a lively mind can captivate a man for a lifetime. He concluded his speech with a glorious smile. Kitty and Lydia squealed and twirled around the flower basket. Only her dignity kept Elizabeth from doing the same. He dismounted and held his arm out to her. When he asked if they might walk them home, she still had not caught her breath enough to reply. Resting her hand on his arm, feeling his solid warmth beside her, and the broadcloth of his coat scratching under her fingers. Her heart leapt into her throat. Her bare fingers! Where were her gloves? Dear Lord, she had left them behind. Would he think she was a hoyden? She reached under her chin, relieved to feel her bonnet ribbons. At least she had not forgotten that. They turned toward Longbourn. Casually, indifferently, doing her best not to draw attention to her gloveless hand on his arm, Elizabeth said, "Am I to understand that Mr. Bingley might let Netherfield Park?" "It is a possibility." "Will you remain behind with him?" She grimaced at the hope in her voice. He looked down at her, and Elizabeth prayed that her feet would not trip over themselves. "Would you like me to stay?" he asked, in a tone that sent shivers through her, and gave her pause. Perhaps Mr. Darcy was only being polite. Yes, that must be it. What he did hardly mattered to her, or so she reminded herself. Feigning a disinterest she did not feel, she shrugged. "You will do what you please, Mr. Darcy." Did he want her to wish him to stay? She would not mind crossing paths with him more frequently. Would it please him to stay? She kept her gaze fixed ahead of her, keenly aware of his every blink and breath. "Oh, get the pig away from that castor plant!" Mr. Darcy and Elizabeth flinched as Jane rushed toward a large leafy bush and the pig rooting at the spiky red pod underneath. "They are poisonous!" The gardener ran toward them, arms flailing, a few cross words directed at the kitchen boy, who had left the pen open. With so many people surrounding it, it took little time to return the pig to its pen. Jane checked the pod, which appeared intact. The pig would survive. Mamma stood at the door of the kitchen, her fists propped on her hips, and her lips pinched. Elizabeth waited for her to notice their guests, anticipating her transformation to gracious hostess, and the invitation for the gentleman to come inside for some refreshments. But the closer Elizabeth got to her, and the harder it would be for her mother to not notice whose arm she held on to, the more her concern grew. "Mamma?" "Did you see your father?" She only called Papa your father when she was angry. Usually he was Mr. Bennet. "Insufferable man! He drags us away from London." Mamma threw her hands up in the air. "Then he disappears." Chapter 21. Darcy's pulse thundered in his ears. Mr. Bennet disappeared on his watch. Miss Elizabeth rested a hand on her mother's shoulder. "Are you certain Papa is not merely ensconced in his book-room?" She did not appear overly concerned on hearing her mother's claim. Perhaps Mrs. Bennet frequently made outrageous outbursts. Perhaps Mr. Bennet was not gone at all. Mrs. Bennet huffed. "Of course I looked there first, Lizzie. Your father prefers books to people most of the time. It is a wonder you have any suitors at all." Darcy pretended not to hear, though she looked directly at him. He pitied the man who would have such an outspoken woman for a mother-in-law. Miss Elizabeth interrupted before her mother could continue. "Mamma, we must find Papa. Have you looked in every room of the house?" "Hill and Sarah searched with me from top to bottom." "Are all the horses accounted for in the stable?" "All except for one." Richard turned to the door. "I will speak to the groom and stable boy." "There you are. Papa has gone for a ride, and will return any moment." Miss Elizabeth's tone was hopeful.
Your father does not ride for pleasure. You know that as well as I do, Lizzie. Perhaps there is another explanation for the missing horse. It is not the horse I wish to find. It is your father. Might he have gone for a walk? Mrs. Bennet's vexation toward Mr. Bennet turned to her daughter. Have you ever known your father to go for long walks? Unless there is a library or bookshop to walk to, he prefers to sit with his nose in a book. She raised a finger. And before you suggest that he might have walked into Meryton to the circulating library, the gardener did not see him go out of doors, and Mr. Hill has not seen him since last night. Neither has his valet. If he left on horseback, he did it alone, and during the night, and why would he do that? Miss Elizabeth's shoulders visibly fell, as they would if one's final hope was dashed. She now looked as concerned as her mother appeared irate. Mrs. Bennet's nonsensical claim was no longer easily dismissed. The pounding in Darcy's skull resumed. Hill told me your father had not taken any breakfast this morning, or asked for the newspaper Mr. Bingley so thoughtfully brought from town. Mrs. Bennet's face crumpled, her anger spent. He returned to London without me. He has left us. Oh, Lizzie, what am I to do with 5 unmarried daughters out in the country? Why did he bring us out here to suffer? Miss Elizabeth wrapped her arm around her mother's shaking shoulders, and Darcy took the matron's elbow. Her dramatics aside, Darcy sympathised with Mrs. Bennet's plight. If Mr. Bennet was truly gone, she had every reason to worry. As did Darcy. Where was the gentleman, and how had Darcy allowed him to disappear while under his protection? Together they led Mrs. Bennet to the nearest kitchen chair, so she might sob in greater comfort. The cook put on the kettle. Miss Bennet and Miss Mary surrounded their mother, muttering comforting reassurances. Richard returned, and while the ladies did not seem to notice his subtle shake of the head, his expression was too grim to ignore. Clearly he had learned nothing at the stables. Miss Elizabeth pulled Miss Lydia aside. Is there any of Mamma's sleeping draught remaining? Her younger sister darted out to the hall and shouted back over her shoulder, I will fetch what is left. Next, Miss Elizabeth turned to Darcy. Papa was last seen in his book-room. Shall we have a look? That was what Darcy was about to suggest, as it was the most logical place to begin their search. She was intelligent, observant, insightful. How had she not suspected her father of being involved in clandestine work? Darcy took a deep breath. He had never suspected his own father. He recalled how betrayed he had felt, looking up to a man who kept such a large part of himself secret. At least Darcy had the advantage of his father's explanation, and their work as a team afterward. Elizabeth could never have that. It was unjust, but the success of an agent's mission and the safety of his family depended on his discretion. Leaving Bingley to stay with the other ladies, Darcy motioned for Richard to accompany them into the book-room. He was not yet certain that Mr. Bennet was gone. Miss Elizabeth did not seem overly concerned, though she lightly kept her demeanour calm for her sister's benefit. Perhaps she also had her doubts. On their way to the study, she often peered toward the door, as though she expected to see her father walk into the house at any moment. Darcy took in the dishevelled room, landscape paintings, disfigured portrait sketches, bugs and flowers pinned against dark velvet under glass, embroidered handkerchiefs and pillows leaned against stacks of books and papers, lying helter-skelter over every surface. A chaotic blend of mismatching objects. How could a gentleman have a singular, clear thought when surrounded by so much disorder? He studied the door frame. No splinters, no forced entry. None of the furniture appears to have been disturbed, Richard observed. He added for Miss Elizabeth's benefit. Broken doors and tipped or shattered furniture are the most common signs of an unwilling extraction. If Mr. Bennet is truly gone, he seems to have left of his own volition. A promising beginning. The knot in Darcy's stomach relaxed. Does Mr. Bennet often disappear without explanation? Yes, but only to the library or to his study. I would not be concerned. Miss Elizabeth bit her bottom lip, her eyebrows furrowing. Except for 2 things. She took a deep breath. He did not touch his newspaper, just as my mother said. It was neatly folded at the head of the breakfast table this morning. I thought it was odd, but I assumed Papa was still in here." She gestured about the empty room.
The knot tightened. "And the second thing?"
Miss Elizabeth looked between him and Richard, seemingly assessing them. "There is something that has been bothering me, and I think that enlisting your help is the wisest step." Richard stepped forward.
"If you desire a word in private—"
"I am inclined to trust you, Colonel, and if Mr. Darcy wishes you to stay, I will not object." She looked expectantly at Darcy.
"Stay."
He glared at Richard. What was he thinking, to suggest that Darcy be alone in the room with Miss Elizabeth? She continued. "Sir Nick called a few days ago. He has been a friend of Father's since university. He spoke very kindly of you, saying you were trustworthy and honourable." Praise for the very qualities he most valued, and must besmirch, lest he reveal the truth, and expose her to greater danger. To the tight knot of injured pride for failing Mr. Bennet, Darcy must now add gnawing guilt. He could not endure more praise from her.
"What was your second concern?"
"Papa has always entertained himself with puzzles and riddles. He believes that keeping an active mind is of the utmost importance. So when he started solving ciphers that a friend from Cambridge sent him, I did not think anything of it. She trusted him so easily, shared what she considered helpful so innocently and eagerly. Her honesty was a kick in the gut. What Darcy could not tell her was that the friend from Cambridge was none other than Sir Nick. She continued. As my own education expanded, however, and I learned more about the war with Napoleon, I began to wonder if perhaps Papa was working for the government. I took him to task over it.
So she had suspected. Darcy was relieved.
Had Papa denied it, I would have been certain of his involvement. Instead, he showed me the cipher he was working on, and taught me how he went about puzzling them. After that, he allowed me to join him. A cold sweat covered Darcy. Mr. Bennet had revealed classified secrets to his daughter, presenting them to her as a game. A mad solution, and a brilliant one, but Mr. Bennet's response could not outweigh the risk he took when he shared it with his daughter. What had he been thinking? Darcy's hands clenched. I admit that I looked up the coordinates, places and names of the answers revealed, until he caught me using his maps. Miss Elizabeth looked embarrassed when she had been correct. Every revelation left Darcy impressed and horrified in equal measure. It was silly of me, I know, but I found it difficult to believe that the ciphers were mere exercises for his brain. I left him little option but to tell me about his agreement with the newspaper. Once he did, I finally understood his activity and his secrecy. Our position in society is precarious enough, without it becoming known that my father, a gentleman of property, was employed. His effort to improve his daughter's prospects would have been for naught. Mr. Bennet came off looking like a responsible, attentive father, while securing the assistance of his cleverest daughter. Risk aside, if she ever found out. Darcy pinched the bridge of his nose.
"Did you help him create some of the puzzles that appeared in the papers?"
asked Richard. She smiled. Many of them. Miss Elizabeth was so proud of the work she could never claim as her own. Darcy's heart swelled in sympathy. Clever, admirable, horrifying. Darcy pressed his fingers against his aching temples. When he found Mr. Bennet, he had a few choice words for the self-absorbed man. Every decision had been made to secure his own peace and mental stimulation. That his wife and daughters had benefited from his choices was an unplanned boon. No wonder he had been so guilt-ridden the night before. Her smile drooped. One of my puzzles was supposed to be in the paper Mr. Bingley brought us from town, but it is not there. Because Dobbs was murdered. She did not know. It would be better that she never knew. The irony tasted bitter. That which Miss Elizabeth did not know could get her killed, like Dobbs. Her beloved father had done this. Darcy braced his hands against the desk and leaned over the map covering most of the surface, giving him the appearance of a studious listener, while he counted his breath,
to calm the burn in his chest. She described how shaken her dear father was after a trip to the bookshop the afternoon of Bingley's soirée, and the note in his pocket that he had kept from her until Sir Nick inquired about it. "It is not like my father to leave so suddenly on horseback and without a servant, and yet that is what I am led to believe he has done. Do you think he is in trouble, or worse, in danger?" Darcy would state nothing until his mind stopped reeling.
"What do you think?"
"I do not know what to think. Part of me expects him to appear and ask what all the fuss is about, but another part of me senses that something is wrong." Her breath trembled. "That my mother is right."
Dear God!
Darcy prayed that that was not so. His own diminishing opinion of Mr. Bennet aside, it was unacceptable for Darcy to fail him. To fail him a second time was unthinkable. What was worse, Darcy could no longer trust Mr. Bennet to place the welfare of his family ahead of his own interests. For Darcy to fail Elizabeth, that was unforgivable. Elizabeth's shoulders stiffened, and she clasped her hands together with purpose, but her eyes glistened, and her voice shook. "If he left of his own volition, then he will have left me a clue. Darcy would find Mr. Bennet, keep him under lock and key if necessary, and he would track down the scum who dared to threaten a defenceless family." Ill-tempered and resolute, Darcy lifted the mat from the desk.
"If it is a clue you seek, then we shall find it."
Elizabeth gasped, and was at his side in a flash. "What is this?" Darcy followed her gaze to a pile of puzzle pieces scattered over the desk, the kind of puzzle to be found in every schoolroom in the country. Hardly anything to get excited about. He held his tongue, curious and stunned, as Elizabeth pieced the childish puzzle together in seconds. One piece was missing. Elizabeth placed her finger on the empty space. "This puzzle was in the morning parlour. Kitty and Lydia put it together when Uncle Noddy called." Darcy moved papers aside to find the missing piece. Richard looked under the desk. Elizabeth stared at the puzzle, one finger tapping the empty void, a smile blooming over her features. "Perhaps Papa has done something foolish, but he is not in immediate danger. This is the clue." Foolish did not begin to describe Mr. Bennet's actions. Richard rose to his feet.
"You understood all of that from a missing puzzle piece?"
"My father always says to look for what is missing. Was the horse missing from the stables my father's gelding?"
"Yes."
"Then that leaves this puzzle. It is a clue." The only missing piece was Middlesex. In a room where a man could hide a dozen secrets, and had successfully done so for years, Darcy found it difficult to accept that Elizabeth had found the one clue they needed in record time by doing nothing more than putting together an incomplete puzzle. Darcy could not help himself. He stooped down to look closer under the desk. Perhaps Middlesex had fallen onto the carpet. "Mr. Darcy, my father is not hiding under the desk. He is in Middlesex, likely London." He was too cross to join Richard in laughing. Did the oaf not understand what was at stake? How deeply embroiled Elizabeth was in this tangled mess? She trailed her fingers over the edge of her father's desk, nibbling on her bottom lip and clearly fretting about something. It should not have been an endearing gesture, and it was hardly the moment to take note of it. But it was, and Darcy did. He stood and crossed his arms over his chest. Drat it all! Why would Mr. Bennet flee? He knew Darcy and Richard were there to protect him, so why leave? What did he possibly hope to accomplish on his own, other than distress his entire family and expose himself to an unknown enemy? And why involve Elizabeth as he had, even indirectly? He ought to have stopped. He ought to have told Sir Nick that the risk was too great. He could have retired. Instead, he had taught his daughter how to solve ciphers, and had exposed her to secrets other men died for. He took another deep breath, and another.
"Focus, Darcy, focus."
He must think clearly and levelly. Mr. Bennet was not the enemy. There were always two sides to every story. Mr. Bennet was afraid, and fear made men act foolishly. People tended to react as they always did, following the habits of behaviour established over years of repetition. This made Mr. Bennet's flight more baffling. His tendency was to ignore and hide, not to flee. If he had run, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. Darcy would make certain that he was the one who caught him. And when he did...
Focus, Darcy. Focus on the mission. Find Mr. Bennet, keep Elizabeth safe, end the war.
Where there was one clue, there would be others. Darcy's fingers itched to search. The locked drawers of the desk, the spaces behind the paintings, the floor under the carpet, the narrow strip of wall with no furniture or books obstructing it. But he could not search with Elizabeth here. He opened the sash window, 3 lights wide and 2 lights high, satisfied with its smooth glide and the firm ground on the other side. He walked over the floor, looking for more clues along with Richard and Elizabeth, but making particular note of the squeaky floorboards he must avoid later that night. More of Mrs. Bennet's sleeping draught was on the way. Darcy did not need to suggest to the ladies that they partake of it. Bingley, in his eagerness to ensure that the ladies of the house had a restful night, did that for him. Bingley also insisted that the 3 men stand watch all night, offering to take the first round, and begging Richard to send for his most reliable soldiers to help them. Richard would send for more men, but not the regiment Bingley imagined. Instead, it would be highly trained men who could blend into their surroundings and discharge a weapon faster than the average soldier, uncapped his powder pouch, were what they required. Men who would not open fire on Darcy when he sneaked into Mr. Bennet's study after midnight, for a proper, thorough search. Chapter 22. The second hour before dawn was the best time to search a house unobserved. The entire household would still be in a heavy sleep. Most importantly, the servants. Darcy's black attire had been laid out on the bed, pressed and ready by the dutiful Lawrence. Even the hood was devoid of wrinkles, and thankfully cat hair. Emperor Claude. The surly feline had won cook's respect when he proved himself to be a superior mouser, so long as he kept his catch off her clean floors. She had provided him with a metal dish to eat from, and though Claude often caught his own meals, he had quickly learned that the dish meant food. When it was empty, he had developed the terrible habit of clattering the bowl against the wall until the dish was filled. Would Claude fare better at Pemberley? Shaking his head, Darcy pulled the hood up. He had bigger problems to resolve than the happiness of a mongrel cat. Intent on the task before him, Darcy climbed down the thick ivy to the ground and walked along the hedgerows, lining the path to Longbourn. He circled the house. The windows were dark, save one. Elizabeth's bedchamber, Darcy would wager. She was not the sort to fear the night air. When he rounded the perimeter to Mr. Bennet's study, he paused. Footsteps padded over the soft grass behind him. He turned to see Richard salute. "Nothing to report. It is as dull here as one of Aunt Catherine's dinner parties." "All the better." Darcy glanced at the open window, directly above Mr. Bennet's study. "That is Miss Elizabeth's bedchamber, in case you wish to know." Richard's teeth gleamed in the moonlight. Darcy bristled. "Why should I wish to know?" "No reason," Richard shrugged, his grin as wide as before. It hit Darcy. "How do you know that is Miss Elizabeth's window?" "I saw her." Darcy's blood simmered. "Saw her?" He angled his body toward Richard, ready to grab his collar. "Saw her doing what?" "Calm yourself, smitten swain." Richard reached out to jab Darcy. Darcy knocked his cousin's hand away. "Explain yourself. You were as prickly as a hedgehog tonight." "Explain yourself," Darcy repeated, his fist clenched, his arm wound as tightly as a spring. "You injure my honour, Darcy." "Explain yourself, or I shall give the scar on your lip a twin on the other side." "She likes to read in front of her window, fully clothed." It would seem she ignored Bingley's suggestion to partake of her mother's sleeping draught. It was all Darcy could do not to throttle his cousin. Why did he have to mention her state of dress? Now he was imagining things. "Focus, Darcy, focus, but not on that. Focus on the room. Not her room, the other room. Mr. Bennet's study, for decency's sake. Carpet, paintings, hidden latches and levers." Richard nudged Darcy again.
Are you well? Stop doing that. Doing what? Talking, shoving, just stop. You are redder than an Italian tomato. It is too dark for you to see that I am not. Your denial is sufficient evidence for me.
Richard placed his icy hands on Darcy's cheeks. Darcy immediately shoved them away. Were they juveniles again?
Stop it! As hot as a blazing inferno, and as testy as that fanged beast still lurking in your townhouse.
Richard's accusations were ridiculous. They were wasting precious time. Darcy trudged toward the window, and God help him, he glanced up one more time at her window. Richard's whisper barely reached him.
I will circle back around the stables if you require my assistance.
Darcy never required Richard's assistance. He rarely asked for anyone's assistance. Using the frame of the window as leverage, Darcy pushed upward. The window did not budge. Strange, it had opened smoothly earlier. He widened his stance, and again tried to raise it. It was stuck. He pushed down, and then shoved up with all his might. The window was not just stuck, it was locked. A movement on the other side of the glass made him jump. Someone was inside the room. Someone, holding a pistol, aimed directly at him. Darcy froze and raised his hands in the air. Too late, the features of his pistol-wielding opponent came into view. Darcy's shock was complete.
Miss Elizabeth.
Elizabeth dropped the pistol on the side table. Unlatching the window, she flung it up and open. There stood one befuddled gentleman with his hands up in the air, looking as guilty as a mischievous little boy. Charmingly adorable. "Good evening, Mr. Darcy. Do you surrender?" He did not reply, which was for the best. She had stayed awake most of the night, but had fallen asleep until a creak at the window had awakened her. She blessed her foresight in locking it the evening before. Although she had been too frightened to even scream at the dark figure on the other side, she had had presence of mind enough to point the old pistol at the intruder. Thank goodness it was not loaded. She might have shot him. What sort of a lady would level a pistol at a man before she was fully awake? She rubbed her eyes, grateful beyond measure that the man standing on the other side of her father's window was not a foe but a friend. "What are you doing here?" Mr. Darcy glanced about.
"I would rather not announce my presence and wake the household."
Elizabeth was growing accustomed to his grumpy expression. It made her smile, or maybe she was exceptionally tired. "I gave them the sleeping draught, even the servants."
"Are you not in need of rest too?"
He sounded irritated. "When my father is gone, there is something amiss. I do not know what it is, but I cannot rest until I know that my family is safe."
"Which is why Bingley, the Colonel, and I offered to stand guard for you."
"A noble gesture, Mr. Darcy, but I am not one to sit idly by, playing the helpless maiden, when I can also take reasonable precautions." He did not need to know that she had drifted to sleep, or that her pistol was useless. He crossed his arms over his chest, his favourite stern pose, and levelled his glare at her. She noticed his ensemble then. "It is a miracle I recognised you at all, when you looked like darkness personified." He slid the hood covering his head onto his shoulders and leaned against the sill.
"I thank you for not shooting me. You did well to lock the windows. I did not mean to startle you, only to ensure that they were indeed secure."
"Of course. If anyone approached the house, you would wish to discover who it was, rather than warn him away wearing a starched white neckcloth and shirt. But why would a gentleman possess such dark, unusual garments, unless he had a particular use for them? Ugh, it was too late at night, or was it too early in the day, to think with any intelligence. Still, Elizabeth felt better with Mr. Darcy here. After hours with nothing but her own imagination, making her flinch at every creak and rasp, she was relieved to have someone with whom to share her vigil. That it was Mr. Darcy was even better. He was so very steady and level-headed, she could not but feel safer in his company.
"I should return to my post before we wake any of the servants. I trust you to secure all the windows and latches."
He stepped away from the window, and Elizabeth's heart dropped to her stomach.
Please stay." Even her sleep-muddled brain registered the desperation in her plea. Clearing her throat, she added more calmly, "That is, I got the sense that you were unsatisfied with your search earlier. It was a hunch, but if it kept him here, she would be satisfied." He paused, listening. She continued, "I have searched the room from top to bottom, but I found no more clues. Perhaps you will find what I did not." He would not find anything unless she had found it first, but just then she wanted him to stay more than anything.
"I should leave. You should go to bed."
"Please, Mr. Darcy, is my father not more important than propriety? If I, a lady, have no objections to your presence, and nobody is awake to see us here, then what harm will be done?" She clasped her hands together, twisting her fingers. "I am afraid." Her chin quivered, exhaustion intensifying every emotion and threatening to make her cry. She sucked in a breath and strangled her fingers, too tired and anxious to care how desperate she sounded. The next thing she knew, Mr. Darcy stood beside her in the book-room. How had he done that?
"Rooms appear different in the dark,"
he remarked, looking around him. His comment struck her as odd, but she was too relieved to overthink his meaning. "Do you often inspect rooms in the dark?"
"Were you never scared of monsters in the closet or under the bed?"
"Every child fears them."
"A child may play all day in the nursery, only to fear the same closet containing the very toys played with earlier. The only difference is the night. It alters one's perception."
It was a smooth explanation, but added to his black ensemble, and her father's trust in him, and her own fanciful, sleep-deprived imagination, she was prone to fancy. Another more satisfying explanation was taking shape in her mind. The more she pondered it, the more sense it made. She would test out the idea and see where it led. "There are no monsters hiding here, though I have read stories about hidden rooms and secret vaults, and the men who find them."
"A romantic notion used to sell more papers."
"You do not believe the stories to be true?"
"They are written to entertain, nothing more."
"It is a shame you think so, Mr. Darcy. I am of the firm belief that every home ought to have at least one hidden passage or closet wherein one can steal away." One side of his lips pulled up in a crooked smile that chased away the last of her lethargy.
"I agree."
Elizabeth basked in the glow of Mr. Darcy's approval until he broke the warm, contented silence between them.
"Shall we have a look?"
"By all means. However, I should warn you that there is nothing to find, or I would have found it by now."
"Not necessarily."
"Either you have excessive pride and take delight in wounding mine, or you are exceedingly skilled in the art."
"Neither, I assure you."
"Then why do you look so happy?"
"I enjoy a challenge. The chief delight in discovering such a space proceeds from the difficulty of finding it."
"It would seem you know a great deal about the subject. Are you certain you are not particularly skilled in the art of inspection?" Again that crooked smile.
"You are not the only one who reads stories about inspectors in the papers."
"What a delicious surprise. Very well, then let us pretend we are inspectors. Where would you suggest we look?" He glanced about. What a handsome man, and dressed in solid black as he was, he looked dangerous, exciting, thrilling. Elizabeth blinked hard and pinched her arm. Now was not the time to entertain inappropriate thoughts. Perhaps the room contained another clue, anything to find her father, anything to convince her mother to return to London, where Elizabeth had a better chance of finding him. Bookshelves lined most of the walls. If there was a hidden room, it was covered up. Not a promising beginning. Trapdoors under rugs. Mr. Darcy found none. Next, he felt for seams in the bookshelves. Elizabeth had already removed all the books and replaced them that afternoon, so she was not surprised when he found nothing. But Mr. Darcy looked in places and noticed things that Elizabeth had not considered. Clever places, easily overlooked places. He ran his hands over the tops of the shelves, so Elizabeth occupied herself with the bottoms. Nothing. Brushing the dust off her skirts, she rose from her hands and knees to see Mr. Darcy staring at one of the beams on the wall. Holding the candle closer, he mumbled,
"The plaster is cracked here."
The plaster is cracked everywhere. He rapped his knuckles against the beam.
This does not support any weight.
Strange. Then why is it there? Mr. Darcy looked at her, his eyes gleaming with excitement. For a moment they were on an adventure, where the only thing that mattered was finding out what treasures might hide behind the useless beam. He leaned against it, and the bottom slid smoothly over the floor. It moved. He leaned a little harder at the top, and when the bottom of the beam lifted, Elizabeth pulled it upward. When her arms no longer reached, and she was out of breath, she stepped back to see their handiwork. A gaping hole as tall as the ceiling, and as narrow as the foot-wide beam. Mr. Darcy would not easily fit through the aperture. Wordlessly, her eyes fixed on the black gap in the wall. Elizabeth set the candle on the floor and slipped through the opening. Cobwebs attacked her face and arms. Feeling something run down her neck, she shrieked.
"Elizabeth!"
Mr. Darcy was at her side before he had uttered the last syllable of her name. Her Christian name. Chapter 23. Darcy lunged forward, his hands hitting the back wall, and pressing Elizabeth between himself and the barrier.
"My apologies,"
he said, though he was not at all sorry. Her hair smelled like Pemberley's orangery, and the pastry chef's kitchen, sources of the happiest memories of his youth. She burrowed into his chest. "I hate spiders," resting his hand against the back of her head to shield her from the vile creatures, and not to feel the softness of her deliciously scented hair. Darcy waved one of his hands around them to knock down any remaining webs. There could not have been many, for he felt none. Her hot breath warmed his shirt. "Of all of God's creatures, I cannot fathom their purpose." He ought to have stepped away, but there was nowhere to go. And she was frightened. He felt her heartbeat against his stomach, racing. He tightened his arms around her, breathing in her perfume, and protecting her from the evil spiders crawling around in the hidden chamber. He would hold her only until her pulse slowed. It was a good plan, a chivalrous one, but it was doomed to fail. His heart now pounded in rhythm to hers, at a speedy clip. She must have reached the same conclusion, for she slipped out of his embrace. They stood toe-to-toe. Darcy's arms felt stiff at his sides. She cleared her throat. "The room is small." It was too dark inside the cavernous hole to see her expression, but he heard her embarrassment.
"Very small. That was why I—"
"Yes, of course. The wall and the spider." Darcy wished to disabuse her of the assumption that his embrace had been purely accidental. "You acted precisely as a gentleman would, and I thank you." That said, and with such firm conviction, Darcy could make no other comment. Needing something to do, he spun around to grab the candle Elizabeth had left on the floor, bumping into her several times, despite his efforts to avoid it. Finally, candle in hand, he stood.
"The room is small."
He winced. They had established that already. "I concur wholeheartedly. Again." He smiled, loving how quickly she smoothed over his blunder. However, he was a Darcy, and if he did not say something more intelligent, he would not believe himself worthy of the name. It took no more than a glance to take in his surroundings fully. The opening was merely an arm's length, but what the room lacked in depth, it made up for in length. A full-size man could lay down without folding his knees.
"It is similar to the priest holes from Queen Elizabeth's era."
He lifted the candle higher and stretched his arm toward the desk-level surface at the far end of the room. On top was a white square.
"I see something."
Elizabeth reached for it.
"Take caution,"
Darcy warned. "From what? A piece of paper that has likely been here for a century or more?" Darcy knew it was a clue before she did. A century-old paper would have been yellow and covered in dust. This paper was bright, new. A draught blew through the chamber, snuffing out the candle, and throwing them into complete darkness. "I got it," she said triumphantly, bumping into his chest because, while she had moved, he had not. The ramifications of finding a new clue in an old hiding place
Mr. Bennet knew Darcy undoubtedly would find, had rooted him in place.
"Were there many cobwebs when you entered the chamber?" he asked calmly.
It felt like there were many, but it might have been a single strand. One strand is enough when it means that there is a spider nearby. She shuddered. Would it not be better to discuss this on the other side of the opening? Hers was a good suggestion. Darcy flattened himself against the chamber wall, so she might precede him.
"After you."
She brushed over him before he could prepare himself, and he regretted the courteous gesture. His traitorous body followed her of its own accord, and without any regard for reason, as natural as the moon pulling the tide, until he, quite literally, could follow no more. Blast! Back in the study, Elizabeth lit something brighter than the candle, while Darcy attempted to unwedge himself from the hidden doorway. When she turned, the lamp in her hand illuminated her surprise and good humour. Darcy did his best not to display his mortification. That was what he got for acting like a juvenile dunderhead. He stated the obvious before she could.
"I am stuck."
She laughed under her hand, coming closer with that blasted lamp. "I can see that." Darcy did his level best to gain mastery over himself, with her inspecting the opening all around him. But she smelled so good, and looked so charmingly concentrated, that he was once again in danger of his senses slipping from him. She set the lamp on a nearby table to better concentrate, her fists balled on her hips, and her bottom lip between her teeth. It was a habit she had when she was deep in thought. If she only knew how distracting it was to Darcy, she would not believe him to be such a gentleman. He had to look away. You were able to get inside the chamber, so logic says that you must be able to get back out. Her eyebrows pressed together. How did you get inside so quickly? Darcy squeezed his eyes shut, wishing she would not stand so close, and concurrently wishing her never to stand anywhere else.
"I heard you scream, and I got in. There was no technique or procedure to it, just instinct."
"Would it help if I screamed again?"
"You are not in danger."
She held up the paper. Her hand shook. "Am I not? If this is why my father left, we are all in danger." On the paper was a drawing of Napoleon's bee, the same design of the stamp Darcy had taken from the locked safes and secret drawers of the peerage. This was on the desk. Why would it be there? Darcy's heart felt too heavy to beat.
"I cannot tell you."
He had a strong conjecture that would explain why Mr. Bennet had put it there. He also knew with a certainty that the gentleman had not intended for his daughter to see it. Darcy had failed, again. Elizabeth, far from pressing her point, set the paper on the table beside the lamp, and turned back to him with a determined look. "One problem at a time. Right now your predicament is more urgent." He attempted some levity.
"How considerate of you not to leave me here."
"I am all consideration for your plight, being the cause of it. But I do not know what to do with you. Can you push against the back of the wall with your leg?" It was a good idea. Its execution was inelegant and awkward, but Darcy managed to gain a couple of inches forward. Unfortunately, he could no longer breathe. How on earth had he made it through the first time? "Oh dear, that looks worse." She wrapped her fingers around his arm and tugged. It was not enough. "We need more leverage." She considered the opening again. "Do you trust me, Mr. Darcy?" That was a dangerous question.
"Do I have another option?"
he gasped. "Not really." She rubbed her hands together and stretched her neck from side to side, like a pugilist before a match. It was unnerving, but not nearly as unnerving as her wrapping both of her hands around his bicep and planting first one foot and then the other against the wall on either side of him. She wore stockings, but even after he closed his eyes, the brief sight he had glimpsed of her ankles and calves remained etched in his mind. The landing would be painful. With his entire weight thrust forward, and Elizabeth pulling him with all her might, a hazardous tumble was unavoidable. It happened as quickly as a champagne cork bursting away from the bottle. Darcy flew forward, with Elizabeth under him. He fell on his forearms, seeing stars when his elbows made contact with the hard floor. Each breath drew a fresh throb of pain, but he did not crush her under his weight.
"Are you hurt?"
he grunted, shifting to roll away from her.
"I'm fine."
His arm caught in her hair, and she rolled along with him.
Fine."
She lay splayed out atop him. The sound of a man clearing his throat at the open window made Darcy jolt to his feet, just as a sharp elbow jabbed him in the stomach, indicating Elizabeth had been equally startled. Neither of them went far. Her hair was still stuck in the buttons of his sleeve, and he dared not move, lest he make things worse. He did, however, have an excellent view of the window. Richard propped his chin on his hands in the frame.
"I do apologise. Am I interrupting?"
Chapter 24. Darcy lifted his head and let it fall to the ground with a groan.
"As always, Rich, your timing is impeccable."
Richard did not need to say more. His bemused expression adequately communicated his thoughts. Darcy picked at the hair strands snarled around his buttons. "Do not be afraid to pull a bit, Mr. Darcy." He had untangled hundreds of knots in his lifetime. He could do this without pulling Elizabeth's hair. "I'm serious, sir. If you saw what my maid Sarah did to my hair every day, you would not be so gentle." He was beginning to see the flaw in his comparison. Unlike his prior experiences, there was nothing tough or coarse about her curls, and he had made no progress. What use were buttons anyway? Holding Elizabeth's hair firmly in place, Darcy ripped the buttons from his sleeve. Lawrence would be cross, but a coat was replaceable. Once she was free, Darcy stood and assisted her to her feet. Upon standing, she pulled her hair from the buttons with only a few tugs, leaving Darcy stunned. She had made it look easy.
"Impressive, Miss Elizabeth. I see the two of you discovered a secret hiding place of some sort. Was there anything helpful on the other side of that opening?" asked Richard.
Elizabeth glanced up at Darcy. He was quick to reassure her.
"Richard will not question your father's loyalties. Furthermore, he has more connections than I do through his father, the Earl of Matlock. He is a powerful man with great influence."
She nodded. "Very well, that is enough for me." With a weak smile, she turned to Richard. "I am inclined to like you very much anyway."
Richard bowed his head. "I am honoured, and out of respect for the gravity of the moment, I shall keep my witty reply to myself."
"Only if you promise to remember to tell me when the mood lightens." He grinned.
"It is as good as done. Now tell me what you found."
She handed him the paper with the drawing.
"Oh dear,"
Richard whispered. "Précisément," she countered gravely. "I must go to London immediately."
"Over Darcy's dead body." "Richard and I will go there at first light. A heavy rotation of trained guards will be here to keep watch over Longbourn by then."
"My father has disappeared, leaving behind only a missing puzzle piece and that awful bee. He is in trouble, and I must help him."
"Does Mr. Bennet have any enemies?"
Richard asked. "If he does, I do not know of them. My father enjoys a good political debate more than most, but he is not a traitor, nor does he entertain conversations with anyone he might suspect of treason. It is too dangerous, and my father is not one to go out of his way for trouble. He does not go out of his way for anything." The missing horse, the puzzle piece, the bee drawing in the priest hole. Had Mr. Bennet not left that last clue himself, Elizabeth would have walked into much more than one thread of a spider's web.
"Is it possible that he left both clues behind?"
That was Darcy's suspicion, but he would hear her reply. "Why would he leave me the mark of a traitor without any further explanation? If he left it there, he would have me suspecting him of one of the worst crimes known to man. He would never leave such a horrible clue. I know him too well to believe it possible." Darcy asked in a low tone,
"How well do you really know him?"
She lifted her chin defiantly. "My father keeps no secrets from me." Darcy's heart broke for her.
"Some secrets are too dangerous to share. If he thought his silence would protect you, he would not hesitate to keep a secret, even from his favourite daughter."
She shook her head emphatically. "No,
I must go to London. I must find him." Her tone and firm countenance brooked no argument, but Darcy was equally stubborn.
"What if Mr. Bennet returned here only to find you gone? You would worry him for nothing, when it is a simple matter for me and Richard to go and make discreet inquiries."
Darcy saw a flash of something flicker in Elizabeth's eyes, so her meek reply surprised him. "Of course, with your connections I comprehend your advantage over me. Here, take the dreadful bee. Perhaps I might presume to request that you deliver a letter for my uncle. He has access to contacts of a different sort, through his dealings in trade and antiquities. If Papa is in trouble, we will need his help."
"It would be a pleasure."
Darcy shifted the false beam back to its usual position.
"Now, the morning dawns soon, and we must get some rest."
"You will not return to London on horseback, after being awake all night. At least you could sleep inside your coach." Darcy rarely slept in a carriage, and since his father's death, he rarely indulged in more than 5 hours of sleep at a time. However, it would provide more privacy for Richard and him to plan their next move. He looked at Richard, who shrugged.
"It is not a bad idea."
"You will not forget to stop here for the letter, for my uncle?" Elizabeth asked. It meant an extra stop, and more time wasted, but Darcy could not refuse her, without insisting and arousing her curiosity.
"We will not forget."
The smile she gave him made the inconvenience worthwhile. He crawled through the window, ready to bid his farewell. "I know who you really are, Mr. Darcy, and what you are doing here. It is so obvious." Darcy's heart leapt into his throat, but his stoic mien did not slip. Raising his eyebrows slowly, he turned to face her, exhaling as though he were bored.
"I have made no secret that I am Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire. Like the Colonel and Mr. Bingley, I'm here to assure your safety."
She rolled her eyes. "You are a man of many secrets, Mr. Darcy, and I do not believe that you appearing in our lives, shortly before Papa returned shaken to our London residence, was a coincidence." His pulse raced. He said nothing, not wanting to reveal anything. "You knew exactly what to look for in Papa's study, and how to go about finding it. You are strong and agile. You dress in head-to-toe black, and your expressions are difficult to read." None of that proved anything. He waited for Elizabeth to reach her conclusion without his assistance. "You are an investigator." She was so wrong it quite took his breath away.
"An investigator?"
She stiffened her posture, showing visibly how determined she was to stand by her wrong opinion. "Is that not what you bored heirs do nowadays? What might a capable gentleman, with a fair amount of intelligence, wish to do with his spare time? Why read the fabrications in the papers, when the experience is far more thrilling?" Richard clapped softly. "Your insight is stupefying, Miss Elizabeth. My cousin is speechless. Now we must away." "Of course, I have a letter to write."
"Could you not send it by messenger?" he asked. "Time is of the essence, and we mean to depart shortly after dawn."
"You are correct, of course. I shall have the letter ready, but if you consider it too troublesome, I shall send it by messenger instead. I would not want to delay your trip by the few minutes it would take to pick up a prepared missive." Thus dismissed, Darcy returned with Richard to the inn, reeling in the wake of Elizabeth's acute misjudgment, and his narrow escape. Chapter 25. "Remind me again, why are we stopping at Longbourn, when we ought to go directly to London without delay?" Darcy's shoulders tensed. The sleepless night had done little to add to his forbearance, and Richard would test its limits. Slowly, he enunciated the obvious.
"I gave my word."
"And I gave you a way out. Miss Elizabeth said she did not want to be troublesome."
"And people always mean what they say,"
Darcy retorted sarcastically. Richard snorted. "While I must concede on that small point, and applaud your adherence to the finest gentlemanly standard, I cannot help but question your motive when the fate of the nation hangs in the balance." He paused, fishing for a confession Darcy would not give.
"She is not the reason we are going to—"
Darcy clamped his mouth shut. Elizabeth was exactly the reason they were stopping at Longbourn, letter or not.
She was also the reason they were travelling in his carriage. Her suggestion that they might sleep during the journey was both considerate and practical, but neither he nor Richard would sleep a wink, and they both knew it. Darcy shoved the curtain aside and stared through the pane. Any further reply would add kindling to the flame of Richard's harassment.
Thank goodness Longbourn is on the way to London, or I would have to question your good judgment.
Richard had done nothing but question Darcy's good judgment since their departure from Netherfield Park. If he denied Richard a reaction, perhaps his cousin would stop talking. It was not the strongest plan, but short of binding and gagging Richard, it was the best Darcy could come up with in the confines of his carriage.
You are intent on the view, Richard commented.
Would he never cease? Darcy clenched his hands, crossed his arms over his chest, and settled back against the cushions to prove how relaxed and comfortable he was. Once they departed from Longbourn, he would fain sleep all the way to London, if it meant he would not have to continue looking at Richard's infernal smirk. Pointedly angling his head and body from his cousin, Darcy returned to peering through the window-pane.
The countryside is pleasant.
Richard saw what Darcy saw: brown fields and cloudy sky. 3 red kites circled overhead, scavenging for their next meal. A mule rolled in the dirt, creating a drab cloud of dust all around it.
You call that pleasant?
Darcy levelled his gaze at his exasperating travelling companion.
It is more pleasant than looking at you. You offend me repeatedly.
Richard dramatically clutched his chest.
Has anyone told you how vexing you can be? You are, you know, terribly vexing. Vexation rests in the bosom of fools.
Richard scoffed.
And pride is before a fall. You cannot even admit that agreeing to stop here is a mistake and a waste of time, unless your intention is to gaze upon a certain pair of fine eyes.
Darcy exhaled through his nostrils.
I gave my word. That is not pride, that is honour. Even now you refuse to admit that you admire Miss Elizabeth. What purpose would it serve? You are honest with everyone except yourself, Darcy. How long will you live devoid of affection, of love? We cannot carry on like this forever.
Darcy pounded his fist against the cushion.
We must. We made a vow to protect the people we love, our families. Would you have me go back on my word? There are others who will take our place. We have done enough. I gave my word, and I will see this assignment through to completion.
Richard raised his hands in front of him, choking the air.
You are so aggravating. I have given 8 years of my life to protect the nation, and I did it willingly, thinking that I was the only one who suffered. But our families miss us too. Do they not deserve the same consideration we have given strangers? You cannot be serious. I assure you that I am. This is my last mission.
Richard paused, the words sucking the air out of the interior.
It is my wholehearted wish that you would retire with me.
Darcy's ears rang.
You would leave before the war is over, when the implications of Mr. Bennet's clue rocks the very core of our organisation.
There was only one man who could have shaken Mr. Bennet to act as he did. Other pieces to the puzzle were beginning to fall into place.
Georgiana needs one of us.
Darcy had no rebuttal to that.
And it is not only her. I miss my family, Darcy. I'm tired of always keeping them at a distance.
The carriage stopped and the crunch of gravel ceased, but the ringing in Darcy's ears continued. Richard leaned forward, his expression grave.
I have done enough. Lord knows you have done more than anyone. But I cannot watch you squander your happiness on an old promise we made when we were young. We are not the same men we were. It is time to move on.
Darcy's throat tightened.
I swore to my father.
The door opened and Darcy stepped out, his brain buzzing with the echo of his father's dying words.
Do better. Do better.
Darcy would make certain all was well with the ladies of the household. He would secure the letter to Mr. Gardiner, and then he and Richard would continue to London to find Mr. Bennet with every confidence of success. Then they had a clever fox to catch. The door burst open, and Mrs. Bennet appeared, fanning her face, smiling, and not showing any evidence of the fit of nerves that had incapacitated her the day before. That she was awake at all at this early hour surprised Darcy. "Mr. Darcy, Colonel Fitzwilliam, how good of you to call, and in such a fine carriage." Richard bowed. "How are the ladies of the household on this fine day?" "As you see." She pushed her sleepy daughters past her, among whom Elizabeth was notably absent. "We are well." Miss Mary mumbled, "They did not come here to inspect us, Mamma." Miss Lydia rubbed her eyes and yawned. "They would just as easily accept your word that we are well, rather than witness you drag us out here in our finest gowns at this god-awful hour." Miss Mary protested the association of God with anything unpleasant. "Miss Elizabeth wished for us to convey a letter to your brother in London." Darcy felt his neck warm. He ought to have phrased his statement without her name. It felt too intimate. Mrs. Bennet frowned and fanned more frantically. "Oh, how vexing! Lizzie said nothing to me about you going to London. She might have travelled in greater comfort in such a fine carriage, and with 2 gentlemen to secure her safe arrival." Darcy was stunned. "She is not here?" "Oh, she left over an hour ago. She insisted on going to London with one of our tenants on a cart. Her skin will be ruined with freckles, and who will marry her then?" Mrs. Bennet eyed Mr. Darcy as though she expected him to give an answer. Never in his life had one person inspired so many contradictory emotions in Darcy at one time. He was angry that Elizabeth had wasted his time, concerned for her safety, and relieved he had avoided any expectation that conveying a young lady to London would certainly have raised. Miss Bennet smiled. "Perhaps we should allow the gentlemen to continue on their way?" Richard bowed again. "Our guards will keep watch over your household, madam. We will make inquiries while we are in town, and if we discover any news—" "Clarice is loose!" Miss Kitty exclaimed. Darcy did not know who Clarice was, but her escape caused instant pandemonium. The younger Bennets took off at a run, with Mrs. Bennet chasing after them and calling, "Do not run, girls, it is unseemly." "She's in the garden," Miss Lydia cried. "Hurry before cook sees her," Mrs. Bennet wailed. The mule Darcy had seen earlier stood in the middle of the kitchen garden, swishing its tail and chewing on its ill-gotten gains. So that was Clarice. Richard ran ahead of the ladies, arms spread out. Clarice lowered her head to a cluster of thick, fleshy beetroot leaves. With one tug, she pulled up the whole plant. "Not the last of the beetroot!" another voice shouted from the kitchen. The cook ran out, wielding a rolling pin. "I told you last night that if that ungrateful beast got into my garden again, I would quit." Mrs. Bennet attempted to appease the cook, while Richard waved his arms to no effect. The other Bennets tried to push the obstinate mule, and the kitchen boy hid behind the slop barrel. None of them noticed when Darcy pulled what was truly the last of the beetroot from the soil and waved it in front of the mule's muzzle. That got her attention. "You have a taste for beetroot, do you? If you want it, you will have to come with me." Darcy stepped toward the pen. Clarice followed, but she was a smart mule. Part way to the pen, she realised the decision before her. Return to the garden, or pursue one sweet beetroot. Darcy broke off the leaves and let her have them, saving the best part to lure her inside the pen. One of the fence boards lay on the ground. It was not broken or chewed, but perfectly intact. Once he had drawn Clarice inside, Darcy replaced the board and gave her the rest of the beet. "How did you get out?" If he did not know better, he would believe someone had let the mule out on purpose. But why? What did it matter? He had greater mysteries to solve. The mule was safe, the Bennets were guarded, and Elizabeth was well on her way to London. It was time for him and Richard to be on their way, before anything else transpired to delay their trip. Bidding farewell, they returned to the carriage. Richard was bothersome before, but now that he had been proved right, he would be unbearable. Opening the door, Darcy lunged forward into the dark interior. Richard must have drawn the curtains. The cushion yelped and shifted, jabbing into his side and sending Darcy to crash into Richard, who had followed closely behind him. The scent of the outdoors blended with orange blossoms, the softness of her lap, the sharpness of her elbow.
Elizabeth!
Reaching over to the nearest curtain, Darcy shoved the velvet aside and spun around. A maid sat stiffly in the furthest corner of the carriage, doing her best imitation of a deaf and blind mute. Across from her, rearranging her skirts and shushing them, was Elizabeth. She smiled all the way up to her eyes, and, God help him, he was happy to see her. Chapter 26. "I shall explain everything, only please let us go," Elizabeth whisper-shouted, pulling the curtains closed again. "Mamma cannot see me here." Nobody spoke a word until Longbourn was no longer in view, and then it was Elizabeth who broke the silence. "I apologise, Mr. Darcy. I would never wish to take advantage of your excellent manners, and yet that is precisely what I have done. I never should have insisted that you call at Longbourn before you quit Netherfield Park, but knowing you to be a gentleman, I also knew that you would never leave Hertfordshire entirely without bidding us at least a brief farewell." Darcy would not have hesitated to do just that, and he planned to disabuse her of her assumption. Unfortunately, she did not pause long enough for him to do so. "And I so want— no, it is more than that. I need to help find my father. My mother and sisters do not understand the danger he might be in, but I do, and I cannot stay here. I cannot. You see, I would have insisted that you convey me along with my letter to London, as you no doubt understood. Although I thank you for your courtesy, it occurred to me that my mother would read far too much into your polite gesture, and I could not repay your kindness in such a manner. I should have thought of that sooner." She clutched her hands in her lap and took a deep breath. Darcy attempted to decipher her swirled verbiage. She assumed a great deal, and all of it in his favour, but she was correct to determine that he would not have refused had she begged him to convey her to her uncle in London. That her mother would have made more of it than necessary was a certainty. Richard shook his head. "Your father was missing, and you stayed up all night out of concern for him and fear for your family." "Thank you, Colonel. I appreciate your defence, but I pride myself on being a rational creature, and my actions last night and this morning have proved that I am not as level-headed as I have believed myself to be." Darcy could not remain shocked, or even feign offence at her open admission. He was inclined to forgive her impertinence completely. After all, she had done it to protect him from her mother. How strange to be the recipient of another's protection, and from Elizabeth of all people. The question became, how could I make it to London without you? Unlike my father, I could not leave without telling my mother. Nor could I travel alone at night as he must have done. Nothing happens in Meryton without my Aunt Phillips observing it, and she would have been all too eager to hasten to Longbourn to learn why her niece was stealing away to London on a post-coach. That was not an option. So I told Mamma that one of our tenant families was taking a cart into town, and that I had decided to join them as far as Gracechurch Street, where my uncle resides. She thinks I departed at least an hour ago, when all this time Sarah and I were hiding behind the stables. And now— she flailed her arms heavenward— I must add this lie to the top of my mounting sins. Darcy would not condone a lie, but he would overlook this one, just as he hoped she would overlook his willingness to allow her to believe he was a bored gentleman investigator, and not a bona fide spy.
"At least you did not add travelling alone in a gentleman's carriage to your list of indiscretions," Darcy acknowledged.
The maid tried not to smile. She was a young thing, who likely was delighted to be returning to London, rather than staying in the country. "You will not excuse me so easily when I tell you the rest."
"There was more?"
Richard settled into his cushion, all attention. Elizabeth spoke through a grimace, as though the very words pained her. "My mother, as you might have guessed from her alertness this morning, recovered remarkably well from her sleeping draught. I suspect it is because she is accustomed to a larger dose than I was able to give her when I had to spread the liquid between everyone in the household." Darcy listened, waiting for her to reach the disagreeable part of her news. "She means to return to London today as well. I heard her say as much not 5 minutes after Sarah and I settled in behind the stables to wait for you. She had to raise her voice considerably to wake my sisters. Elizabeth clasped her hands together and bowed her head penitently. My insistence on departing so hurriedly must have inspired her to quit Longbourn too. Wonderful. All the Bennet ladies were returning to London. No wonder the maid looked so pleased. She had been spared a great deal of work by joining Elizabeth in her scheme. Packing trunks for 5 ladies would be no small feat. Richard cleared his throat. I do not mean to be poor company, but as you pointed out, Miss Elizabeth, we have been up all night, and I should very much like to take advantage of the journey to close my eyes for a wink. Of course. I suppose we all ought to get some sleep. She snuggled into her corner, rested her head against the door, and sighed. Darcy waited for her eyes to shut, but just as quickly as her eyelashes drifted down, they would spring upward. She tried a different angle, resting her head against the cushion so that she faced him. When her gaze inevitably met his, she sighed again. You must think I am ridiculous. Can you ever forgive my deception? Would she ever forgive him his? Did you remove the post from the mule's pen? Yes, cook gave me the idea this morning, when she complained that Clarice had escaped the pen and eaten all of her rhubarb. She ate the last of the beetroot. Poor cook. She threatens to leave at least 3 times a year, and she never does. Her mother was my grandfather's cook at Longbourn. I'm surprised she has not found Clarice another residence. Elizabeth's smile was bright. She very well might after this. Beetroot is her favourite vegetable, although I do not know why. I think it is atrocious. Her eyes widened. Oh, do not tell me that you favour beetroot, or I shall have to think less of you. Darcy smiled. You will never find beetroot at any table where I'm in residence. What is your preferred vegetable? He considered the question for some length. In truth, he ate vegetables because they were served with his meals, and not for any preference for them. Carrots are sweet. Asparagus in butter sauce is palatable. Lettuce when it is crisp. Do not forget the versatile potato. Darcy nodded gravely. The chameleon of the vegetable kingdom. Richard made a noise. Darcy felt his face flame. Was he really enjoying a flirtatious conversation over vegetables? Had he lost his mind? Well, what of it? Richard had encouraged Darcy to flirt many times, and when he finally did, he criticised. Darcy said, My favourite is the cucumber. When my sister was a small child, she called them cutecumbers. I cannot see one without thinking of her. Elizabeth laughed. Oh, children say the loveliest things. When Kitty was small, she called strawberries strongberries. With a pointed look at his sleeping cousin, Darcy added, My favourite fruit is the strawberry, especially when it accompanies a profiterole. Richard's foot flinched, kicking Darcy square on the shin. Blinking and looking about as though he had startled himself awake, Richard said, Oh, my apologies. I dreamed that I was falling. Did I hurt you? Not at all. More's a pity, Richard mumbled, and pretended to go back to sleep. Elizabeth looked between them. There is a story there. Richard peeked one eye open and pointed at the scar on his upper lip. He's the reason I bear this mark. Richard added some contextual facts. Richard has always shared my taste for profiteroles. We were at my family's estate, so there should not have been any question to whom the last one should go. The guest's comfort always comes first, Richard countered. We agreed to split the profiterole in half, the bottom for Richard because he prefers the cream, and the top for me because I favour the chocolate. Only I found him inside the pantry alone, attempting to eat the entire thing. And just what were you doing inside the pantry, if you did not intend to do the exact same thing? I was spying on you. You are too suspicious. With reason. Elizabeth laughed. You fell to blows over a pastry ball. Upon hearing it put that way, Darcy felt a bit sheepish. It made the two of them sound greedy. I was 11 years of age. And I was 13, and old enough to know better. I could not have foreseen how my scrawny little cousin would summon up all of his bravado in an impressive display of pugilism. I was not scrawny. You were a newborn colt, all bones and limbs, and you drew my cork properly. Elizabeth stopped laughing long enough to ask, "Did you save your half of the profiterole, or was it lost in the ensuing battle?" In this, Darcy was triumphant.
"I got my half, and I got the rest of mine," Richard added.
"A merciful victor," Elizabeth exclaimed. Darcy grinned. Richard pretended to go back to sleep. After some time in silence, Elizabeth spoke quietly. "May I ask you a question I ought not to, Mr. Darcy?"
"If I say no, would it prevent you from asking?"
He did not think so. "Probably not." He smiled.
"What do you wish to ask?"
"What moved you to do investigative work?" She bit her lip. "I mean, it is employment, and unsuitable for a gentleman, and yet my own father had a twofold purpose for selling his puzzles to the paper."
"Intellectual stimulation and money."
Darcy said the vulgar word, so she would not have to. "Precisely. I understand my father's reasons, but what are yours?" It was an honest question. For all she knew, he was a poor gentleman who lived above his means, as most of the bon ton did. He was tempted to see how she would react if he were in fact poor. But he could not bring himself to trick her more than he already had, nor did he wish to reveal the extent of his wealth. He would stay as close to the truth as he could. She deserved as much.
"It was my father's doing."
"He was an investigator too?" Far from being shocked, she was delighted, a captive audience to his history.
"My father sought to be of some help when the war began. Like everyone, his greatest wish was to see the carnage come to a swift stop before more lives were lost, families separated, and other countries seized and torn apart. My father was a good man, the best of men. Attentive, intelligent, resourceful. He always stood up for what was right, even if it went against popular opinion. No man or woman was beneath his notice."
"There ought to be more men like that in the world." Something in her eyes shifted, and the result warmed him. He felt her approval and good opinion. "You miss him," she added softly. Darcy exhaled a whoosh of breath.
"I do, most dearly."
It felt good to speak honestly, especially about a man he esteemed above all others. He wished Elizabeth could have met him. His father would have approved of her, Darcy was certain, and he would have teased Darcy as badly as Richard did for acting like a fool in front of her. But right here, right now, Darcy wanted a real conversation where he could share something of real import with her.
"He came home injured one evening, and I found him."
She gasped, and he continued.
"It was a flesh wound, nothing more. As I helped him tend to his wound, he explained how he helped people with his investigation."
Elizabeth clutched her throat. "Is it so dangerous? I suppose it would be, if one were investigating a criminal, or had to be around a rough crowd of people."
"It can be dangerous, but if one exercises proper caution, it need not be. Most of our work is done when no one is around. We mostly go unnoticed, and therefore are in no particular danger."
She lowered her hand to her chest. "Thank goodness, although I imagine that your poor mother must have been on pins and needles when you or your father were away."
"It was not until after my mother had died that my father began his work."
"Oh."
"He needed something challenging to fill the void her death had left in his life."
"I see." She looked at him straight. "Is that why you joined him?"
"I missed my mother, but after her death it was my father I missed. He would be away for extended lengths of time. When he was home, he was not himself. When I found out the truth about where he was and how he spent his time, I was relieved."
Father had not been avoiding him and Georgiana. His absences had a purpose, a noble one.
"It gave us something in common, something to do together."
"He must have loved teaching you what he knew."
"He was a great teacher, and I was an eager student. Soon I was going out on missions. That is what we called our investigations between us, on my own."
Richard's foot jerked towards Darcy's shin again, in an exaggerated flinch. Darcy had said more than he had meant to, and dash it all if he did not feel lighter for it.
I see why you continue in the work you shared with him. So long as you continue investigating, he is still in your life. It is as though he is at your side still." Darcy felt the truth, simply stated, in his bones. He had always assumed that he shared his father's sense of justice, that ending the war was his greatest motivation. Yes, he wished for the war to end. But more than anything, his missions filled a void in him. They gave him purpose, and filled his hours so fully. He had not realized how lonely he had become. Chapter 27. Elizabeth drank in Darcy's conversation, hungry for more, and feeling closer to him than she ever had felt to anyone. His face did not show it, but she felt the heaviness of his heart. She would not bring up his mother or his father again, unless he mentioned them first. That left his sister as the only safe relative to mention beside the Colonel, who was either asleep or pretending to be. "What does Miss Darcy think of your pastime?"
"Georgiana does not know."
Of course, ladies' sensibilities were too delicate to withstand the strenuous activities and diversions of the stronger sex, she thought sarcastically. Wholly dissatisfied with her lot, Elizabeth said, "Or too dangerous, I suppose, although what fun it would be to learn the skills of a capable investigator."
Darcy scoffed. "Oh yes, it takes great skill to observe people and ask questions."
She arched a brow. "It does if you are caught, or if you ask the wrong question to the wrong person. Forgive my impertinence, again, but you do not have the build of a gentleman who spends most of his time in inactive, dull pursuits." The memory of his coat stretched over his shoulders, his bare arm, the solid strength of him against her. Goodness gracious, her face flamed.
"Vigorous exercise strengthens the mind as well as the body. Do you not enjoy long walks?"
I do, but I would jump at the opportunity to do more."
"You can ride horses."
She scoffed. "We live too far away from Rotten Row. I long to learn something new, something daring. Fencing, shooting, acrobatics, anything." She had said too much. He would think her a hopeless hoyden. Nervous, she laughed. "Have I shocked you, Mr. Darcy?"
"I've never met a young lady who would enjoy learning such skills."
"Well, there are more of us than you would likely credit. It is unladylike to attempt any proficiency at a skill dominated by men."
"You do not strike me as a lady who places much value on society's strictures."
"All the same, I must live by them, if I am to have any hope of securing my own future, and that of my sisters." She would rather die than have him think she was seeking a proposal, so she changed the topic quickly. "Obviously, you do not place the same limitations on your sister. She looked confident holding the ribbons of the curricle at Hyde Park. What else have you taught her?"
"Not much, I fear. After our father's death, Richard's parents took her in. They have raised her like one of their own daughters. She is happier in their care than she would have been with me."
"I doubt that very much. She looked perfectly content in your company, and I dare say she would be happy to spend more time with her older brother, as you did with your father." How could anyone not wish to spend more time with such a man as Mr. Darcy? He was considerate, conversational, witty, and unplagued by a narrow mind. "I cherish the hours my father spent teaching me new cryptograms and way of seeing words and numbers. It is something we share, our little secret." He shifted his weight.
"What else would you like to learn?"
"So many things, more than could be crammed into a lifetime."
"Tell me."
So she did. The more she spoke, the livelier she became. Several times she had to quiet her voice and calm her gestures, lest she awaken their chaperones. By the time Mr. Darcy's carriage turned on Harley Street and stopped in front of her family's residence, Elizabeth had learned two important things about the gentleman. One, he loved his family, but for some reason he held them at a distance. He missed his father deeply, and his trepidation when he spoke of his little sister was irresistible in its revealing candour, and charming in its vulnerability. Perhaps he feared losing Miss Darcy, as he had lost his father and his mother. That was a lot of loss for one man to carry, and it had led him to lead a lonely life. 2, he was remarkably knowledgeable on a great many subjects, in which she was also interested.
More importantly, he did not once discourage her curiosity. From fencing to swimming, archery to chopping wood, he answered her questions and even encouraged her to pursue the activities if given the opportunity. That a gentleman such as Mr. Darcy believed her capable. It was a dream, a perfect, intoxicating dream. Was there any man in the world like Fitzwilliam Darcy? Elizabeth thought not, and she would forever be indebted to whichever powers were responsible for allowing their paths to cross. At her Uncle Noddy, she was slightly vexed. He had known the Darcys throughout her entire life, and could so easily have introduced the families, but he had not done so. Elizabeth might have known Mr. Darcy's father. She might have been a friend to Miss Darcy, and, she blushed to think, she might have been of some comfort to Mr. Darcy. She would never put stock in her mother's hopes, but Mr. Darcy was more than a handsome man from a good family, with enough wealth to keep a fine coach and a talented tailor. More about his circumstances Elizabeth refused to inquire. She would not permit her heart to be swayed by the security and advantages money could buy. However, how could she not fall madly in love with a gentleman who encouraged her curiosity and had faith in her ability to learn things her own father refused to teach her? Now that they had arrived, Mr. Darcy handed her out of the carriage, while the Colonel got his bearings, after a rousing vocal performance rivalled only by her own maid. Some chaperones they were. She walked toward the door, while Mr. Darcy no doubt called the Colonel to task for his negligence. In Elizabeth's opinion, he did not need to do so on her account. Mr. Darcy was too honourable to put her in any danger. Elizabeth had always thought the swoon a lowly, manipulative tool, but she found it difficult to walk straight when her head felt like a balloon trying to lift her up to the clouds. Nervous butterflies fluttered in her stomach, making her breath short, and she came dangerously close to collapsing on the pavement outside her house. Mr. Darcy ran up behind her. "Are you unwell?" He took her arm, resting it firmly against his own, encouraging her to lean against him, and exterminating the dregs of the remaining equilibrium she might have summoned. Had Elizabeth not possessed a quick mind and an appreciation for the ridiculousness of her predicament, she would have ceded to the fit of giggles threatening to overtake her. Shaking her head, she laughed a nice throaty laugh that did not sound at all like a girlish giggle. "I ought to have stretched my legs at the last stop, for they seem to have gone numb." She noticed the moment he would assume responsibility for her poor choice, and quickly added, "A decision I insisted upon, if you recall." He did not protest, holding on to her, nor did his firm grip lighten. He remained steady, constant. She was tempted to snuggle into his side, but she had already taken too many liberties. Tentatively placing one foot in front of the other, Elizabeth climbed the front steps, only taking her hand away from Mr. Darcy when she had to knock. The door-knocker had been taken down, as they were not in residence. Consequently, the doorman was not sitting nearby. All things considered, they did not wait long on the landing. Colonel Fitzwilliam talked in low tones with their butler, keeping the man occupied, and Mr. Darcy turned to her. "Does this house have a priest-hole?" He looked dubiously at the modern architecture of the entrance hall. "I doubt it, but I would not put it past my father to have a hiding-place built into the house." No sooner had she spoken the thought aloud than she recalled the chimney-piece in the front parlour. It was the first room Mamma had insisted that they fashion anew, for that was the room they would entertain all the callers she had hoped to receive. Elizabeth explained as she led the way. "Papa allowed my mother to decorate in the Grecian style. While he had no interest in any of her choices, I distinctly remember the care he took in replacing the mantel." Her footsteps padded over the blue and gold carpet to the fireplace. Mr. Darcy ran his hands over the surface, rapping his knuckles against the finely worked wood. Not even Mamma knew that it was not marble. "I have not seen the like for workmanship." He studied the fluted pilasters and poked and twisted the scrolled capitals until one gave. With a creak, a section of the architrave released. Once he pulled the piece away, Elizabeth reached inside the black nook. There was a palm-sized rectangle she thought was a book, until she pulled it out into the light. It was a box. Inside were several scraps of paper, But what captured her attention was the puzzle piece at the bottom corner. "He is here." She held it up for Mr. Darcy to see, her relief so great she jumped up and then forward, into his arms. Whatever happened to the box, she did not know, nor did she care. Mr. Darcy's body was warm and solid, and she could have wrapped herself up in his scent. The temptation to bury her face against his chest brought her to her senses before she embarrassed herself further. Taking a deep breath, and allowing herself to continue to rejoice in the knowledge that her father had been in the same room not long ago, and was therefore in no more danger than she was, she stepped away from Mr. Darcy. Ever the gentleman, he let her go. But he held her with his look, which felt as intimate as his embrace. There was little space between them, but Elizabeth could not resist the urge to move forward again. He bowed his head, his eyes closer, his lips parted. Elizabeth's heart leapt inside her chest, pulling her onto her toes, her hands finding the lapels of his coat in one breathless movement. Was this a dream? She dared not blink. How many times she had shushed Lydia and Kitty when they daydreamed about their first kisses. How often they had swooned and imagined. And here Elizabeth was, standing whisper close to Mr. Darcy, his breath tickling her lips. Her eyes fluttered closed. Chapter 28. Elizabeth jumped backward. She tripped on her skirts, flailing and slapping Mr. Darcy's hands, in the process of righting herself, even as he gallantly attempted to assist her. Penitently, she spun around to face the doorway, where her father stood. Mr. Darcy clutched the box in front of his stomach. At least she had not dropped it, though she could not remember handing it to him. She easily could have continued down that path of thought, but she forced her gaze to meet her father's, and tried not to burst into flames of shame. "Papa!" She cleared her throat. "You are here."
"Of course I am here. Where else would I be?"
he asked wryly. She groaned. Was there anything more mortifying than being caught, almost kissing a man, by one's own father? Why could it not be her mother standing there? Mamma would have congratulated her, but her father would torment her with perfectly timed taunts for months, years. Had she not been so happy to see him, she would have died of mortification in her mother's favourite parlour. But Papa was here. After all her anxiety over his sudden disappearance, she could not be anything but joyful. She rushed to him, and he opened his arms to receive her. "Oh, Papa, I hoped you would be here, but I feared the worst." His cheek rested against the top of her head.
"I ought to be cross with you," he said.
She deserved that. Then again, he was the reason she had been forced to steal away in Mr. Darcy's carriage in the first place. "And I ought to be cross with you too. Mamma was convinced you had been kidnapped." He pulled away, his hands guiding her to stand beside him, and farther away from Mr. Darcy, who had the look of equal parts self-assured gentleman and scolded boy. Elizabeth's heart flipped at the sight. Addressing her, but keeping his watchful eye on Mr. Darcy, Papa continued.
"There is nothing your mother loves more than a bit of theatrical drama. It stirs her blood and keeps her lively. Tell me, is she on her way here with your sisters?"
"Yes." He grimaced.
"I deserve the scolding awaiting me, but I will not hear it from you, dear girl. That privilege goes to Mrs. Bennet, who will be consoled when I remind her that our return to London means that she will be able to see the fireworks from the Prince Regent's fête 2 nights hence."
That was fair enough in Elizabeth's mind, but his easy dismissal of the worry he had caused felt wrong. "Why did you leave so suddenly, Papa, and without telling anyone? That is unlike you."
"Perhaps I felt it was time for me to act unlike myself."
"Please tell me what is happening. You have been acting strange. You were the one who insisted that we go to Longbourn."
"Where you ought to have stayed,"
he snapped. "I would have stayed, had we not found the priest hole and the drawing of Napoleon's bee. What does it mean, and why was it there?" He bowed his head.
"I left the drawing for Mr. Darcy."
"You?" She could not believe it.
"I knew he would find the priest hole. You were not meant to see it."
She flinched, feeling as though she had been slapped.
Why would he share something with Mr. Darcy that he would not share with her? I know that Mr. Darcy is a skilful inspector. Did you hire him to protect us? And Papa raised his hand.
Enough, Lizzie. I can only answer one question at a time. First, I wish to ask Mr. Darcy why he brought you here, when you would have been safer at Longbourn, away from this.
Elizabeth had never seen her father stare down any man, much less an imposing gentleman like Mr. Darcy. But there he stood, glaring. While Mr. Darcy did not back down, his manners were in every way apologetic, humble.
She was with me when we discovered the drawing. Your daughter was very insistent. She would have found her way here on her own.
I would have walked here. She felt the need to intervene, and it was true. Papa rubbed his hands over his face.
You always have been a strong walker, my obstinate, headstrong girl.
His rebuke was said with a mixture of pride and sadness, and she did not know what to make of it. What are you not telling me? Why did you leave so suddenly? What trouble are you in? Again he looked at Mr. Darcy, but there was no accusation in it this time, only inquiry. Elizabeth watched them, her gaze darting between the two, starting to realise that they shared some secret, a secret that had been kept even from her.
It is a risk we all take. That is what you told me, Mr. Darcy. I took a risk, and I will pay the consequences. I hope you believe me when I assure you that it never occurred to me that my daughter would have to pay. All of my daughters. My family.
Papa's voice thickened and choked. What was this? What was happening? Elizabeth turned to Mr. Darcy for answers, and the sorrow in his eyes made her own eyes burn. Holding her in his gaze, he said softly,
Tell her, Mr. Bennet. She will find out soon enough on her own if you do not. Perhaps she will trust you still.
It was so quiet in the room, Elizabeth's breath sounded like a roar in her ears. What was she not supposed to know? Why did her father act as though he were under the authority of Mr. Darcy, when only a moment ago the roles had been reversed? Her father clasped her hands between his chilled fingers.
It was never supposed to come to this. A year or two, then the war would end.
Elizabeth shook her head. She did not understand.
That is what we all hoped.
Mr. Darcy's response confounded her further. He held the box out. Father took the box.
It is the risk we took. Until recently, I never truly believed I was in any peril. I convinced myself that it was a game, like the puzzles I ciphered. In my arrogance, I even involved you, Lizzie. For that there is no forgiveness.
Papa,
No, you do not yet understand, but you will, and you will be angry at me.
He took a deep, shaky breath, but when he spoke, his voice was low and steady.
Your puzzle did not appear in the paper because the man from the newspaper was murdered.
Elizabeth snatched a hand away to press against her mouth, while her father continued.
It happened the day of Mr. Bingley's dinner party. Mr. Dobbs had stumbled across a clue he was not supposed to see. That was his only mistake. He did not even know what it meant, but he showed it to me, which meant that he had also shown it to others. They murdered him in a public coffee-house in broad daylight.
They? Elizabeth gasped. Papa's jaw clenched, and his gaze flickered to Mr. Darcy. So he knew too. Elizabeth felt foolish. Of course he knew. He was an investigator. She needed her father to continue explaining. So you were not at the bookshop like you told me?
No.
Then you were not employed by the paper?
Not only by them.
He opened the box. One by one he held up the contents. A scrap of paper with a list of names he had written, a crumpled note with a stain, coffee on it, and a thick piece of paper with the same B stamped on it that she had seen in Longbourn's priest hole. A tremor shook through Elizabeth.
As soon as I realised where the clues led, I drew a copy of the B, put it in the priest hole for Mr. Darcy to find, and rushed to London to consult with your Uncle Gardner.
He turned to Mr. Darcy.
My brother-in-law is the owner of a successful importing business. His records are impeccable. So when I inquired about a name that I had heard mentioned before, in relation to other items, he was able to search for the source. 5 months ago he came into possession of a mechanical desk, an Urban, which he sold to a baron for a handsome sum.
He paused.
He sold the piece to Baron Hurst. That is the name of Mr. Bingley's brother-in-law, is it not?
Mr. Darcy frowned.
Yes, but he is not a baron, nor does he have the gumption to impersonate one. You are certain? Yes. However, I do not take this information lightly, and shall personally undertake confirming it before the day is over. Good, good.
Elizabeth felt the blood drain from her face, felt the chill down to her fingertips. The puzzles, their family's change of fortune, her father's agitation before deciding to leave town, the danger he presently spoke of, secrets, forgiveness. The pieces fell together, offering a picture she had been unwilling to see before. Her father had kept this terrible secret from her. What other secrets might he hold? Her eyes burned, and she balled her hands into fists, simultaneously shaken and irate, and hurt. She had thought she knew him. She was his favourite. Or was she? What did she know? He returned the box to Mr. Darcy, and wrapped his warm hands around hers again.
Yes, my dear girl, you have pieced the clues together accurately. I am an agent of the Crown, a senior ranking agent in the Department of Cryptology.
The games and puzzles you taught me? Her voice sounded like it came from someone else. None of this felt real.
A cover for my real activity. You were too curious for me to hide my work without a convincing excuse, so I convinced the newspaper to publish my little puzzles. It was our secret.
She almost lost her composure, but she sucked in a breath and listened.
If only the War Office knew how proficient you are, they would beg you to work for them too. Several times I slipped encrypted messages to you that I was unable to solve. Mr. Bennet, do you realise the danger to which you have exposed Miss Elizabeth?
Mr. Darcy's accusation snapped through the clouds in Elizabeth's mind, giving her another glimpse of clarity. Her breath caught in her throat. "Inspector," she whispered, heartbroken. Their highly unusual meeting in the park, Mr. Bingley's party, his sudden appearance at Netherfield Park, the calls and conversations. Had any of it been real? Had it all been a cover? A joke? Had he used her? She levelled her glare at Mr. Darcy, her throat tight. "Are you a spy?" He looked her fully in the eyes.
Yes, I was assigned to protect your family.
His tone was low, cool and detached, nothing like the gentleman she loved. Oh, what a little fool she had been, to think that a high-born gentleman like Mr. Darcy would pay any heed to her, when she was merely his assignment. What of Jane? Was Mr. Bingley's interest in her part of the deception? Tears clouded her vision and threatened to spill over her cheeks, but she would not lose her composure in front of him. Spinning on her heel, she quit the room, brushing past Colonel Fitzwilliam in the entrance hall.
"Miss Elizabeth?"
he asked, but she continued walking toward the stairs. Another voice echoed in the hall, more urgent, once beloved.
"Elizabeth!"
She had reached the middle of the stairwell and could not stop now. At the top of the landing she heard her father say, "Let her go. We have much to discuss." Elizabeth took refuge behind the nearest door, Jane's room. Surrounded by vines, spiny leaves, and flowering pots, she covered her face with her hands and let the tears leak through her fingers. Chapter 29. Darcy's heart, his hope, his every longing followed Elizabeth. Her quivering chin and the disappointment welling up in her eyes were forever branded on his mind. He ached to explain every detail he was honour bound to keep, in order for her to see that, while he had not told her his greatest secret, he had revealed more of himself to her than he ever had to anyone else. He wanted to reassure her that, although everything she thought she knew had crumbled around her, he was not a lie. He was real. He was constant. He loved her. And he had hurt her. Richard placed his hands on Darcy's shoulders. It could not be helped. Bitter frustration ate at his conscience. Elizabeth had not deserved this. I could have done better. How? By telling her the truth when her own father hid it from her so well. Not only would you have compromised our entire mission, you would have caused a rift between father and daughter. How would that have settled on you? No better than his guilty feelings right now. Darcy was angry at Mr. Bennet for putting his own interests before the welfare of his curious daughter and endangering her in the process. But he was angrier at himself. His own pride had led him into a clever trap, and now they were all in danger. Worse, he had lost Elizabeth's trust. He could not blame her if she never spoke to him again. With one final glance at the top of the stairwell, Darcy shrugged out of Richard's grip and turned to the parlour. Mr. Bennet stood in front of his fireplace, too agitated to sit. So was Darcy. He joined Mr. Bennet at the opposite end of the mantel. Richard stood guard just inside the room. You have some explaining to do, sir, Mr. Bennet began. Elizabeth loved her father, so Darcy took the blow, measuring his breaths to cool his simmering ire. Are you an honest man, Mr. Darcy? I do my utmost to be. Even in our line of work? Especially in our line of work. Mr. Bennet pondered the reply briefly. Your father had a reputation for honour. I only knew him by name, but he was respected by our mutual friend. Darcy tensed. Sir Nick. Mr. Bennet smiled sardonically. Who else? He is many things, but I've never known him to misjudge a man's character. He knew precisely what he was doing when he sent you to protect me and my girls. Not he used me and my Lizzie to distract you and keep me from connecting the clues I had already collected. And better a matchmaker than a traitor, Richard scoffed. Darcy winced. Sir Nick had known exactly how to manipulate him. Foolish, vainglorious pride. If I am correct, he used my castor plant to poison Dobbs. He did not call it Longbourn out of concern for our welfare. He called because he needed to gather more poisoned seeds. Estate business, Sir Nick had said. There was no conspiracy. Just one clever man, famous for his unerring judgment and his ability to foresee and fix problems. Like Darcy, he worked alone. Mr. Bennet's sharp tone pierced through the room and Darcy's thoughts. Are your intentions toward my Lizzie genuine, or are they part of your guise? Resentment, bitter and viperous, sank its fangs into Darcy's skin. Mr. Bennet had questioned Darcy's honour, mentioned his father in a way that questioned his loyalty, and mocked Darcy's lack of judgment. All of this Darcy endured, but the possessiveness with which Mr. Bennet uttered, "My Lizzie," was Darcy's undoing. If I reveal my intentions to anyone, it will be to Miss Elizabeth. Do you love her? Darcy took a deep breath, relaxed his fists, and levelled his glare at Mr. Bennet. If I do, she will know it before you or anyone else. If I do not, what can it possibly matter to you? I'm her father. Of course it matters to me. Darcy. Richard stepped forward, but Darcy could not keep his silence. Yes, you are her father, but your actions have put her life and the lives of the rest of your family at tremendous risk. You brought her here. The clue I left was for you, not for her to see. Mr. Bennet was eager to cast the blame away from himself. Darcy could not do the same. It is true. I never expected her to stay awake all night, standing guard over her mother and sisters in her father's absence. I did not anticipate that she would create a diversion and secure passage to London in my carriage so that she could find you. But you are not surprised, are you, sir? Mr. Bennet bowed his head. I know her better than anyone. That is why I left her the puzzle piece, to give her reassurance. And yet you did not foresee her selflessness or anticipate the sacrifices she would be willing to make to help you.
Mr. Bennet, my actions are not above reproof. I should have made other arrangements. That would only have slowed her down. Lizzie does not know how to be idle, and she is unstoppable when someone she cares for is in need."
Mr. Bennet exhaled deeply, appearing to shrivel.
"I should have known she would follow me."
Again, points Mr. Bennet would have done well to consider before disappearing, before any of this. Darcy unclenched his jaw.
"If we are to prevent any harm from coming to you or your family, I need you to swear you will not leave the ladies of your household alone for even a second. You stay together. You keep together. Especially Miss Elizabeth." "I will do my best."
Mr. Bennet could not even commit to a firm answer when it was imperative that he do just that. It should not have been surprising, but Darcy did not press him any further. Mr. Bennet could not be relied upon.
"We have a great deal to do before nightfall," said Richard. "There is this Baron Hurst to track down, and the surgeon might have discovered something else from Dobbs's autopsy, not to mention the elusive Charles Ooton we must find. I already sent a message to my batman. He will guard the house until the rest of my men arrive with your wife and daughters. Might I recommend that we meet again this evening, to share our findings and plan our next move?" "After Mrs. Bennet and the girls have gone to sleep," Mr. Bennet added. "I pray you get the proof you need. You will need it. I never thought Noddy would turn."
He crumpled into the nearest chair, as though he could no longer support his weight. Darcy had no more sympathy for the gentleman, but his own reflection filled him with disgust.
"What did you know that he feared?"
Mr. Bennet pulled out the pieces of paper from his box. The coffee-stained paper with the name Charles Ooton scribbled on it, the crumpled note with Le Traître written in bold script, and the list of peers Darcy had spent the past several months gathering evidence against. This last one Mr. Bennet held up.
"I showed him a list Dobbs and I had put together over the past several months. I thought nothing of it at the time, the names and the conspiracy connecting them having originated from Dobbs. It was something to discuss while we played chess, nothing more. 7 peers of the same party, all with political agendas and access to the regent, and all reported to have the mark of Napoleon's bee. Noddy laughed at the absurdity of it. I did too." "How did Dobbs learn about the bees?" "I did not take Dobbs seriously, so I never asked. I should have. I underestimated him, just as I underestimated my daughter and my old friend."
Chapter 30. By the time her mother and sisters arrived, Elizabeth had ceased crying long enough for the swelling of her nose to lessen and the redness of her eyes to soften. "How charming you appear, Lizzie dear!" Mamma patted her on the cheek, then moved into the house and happily sent the servants scurrying to follow orders they had already completed upon learning of her imminent return. The Prince's fête the next day had Kitty and Lydia filled with exuberance at being in London for the occasion. They chatted about the fireworks they would be certain to see, and argued over whose window would provide the best view. As insightful and tactless as ever, Mary said, "Mamma is correct. Tears have lent a becoming brightness to your eyes." Jane wrapped her arm around Elizabeth. "Too much dust on the road, I dare say." She was possibly the only one of her sisters who was not happy at leaving Hertfordshire, and Mr. Bingley behind. "That was the excuse you gave as well." Mary waited for further explanation, but Jane showed as little inclination to divulge the contents of her heart as her sister. Elizabeth would never reveal how thoroughly she had been duped by her own father and the man she loved, or thought she loved. She had been terribly wrong about Mr. Darcy, about her father, about everything. Could she ever trust her own judgment again? Feeling the fool did not sit well with Elizabeth, and she struggled at the dinner table to display the same degree of liveliness to which her family was accustomed. Papa acted as he always did, which provoked Elizabeth further. The clues had been under her nose all these years, and she had blindly believed his story. How she had delighted in sharing his secret, had revelled in the intimacy granted to her and her alone. She had become his co-conspirator. She had believed that she knew her father like nobody else, that she had his confidence. Lies. And Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth's stomach felt hollow and heavy, like the rest of her. How quickly she had supplied him with explanations. Her eyes prickled and burned at the memory. She thought she was clever to figure out that he was an inspector. Her ignorance was laughable. Except he had not laughed. In fact, many times he had looked pained and had fallen silent. Had he wanted to tell her? He had told her about his mother, about his father. He had appealed to her for ideas on how to entertain his sister. That had to be real. Anxious and doubt-riddled, Elizabeth pushed her plate away. Mary kindly deflected the conversations of their younger sisters away from her, and Elizabeth forgave her for her earlier candour. For the rest of the dinner, Elizabeth was determined not to think any more of Mr. Darcy. What did she really know about him anyway? She had witnessed his capability. He was responsible, he was loyal to his family, and to the standards he set for himself. Not once had she felt compromised or nervous in his presence. He was honourable. Her stomach clenched. She resolved yet again to not think of Mr. Darcy. But would he have chosen her had he not been assigned to her? The question haunted her. She had unwittingly stumbled on the truth. Now that she had, she recognised the reality of their situation. Only Mr. Darcy and the Colonel stood between them and a terrible foe she wished she could identify. Would this faceless enemy accuse her father of treason? That would explain the message in French and the bee. Would he drag out their ruin, or would it all happen in one swift drop like a guillotine? What sort of a man would do this? Papa had his faults, but he was not a traitor. They did not deserve Mr. Darcy's help after all the trouble they had caused, but Elizabeth knew for a certainty that he would protect them with his own life. It was thrilling to be under the care of such a man. Nevertheless, Elizabeth was conscious of the peril they were in, and she loved Mr. Darcy too much to allow him to sacrifice his life for her sake. She loved him. Oh, bother! How could she know if she loved the man, or merely the image of the man? What was real, and what was imagined? One thing she had determined: if she were to have any hope of finding out, she must ensure that both she and Fitzwilliam stayed alive. Elizabeth tried to eat, telling herself that she would likely need strength. Unfortunately, between the fluttering of her heart and the twisting of her stomach, she could not manage even a bite. Jane cast her sympathetic looks until it was time to retire. With a deep sigh of relief, Elizabeth took to her rooms. Getting upstairs was an ordeal, now that her senses were at their peak of alertness. Every shadow purported menace. Every creak of the house indicated an intruder. Not even Sarah's steady hair-brushing could calm Elizabeth's active imagination. The maid was too full of gossip. Just 2 houses down the street, a man dressed in head-to-toe black, tall and dashingly handsome, slipped through the window so silently the household did not notice that every scrap of their silver was gone until they sat down at the table the next morning. Elizabeth tried to sit still and let Sarah brush. She had seen Fitzwilliam dressed in an ensemble similar to the one her maid described. However, although Elizabeth might have doubts about many things regarding that gentleman, she was certain that he was not a thief. How do they know what he looks like if they did not see him? Oh, cook told me. She suspects that the parlour-maid let him in. It sounds like another one of her tales to keep you out of trouble. Sarah giggled. My lips are sealed, miss. But if she ever learned of what we did today... Elizabeth groaned and said aloud the words she had been telling herself all day. I am a silly fool. Setting down the brush, Sarah began braiding Elizabeth's hair into one long plait. I think Mr. Darcy is dreadfully handsome. Sarah, well, he is, and a perfect gentleman. Bashfully she added, I would not have fallen so soundly asleep had I suspected otherwise, or I would have deserved cook's threats of being on the receiving end of her rolling pin. Elizabeth placed one hand on her heart. Cook shall not hear of it from me. Smiling, Sarah tied off the end of the braid. It shall be our little secret. Elizabeth was sick of secrets. But she did not want her maid to have any doubts about the innocence of their carriage ride. She changed the subject. "Is there really a thief about?" "Yes, I asked the houseboy, and he said that their silver was indeed stolen just last night. Mr. Bennet knows, so the rest of us downstairs decided it best to allow Mrs. Bennet a night of rest after her travels today, before informing her on the morrow." Elizabeth praised the servant's discernment, knowing Sarah would relay her approbation, then dismissed her and climbed into bed. If she were to keep her mind sharp and alert, she needed to rest. However, sleep did not come. Every creak and scratch made her heart lurch, provoking images of thieves and spies. Fanciful foolishness. She turned to her side and tried to reason with her fears. Their footman would be on alert. The house was being watched by trained men. If a thief attempted to enter their house, he would be caught. The house fell silent. Still, sleep evaded her. It must have been past midnight, and every minute she tossed and turned was one precious minute wasted. Why could she not sleep? The creak of a floorboard echoed with a resounding groan. She knew that board. Everyone in their household knew that board. Someone was in the hall. She was out of bed, her ear pressed against her door in a flash. If there was an intruder in the house, and he was walking down the hall away from her door, he did not know about the other squeaky board at the top of the steps. Creak! There it was. She had not imagined it. She quietly slipped out to the hall and tiptoed to the table that held the largest bronze candlestick in the house. Grabbing the heavy weapon with both hands, she brandished the weight in front of her like a sword, her eyes darting everywhere as she neared the staircase. Halfway down the stairwell, she saw the shadow. Swallowing her scream, she forced herself to continue. She was close enough to see the figure, head to toe black, just as Sarah had described. She sucked in a breath and opened her mouth, ready to scream. Thief! At the last moment, she clamped her teeth on her tongue. What was she thinking? If she screamed, she would alert the criminal to her presence and wake the entire household in a manner guaranteed to inspire panic. That left only one other option. Before she lost her nerve, she rushed up behind the tall figure, lifted the candlestick over her shoulder like a cricket bat, and swung. Crack! Thud! Chapter 31. Behind her, Elizabeth heard footsteps, and then her father's voice. "Lizzie, what have you done?" He held up the lamp in his hand, and Elizabeth got a clearer view of the man she had assaulted. "Mr. Darcy!" She was on her knees, smacking his cheeks and crying, her heart in her throat. Oh, what had she done? A tear spilled down her cheek onto his nose. "Fitzwilliam!" "Quiet down, Lizzie, or you will wake your mother." How could she be quiet at a moment like this? She leaned over Fitzwilliam, desperate to see any movement, to hear a breath, a groan, anything to prove that she had not killed the only man in the world she could ever love. Oh, Lord, what had she done? His eyelids fluttered open, and he saw her. One side of his lips curled lopsidedly. "Elizabeth," he mouthed. Elizabeth thought her heart would burst. He groaned and touched the back of his head, his fingers returning slick with blood. "You will be the death of me." She was so relieved that she nearly forgot how scared she had been only a minute before, and how angry she had been with him that entire night. "Well, you are not dead, thank God." She tugged off her shawl and pressed it against his wound. He winced again, but she held the pressure firmly. What had he been doing, creeping around at this late hour? Why hide from her, when she already knew that he and her father were spies? Unless they thought they could exclude her from their plans. Narrowing her eyes, she asked, "Why are you here?" "I had important matters to discuss with Mr. Bennet." "Without me?" "Without you." He confirmed it all too firmly for her taste. She heaved a breath, forgetting about his injury, and dropping his head on the floor when she stood. "Well, like it or not, I am involved. I've kept nothing from you."
Why could he not do the same? He sat up, pressing her shawl against his head.
I have already endangered you too much. To continue would be unconscionable.
She plopped her hands on her waist. I am to hide away here, knowing the risk you take upon yourself, that my father takes. Papa waved his finger.
Not me. I only solve the puzzles. Mr. Darcy is the only one in direct contact with the master spies.
Elizabeth glared at her father. That hardly puts my mind at ease. Fitzwilliam stood, leaning against the wall when he swayed.
Do you not understand?
Evidently not. Would you be so kind as to explain it to my feeble mind? He held one hand up.
I mean no insult. You are far more capable than many of the men with whom I have worked.
Then what is the problem? If I am so capable, then allow me to help.
If anything happened to you.
That same tiresome excuse. You can repeat that as many times as you wish, but you will not convince me that my assistance comes at too great of a risk.
Says the young lady who incapacitated England's foremost spy with a candlestick,
Papa mumbled. Fitzwilliam's eyes shot to Papa.
You are not helping, sir. Excuse me while I fetch some of Janie's healing aloe plant.
To Elizabeth, her father added,
I trust that you will not assault this gentleman while I'm away.
Elizabeth scowled at her father, and then turned to Fitzwilliam, ready to remark how competent she was of defending herself, a fact she had proved by bludgeoning her protector over the head. Papa was right. What was wrong with her? Fitzwilliam was not the enemy, and yet she had treated him like one because she had jumped to the wrong conclusion. Again. Would she never learn? His shoulder brushed against hers.
Too many times you came dangerously close to discovering the truth.
She could not stand to hear him praise her. Stop. I was wrong, and I will not hear you make less of my mistake, when I ought to ask for your forgiveness for my ignorance, and for bashing you over the head. She would have continued down the list of her many faults, but there was one matter she could not overlook, and she wished to address it before her father returned. Does Mr. Bingley know about any of this?
Bingley knows nothing. His feelings toward your sister are genuine.
Elizabeth believed him. She would weigh the facts and the evidence later, but for now she trusted her inclination. He leaned toward her.
You wield a candlestick magnificently.
Was she supposed to thank him?
But what if the enemy aimed a pistol at you? What then?
She understood where his reasoning led, and she would not be so easily convinced. I would think of something. I could scream, call attention to what was happening.
You would be dead before you opened your mouth. Do you not understand?
That same argument again. I understand the risk. It is the same you take.
It is different. I cannot allow it.
This was growing tiresome. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. Why ever not?
Because I could not bear to see you harmed.
Although the look in his eye begged her to press no further, she had to know what he would not tell her. Lifting her chin, looking him directly in the eye, she demanded, What am I to you?
Everything.
His voice was filled with agony.
Against duty, against expectation, against my honour.
Elizabeth pressed her fingers over his mouth before he ruined the moment. Do not say that you admire me against your better judgment.
I would not do you the injustice. Confound it, Elizabeth. You wilfully misunderstand me.
Then explain yourself better.
Admiration is not strong enough for the ardour you stir within me.
That was much better. She bit her lip, trying to contain the smile blooming over her face. Her elation dimmed when he groaned again, and she knew that she was the cause. His fingers brushed over her cheek.
Lord help us, Elizabeth. I love you.
Her hands caressed his cheeks, her fingers curling around his hair, until he pulled back with a sharp hiss of breath. Oh, I forgot. Did I hurt? His lips silenced her, and she quite forgot what she had meant to say. Darcy was a fool. He needed to leave,
to have Lawrence clean and stitch his head, and get some sleep before the morrow. But now that Elizabeth was in his arms, he could not let her go. A familiar sound made him pull away, that of Mr. Bennet clearing his throat. Elizabeth blinked slowly, her eyelids droopy, and the hint of a smile adding to her dreamy expression. Mr. Bennet clucked his tongue. "I believe that answers my question, Mr. Darcy." He handed a sliced spiny leaf to Elizabeth. "Smear this on the injury, and let us send Mr. Darcy on his way before Mrs. Bennet awakens and insists on a short engagement. Under the circumstances, I think it best for you to call on the morrow." Darcy nodded, but they had more urgent matters to discuss than his future with Elizabeth. "I am convinced that the name is the key to everything. Dobbs died because it was in his possession." The surgeon had revealed that Dobbs's pockets had been picked clean by the time the body made it to the surgery room. More noteworthy than that, the same cartman who had carried the newspaper man died 2 days later. The surgeon had only found out about it after he had last spoken with Darcy, but he had accurately ascertained the timing of the man's death. He had not been able to examine the body, but both deaths were now connected. The one thing, the only thing, the two men had in common was the box of snuff. Dobbs was not alive to ask from whom he had received the snuff-box, but Darcy knew. Richard had learned that Baron Hurst was a dead end, a name used for convenience, or to throw men like them off his trail. Not one clue in their possession was solid enough to present to Prince Frederick. They needed evidence, something that incriminated Sir Nick explicitly. At least something that would reveal his plan. Anything to give them a hint of what he meant to do. "What name?" Elizabeth asked, determined to prove herself helpful. "The scrap of paper the newspaperman handed me before he died," her father answered. "May I see it?" "No," Darcy said. At the same time Mr. Bennet said, "Why not?" Darcy could think of 1,000 reasons why not, but he did not have the time to produce one of them before Mr. Bennet pulled the wrinkled paper bearing the name Charles Oughton from his pocket for her to see. Her eyebrows furrowed, and she looked up at them confused. "Carlton House?" Her utterance left Darcy too stunned to speak, as was her father. Elizabeth looked between them, holding the paper out for either one of them to take. "What? Is that not what this cipher means?" Awestruck, Darcy asked, "Do you know how many men named Charles Oughton live in England?" "No, but I'm beginning to imagine that you do," she replied glibly. "I spoke to each one of them, from Northumberland to Cornwall." Elizabeth had the grace not to say that she could easily have spared him all that wasted time and exertion. Mr. Bennet's waistcoat buttons almost burst. "You clever girl!" She was clever indeed. Her insight shed light on Sir Nick's plan. Sir Nick, Carlton House, the Prince's grand party, the poisoned snuff. Sir Nick meant to attack during the party, when the Prince Regent was surrounded by the lords, against whom Darcy had found evidence of treason. It all made sense now. Sir Nick could poison the Prince in the middle of a crowded room, and nobody would suspect him when it became known that there were more than 6 suspected traitors with access to the sovereign. That was why he had not exposed them yet. All this would happen tonight. Darcy had to act fast. Thanks to Elizabeth, he knew precisely where to begin. Chapter 32. Elizabeth paced back and forth in the front parlour overlooking the street, watching the clock and waiting for her father to return. She halted when it occurred to her that she ought not to make herself such a visible target in front of the window. She rolled her eyes at her own amateur mistake. All the stories she had read did nothing to prepare her for this new reality. It was easy to be confident from the safety of her favourite cushioned chair, flipping pages that held no threat, secure in her ability to outwit the worst rapscallion along with the hero. Now, she was certain that the writers of such adventures did not base their stories on real experiences. Their brave heroes were always alert, always aware, but they were never truly anxious. They might anguish over the possibility of failure, of loss, of fear and danger, But their triumph was guaranteed. Not so in real life. Elizabeth did not know how Fitzwilliam had endured so many years of this torture. His nerves must be forged from steel. She had only lived one day in his world, and she felt like she would lose her mind. What if father did not return? What if something happened while he was away? What if Fitzwilliam called while her father was still away? What if Fitzwilliam endangered his life to spare them? Elizabeth squeezed her eyes shut. Anything but that. He would do it. He would do it without hesitation. And who would save him? Who would come to his aid when they did not even know he needed them? Papa's words taunted her now. "Just a quick trip to the bookshop," he had said. "To have something to occupy my mind. You understand, Lizzie." Oh, she understood. She understood why her mother was prone to fits of nerves and vapours. She understood that her father lived in the world of books, of intellectual pursuits that provided a mental escape from any unpleasantness in the outside world, or he never would have left them for even a moment, which meant that her family's safety depended on her. The swish of silk made her hold her breath, but it was only Jane. She breezed into the parlour with a gold satin cushion on her palm. "I made this for Claude." Jane untied the pillow. Inside was a fistful of catmint. Elizabeth embraced her. "Oh, Jane, you are so thoughtful. If the petulant cat refuses to leave Darcy House, then perhaps this might soften his manners." She caressed Elizabeth's cheek. "I cannot imagine a finer gentleman than Mr. Darcy for my cleverest sister." Elizabeth groaned. "Am I so obvious?" Jane smiled. "Your face reflects your thoughts too well for you to hide your growing regard." Elizabeth had already decided that the life of a spy was not for her, but Jane's comment put paid to it. Her sister left her alone with her thoughts, and Elizabeth resumed her watch of the clock. Father had been gone above the half-hour he had promised. The sound of a firm knock at the door echoed through the entrance hall, startling her. Everything startled her. This was ridiculous. Mustering her senses, Elizabeth went to the door nearest the hall to listen. Fitzwilliam had given strict instructions that they stay together, but he had said nothing about receiving callers. Then again, nobody, not even Uncle Gardner, knew they had returned from the country. And yet, someone was here. The butler dutifully informed the caller that the family was not in, but Elizabeth recognised the familiar voice. In her relief to have an old friend there, she rushed out to the hall. "Uncle Noddy!" The butler spun to face her. "Oh, my father would be terribly displeased to have his best friend turned away when he is soon to return." To Uncle Noddy she explained, "I expect him almost this minute." Uncle Noddy squeezed her hand and smiled. "Actually, it is with you that I wish to consult. I'm planning a surprise I would rather not mention in front of him or your mother." Had he decided, as Mamma had hoped for years, that he would gain entry for them into the finer balls? The twinkle in his eye suggested it was a possibility. Oh, Mamma would be delighted. "Shall I ring for tea?" She led him into the parlour. The girls were certain to have heard the doors closing, and would soon join them. He looked around conspiratorially, and lowered his voice. "Will your father be here this evening?" "We will all be here. All of us are eager to see the fireworks." "It is supposed to be a display unlike any other. If I did not need to be present at the prince's table, I would invite you to my house, where you would have a much better view." With a heavy sigh, he leaned back in his chair. "Alas, the prince has ignored my concerns regarding his extravagant event. I dread the evening. I would rather stay home and entertain my friends." Elizabeth was tempted to tell him what she knew, but while her father could break a promise to Fitzwilliam, she could not. She had sworn to guard her silence, even though Uncle Noddy could only be an ally in such a situation. "You will find a way to pass the time, so that you may relate all of the splendid details to us." He raised an eyebrow. "Will you not have Mr. Darcy to do that for you? I hear that he has made himself a steady presence with your household of late." Her cheeks warmed, but she was cautious not to say too much.
He does not have an invitation, though I suppose he will tell us what his aunt and uncle observe.
Will he join you here to see the fireworks?
Elizabeth dared not say where he would be, so she shrugged and looked away bashfully. Perhaps. His company is always welcome here.
You do not know?
Uncle Noddy pressed. His first inquiry had not caught her attention, nor his second, but his insistence struck her as odd. With another shrug and a smile she replied, Mr. Darcy is under no obligation to report his comings and goings to me. Was that disappointment she saw? Uncle Noddy was as expert as Fitzwilliam in guarding his reactions, perhaps more so, but there was something in his expression that she had not seen before that made her uneasy. Lydia trounced into the room then. I have dropped several hints for Mr. Darcy to invite us to Matlock House, where we may dine with the Earl and the Countess and see the fireworks. Their view would be spectacular, and it simply would not do for his sister to spend the evening without company when we are available and perfectly willing to accompany her. Elizabeth kept her gaze on Uncle Noddy throughout Lydia's explanation. He rose to greet Lydia, with Kitty, Mary and Jane slower to follow their youngest sister. Being bolder than the rest, Lydia launched into his arms, patting his right breast pocket as she did. What treats have you brought for us, Uncle? Kitty jostled her out of the way as he attempted to step out of their reach, and Lydia extracted a snuff-box. Is it perfume or French face powder? Lydia shook the box near her ear. Uncle Noddy lowered his chin and held out his hand.
That is not yours, young lady.
Elizabeth's embarrassment turned to shame. What a way to treat a friend who had been so kind and generous to them, and just when he was planning something in which to include them. Lydia, she hissed. Lydia's face crumpled up. Uncle Noddy always brings gifts. The left pocket has his snuff-box, which leaves the right pocket for us.
You are right, of course, and it pains me to admit that in my preoccupation I failed to uphold our time-honoured tradition. It is an oversight I shall not repeat.
He nudged his hand forward, urging her to return the pilfered item. Kitty reached forward as Lydia jerked her hand, sending the circular gold-and-blue snuff-box to the carpeted floor. To Elizabeth's horror, it landed on one of the clasps and burst open, spilling the contents over the carpet. She immediately stooped down to recover the fine powder.
Stop!
Uncle Noddy caught her hand. The urgency in his voice contrasted heavily against the brittle smile he then gave.
Let the maid see to it.
The lightness in his tone did not sound right, nor did it match the hardness in his eyes. Not knowing how to react, Elizabeth stood. Jane had already called for the maid to bring a brush and pan. Kitty and Lydia were arguing over who was responsible for ruining the gift. Uncle Noddy reassured them that it was not too late for him to return to his house, where he fortunately had more. Mary, trying to be useful, moved closer to the spilled powder, inciting another stern reproof from Uncle Noddy. Elizabeth stared at the powder and at the handkerchief in Uncle Noddy's hand as he picked up the empty case. He would not touch it. He would not let them touch it. Time slowed. One by one, different clues she had not understood floated into her consciousness. The snuff, the newspaper man's death, Uncle Noddy's unexpected call at Longbourn, the disappearance of their castor plants' pods, the drawing her father left behind in his study. Papa had known. That was why he had left Longbourn so suddenly. Unfortunately, Uncle Noddy's steely gaze was fixed upon her at the exact moment the blur of thought gave way to clarity. How had she not noticed how cold and cruel those grey eyes could become? She did not want to believe it, but she could not deny the evidence. He tucked the box, handkerchief and all, into his pocket.
Silly girl.
He said it to Lydia, but Elizabeth knew his words were meant for her. She was a silly girl. She had invited the enemy inside her home and told him their plans. They could not stay there. Sir Nick bowed to take his leave, and Elizabeth prayed he would do so before her mother could descend the stairs and detain him. She wished her sisters would not be so loud, and bit her tongue when she was tempted to shush them. It was so difficult to act normal, as though she knew nothing at all of importance. In her concentration to appear unchanged, she forgot to curtsy when she ought to have done so. Sir Nick noticed. He knew. Chapter 33. Sir Nick had the advantage. As long as he was allowed to control the pawns in the game of his own creation, he would win. From the beginning, Darcy's assignment to protect Mr. Bennet had been a distraction. It had nearly worked, and now the stakes were much higher. Not only must Darcy keep him away from the Prince Regent until he could prove Sir Nick's evil intent against the monarch, but he must protect Elizabeth. Darcy had to stay away from her, both for her own protection and to allow himself to focus entirely on defeating Sir Nick. He posted his best guards at Harley Street, giving them explicit instructions. Nobody is allowed out unaccompanied. After Lawrence had stitched up his head, and Darcy had slept the bare minimum for clear thinking, he strode to his uncle's residence, his resolve stronger than it had been when he had departed from Elizabeth. At Brook's Mews, Richard's path joined his. "All this business gives me a hearty appetite, and the mess food cannot compete with the spread at my mother's table." Richard said the strangest things. Darcy replied, "You do not need to explain to me why you're here." That earned an eye roll. "You can be socially inept sometimes, Darcy. Upon hearing my reason for being here, a normal person would reciprocate by telling me the motive for his own presence. Would it not be more effective to merely ask the question, rather than hint around it? Yes, but people do not always say what they mean. You know that." "True, but they really should." "I will not argue with you there. Unless a lady is asking your honest opinion of her gown or her hair, a gentleman should always lie in such cases. But you have yet to answer my question." Darcy cracked a smile. Give a man enough rope, and he will hang himself with it. "You did not ask me a question." The leather of Richard's gloves squeaked and stretched over his fists. "You are insufferable. So you say." Richard blocked Darcy's path. They stood on the pavement before the front door of Matlock House. At any moment the butler would see them and open it. "What are you doing here, Darcy?" He was tempted to give a vague reply and charge up the steps, leaving Richard to learn the plan when the rest of his family did. But Richard was as much of a part of this as Darcy was, and his cousin's help would assist him. Looking up and down the street, Darcy lowered his voice. "Sir Nick thinks he knows how we will react. As long as we do what he expects, he remains in control." "Very good. We will do what Sir Nick would never expect." Darcy gave Richard a minute to puzzle out what that might be. "I can think of 100 ways to hinder the grand event tonight, but they are all too messy. What is your plan?" "I'm going to tell our family the truth of what I do, and ask for help. From father, from your mother too, and Georgiana. I will keep no more secrets from them." Richard was silent long enough for Darcy to doubt his support, but it did not matter. This was the right thing to do. It also might work. After what felt like an eternity, Richard exhaled with a chuckle. "It is about time." "You think so?" "Yes." "Do they already know about you?" "Of course not. I could not tell father without revealing your role." Richard's voice took a grave turn. "It has not been easy for me to keep silent all these years." Darcy believed it, and he welcomed the brief reprieve from anticipating the outcome of the tense night awaiting them. He teased, "To what do you credit this miracle?" Richard laughed. "Mother would have my head if she knew, and I'm not about to face her wrath alone. You wish to share her ire with me?" Richard punched his arm. "We shall be brothers in martyrdom, like Boris and Gleb." "Boris and Gleb? They sound like prize fighters." "Brothers and Russian saints who refuse to resist evil with violence, much like we prefer to do." This was a new side to Richard. "Since when have you taken an interest in Russia?" Richard shrugged. "My duties keep me tied to Mother England, but I enjoy reading about other places. Russia has a fascinating history. I've learned a few phrases, too."
Darcy was impressed, but now was not the time to inflate Richard's estimation of himself. Instead he asked, "What kind of a name is Gleb?" "You can have that one." Richard grinned. "It suits you." "You can keep both names. We're neither of us saints." "True. A person must die to achieve sainthood, and I plan to live to a ripe old age." "As do I." And that life included Elizabeth. Richard added, "Although there is something to it, an individual aspiring to sainthood must live a life of heroic virtue, and I dare anyone to deny your heroism." Was his cousin mad? "I aspire to no such thing. They must also perform 2 miracles. You are full of drivel. It will take a miracle to expose Sir Nick's plan, and prevent an upheaval the likes of which will rock the very foundation of our kingdom. There you have it. 1 miracle is not enough. I am doomed to continue living a long, rich life as a gentleman with no aspirations to sainthood. Unless, despite all the secrets and obstacles of your own making, you earn the respect and love of your fair maiden." Darcy heaved a sigh. After what he had put Elizabeth through, he should not hope as he did. "That would take a miracle." "Precisely." Richard sounded much too cheerful. "You, my dear cousin, are well along on the path to sainthood, whether you want to be or not." Now who is being insufferable? Richard placed his hand on Darcy's shoulder and squeezed. "We are a pair." The shake in his voice and the bunching of his chin jostled Darcy's equilibrium. This would be their last mission together. It marked the end of an era. Richard's grip tightened. "I want you to know how glad I am that my last assignment is with you. I can think of no better way to end this career. Whatever happens tonight, we stand united." Too much could go wrong, but Darcy had already considered the dangers. Now was not the time to dwell on them, if they were to succeed. Clapping his hand on Richard's shoulder, he returned the squeeze. "Promise me one thing." Richard nodded. "Do not get shot." Richard's levity returned. "You must promise the same. I tease about sainthood, but I do not really wish it upon you." Together they went up the steps to find Lady Matlock breaking her fast in the parlour. She expected Lord Matlock to join her shortly, as they had a rooftop picnic to plan, so that their household might enjoy the fireworks in their absence. Aunt already had a quill and inkwell, as well as a scattering of lists on the table in front of her. Grabbing a plate from the sideboard, Richard proceeded to pile it with eggs, sausages, and buttered rolls. Darcy asked the butler to send for Georgiana, who was already practising in the music room. He clasped his hands behind his back and tried not to pace as he waited, listening to his aunt plan aloud and watching Richard in growing wonder. How can you eat at a time like this? His own stomach was in knots. Running his hand over his stomach, Richard proclaimed, "I have a physique to maintain." His father entered the room then, greeting Richard with inspecting eyes and a marked frown. "You're getting a bit thick around the middle, son." With a scowl, Richard bit a sausage in half and chewed as he walked to the table, head high and belly sucked in. "Richard," his mother chastised, "we do not eat standing up like savages. Sit down." It was hard for Darcy not to smile, but Richard's chagrin was priceless. A man never got too old to be scolded by his mother. Georgiana joined them, her smile widening when her gaze found Darcy. Her curtsy was as deep as his bow, and uncle and aunt watched the exchange with contented looks and approving nods. They were genuinely good people. For a brief moment, Darcy's determination wavered at what he was about to do. They had done nothing but support him and care for Georgiana like their own daughter. And how had he repaid them? With silence, distance, and secrecy. Would they feel betrayed, as Elizabeth had? Georgiana sat beside Aunt, and Uncle cleared his throat to speak. "To what do we owe this pleasure, Darcy?" The previous evening he had practised what to say, carefully selecting the best options and rejecting the rest. But now that he was besieged with doubt, and his family stared expectantly at him, Darcy could not recall a single blessed word. Uncle tried to help.
Are you in trouble?
They awaited his reply, their worry deepening the longer he remained silent. Aunt's glance darted to Georgiana, then back to him. She clasped the fichu at her throat theatrically. "Oh, you have lost your fortune!" Darcy knew her dramatic explanation was for Georgiana's benefit, intending to smooth the path for him and lighten whatever dreadful news he would share. It was what Richard would have done, had his mouth not been stuffed with food. His aunt could not know that Darcy's admission was going to be every bit as shocking as her guess, and thus had quite the opposite effect on him. There was simply no good way to tell them the truth.
"No, it is not that,"
she gasped. "You plan to elope with an actress!" Richard raised his cup of chocolate in a woeful display of poor timing that appeared to confirm her conjecture. Uncle sat taller and more stiffly in his chair. Georgiana's eyes widened as large as saucers.
"No, I am not, nor do I plan to ever be attached to an actress. It is nothing like that, I assure you."
Only that was not quite true, was it? His revelation would seem as outlandish as Aunt's theory. "Are you ill?" Aunt jumped to her feet, pressing her cold hands against his forehead. Although he felt ill, he would not admit it, and she did not give him time to deny it. "My dear, you are feverish. You send for our family physician. Darcy is dying." This had gone on long enough. Darcy took his aunt's hands in his.
"Pray do not distress yourself. I am not sick. I am as hale as ever." "For God's sake, Darcy, tell us what is wrong."
Uncle's voice boomed and echoed through the room.
"I'm a spy,"
Darcy blurted.
"I've been an agent of the Crown these past 9 years.
That was the worst of the versions he had rejected. Chapter 34. The room fell silent. Even Richard stopped chewing. Finally, Aunt tugged her hands free from Darcy's grasp. "By the sombre expression on your face, I thought you had done something too terrible to tell us."
"I'm a spy. Have been a spy for most of Georgie's life, and I've kept this secret from you all these years. Is that not terrible enough?"
Georgiana covered her face with her hands, but Darcy saw her chin quiver and tears dripping down her cheeks as she darted from the table to stand by the window. He started to follow her, before the reality of his predicament halted his steps. He had no inkling how to console her. Already he had botched his call by disclosing his occupation and the consequences he knew his closest family had suffered in the worst possible way. He bit his tongue to keep from making matters worse, and prepared for the tongue-lashing he deserved. Aunt tusked. "I expect that spies are not allowed to divulge their occupation to all and sundry. You have nothing to feel guilty about. Tell him, Hugh. Tell our dear nephew he has done nothing wrong." To Darcy's shock, his uncle immediately complied.
"You have done nothing wrong."
Aunt smiled at Uncle. "How right you are, darling." She glanced at Georgiana, though she addressed Darcy. "We would expect nothing less than that you to keep such a thing silent, or else what kind of spy would you be?" Darcy did not understand why his aunt was attempting to minimize his news, but he knew her well enough to comprehend that her frequent looks at Georgiana were an important clue. Drawing his attention with a huff, Aunt pinched her lips and jerked her head in Georgiana's direction. Just like Uncle Hugh, Darcy followed her hint. Tentatively he approached his sister, still not certain what he should do. He could not clap her on the back or jostle her shoulder, as he would if it were Richard. He wished he had a gift to give her, something he could hold to occupy his hands, which just hung at his side uselessly. He peered back at his aunt, who again tilted her head toward Georgiana. Hoping he did not make a muddle of everything, Darcy raised his hand, and encouraged by a nod from his aunt, he patted his sister on the shoulder. His aunt's groan drifted across the room. When he looked back at her, she made a point of grabbing Richard and embracing him. Richard's fork dropped on his plate with a loud clatter.
Thank you, Mother.
Her nostrils flared, and Darcy felt the pointedness of that look. He understood her now. Though he felt many degrees of awkwardness, he opened his arms and stepped forward. That was all the encouragement Georgiana needed. Sensing his nearness, she twirled around and buried her face in his cravat. He folded her in his embrace, holding her as tightly as she held him, his heart choking his throat. At this, his aunt smiled at him and resumed her place at the table, dipping a piece of bread in her chocolate. He would gladly stand there being Georgiana's handkerchief all day, if that was what she needed. Before he was ready, her sobs quieted to hiccups, and she pulled away from him with a meek smile. His soaked cravat lay flat against his chest. He did not care.
I apologize, Georgie. I never meant to hurt you, only to keep you safe.
She shook her head. That is not it at all. A smile blossomed over her face. He heard her reassurance and saw her matching expression, but he could not believe himself so easily forgiven.
You do not feel betrayed?
No, she laughed, and another outpouring of tears spilled down her cheeks, leaving Darcy more confused than ever. He handed her his handkerchief. Georgiana dabbed around her eyes. You were so often away, I... She swallowed hard, whispering when she finally spoke again. I thought that you were avoiding me.
What?
Darcy roared, only calming himself when his aunt shushed him. Georgiana twisted his handkerchief in her hands. I thought that you could not bear my resemblance to our mother. Her smile grew, and Darcy thought that the storm had passed, but then the tears poured anew. I'm so relieved you stayed away because you are a spy, she squeaked between sobs. Darcy pried the handkerchief from her fingers, gently dabbing her cheeks as she cried and smiled. His sister had been a babe when their mother died. Lady Anne's portrait hung in the art gallery of his London house, beside a painting of their father. Darcy could not look at it without his eyes prickling, and that led Georgiana to the wrong conclusion. In the portrait, their mother wore a gown fit for a queen, the same gown she had worn when she and father hosted a dinner celebrating their anniversary. Only a fortnight later, the fever took her. He recalled how tenderly his father had looked at her, as if it were yesterday. Darcy had recognised how blessed he was to have parents who truly loved each other. The memory was a cherished one, and Darcy resented the injustice that Georgiana had no such comfort. All she had was a portrait and a gown that still hung in Mother's quiet bedchamber.
All this time, that was what you thought?
She nodded.
Oh, Georgie, nothing could be further from the truth. I miss our mother dearly. I wish you could have known her, but I miss you too.
She sniffed. I'm right here.
Yes, you are.
Darcy now understood how she could smile and cry at the same time. He felt perilously close to doing the same. Clearing his throat, he pretended a self-possession he did not feel.
From this moment, I vow to be more present in your life.
I would like that so much, she said softly, happily. Aunt beamed. It is about time. Uncle stood between Darcy and Georgiana, his arms hugging them to him.
Your father did not know how to grieve the loss of my sister. He thought staying busy doing purposeful work would help. He was wrong. It was not until you accompanied him that he realised how much his work distanced him from the very people who could heal his broken heart. By then you were too entrenched in duty.
Darcy could hardly breathe.
You knew. Of course I did, although your father never told me directly. What is not said can more easily be denied.
He shot Richard a look.
It would please your mother greatly for you and your cousin to retire from your present activities. A gentleman of your age and station ought to settle and have a family.
Richard pushed away his empty plate. Do you have a wealthy heiress in mind? Uncle ignored that final comment.
Now that we are agreed, let us...
The butler entered, and one of Darcy's informants rushed into the parlour, holding out a folded paper. "From Bennet House. Sir Nick called while Mr. Bennet stepped out." Darcy pivoted toward the door and grabbed the message from the man's hand. The note was brief, and in a lady's hand. "Sir Nick knows. The proof is in the snuff."
"Sir Nick Dewhurst? The head of the agency? Prince Frederick's friend?"
Uncle Matlock knew a great deal more about London's spy-masters than Darcy had thought. This made it easier to fill him in on the most important details, in a few short sentences, ending with the other reason for his call.
"He plans to strike tonight at Carlton House. We must prepare for the worst." "He could assassinate the Prince Regent in the middle of his grand fête, and nobody would be the wiser. I've heard rumours among the peers of Napoleon's bees being found in the possession of several Whigs."
Just how much did his uncle know? Apparently reading Darcy's thoughts, Richard raised his hands in the air.
"He heard nothing from me. Someone always talks. That is beside the point."
Uncle waved his hand dismissively.
"You need to be at Carlton House to keep Sir Nick away from the Prince Regent. I can get you inside, but staying there without being discovered will be up to you."
That was exactly what Darcy had hoped for.
"Thank you, Uncle."
Georgiana spoke boldly. "I wish to help. Is there something I can do?" Darcy would have preferred to refuse her offer. He came very close to doing so. But as he opened his mouth, an idea struck him, a solution that would keep both her and the Bennets occupied, entertained, and well away from any danger. Pleased to grant her request, Darcy turned to face his sister.
"You shall have the most important task of all. The Bennets cannot stay at their house."
Aunt interrupted. "Oh, they may come here. I've already made most of the arrangements for the picnic."
"Thank you, Aunt, but Darcy House is safer."
Richard agreed.
"It is a fortress." "My servants are trained. They will protect everyone while we are away."
Turning once again to Georgiana, Darcy adopted his gravest tone.
"Your mission, should you accept it, is to entertain the Bennets at our residence."
"I accept!" Georgiana bounced up and down with the words, and then visibly forced herself to calm and speak more demurely. "With Aunt Fitzwilliam's help, of course." Aunt smiled at her niece, and then turned to Darcy, her eyes narrowing in a way he did not much like or trust. "It would be my pleasure, dear. This Bennet family, do they have any daughters?" Darcy knew she sought a reaction, and blast it all if he did not hold his breath. Aunt grinned. "Interesting." Darcy tried to distract her, but she deserved fair warning.
"Mrs. Bennet is a bit overwhelming."
Uncle huffed.
"More than cat."
He chuckled at his use of the nickname his sister despised. Brothers would be brothers. One of Uncle Hugh's greatest pleasures was taking his haughty sister down a notch whenever he could. While the thought of Lady Catherine and Mrs. Bennet being in the same room was exceedingly diverting, Darcy did not wish to malign Elizabeth's mother to his family. They must form their own opinions, but he would smooth the way. He chose his words carefully.
"Mrs. Bennet's sincerity is genuine, if not misguided. She does not have the advantage of the lady's education that Aunt Catherine received."
Aunt clasped her hands together and lifted her chin. "I am determined to like her." Good. She would need her determination after spending some time in Mrs. Bennet's company. He left his family for Darcy House, feeling lighter and more hopeful than he had previously, despite Sir Nick's growing threat. Darcy's family supported him. They would be safe, as with the Bennets, and once everyone was protected inside his residence, he and Richard could focus without distraction on the evening ahead of them. Time was running out. Fitzwilliam promptly replied to Elizabeth's message by sending a carriage. With it came a behest so cordially worded that all but Elizabeth and her father took it as an invitation no ambitious mother with 5 unmarried daughters would dream of refusing. The Bennets were requested to join Mr. Darcy, his sister and his family at his house in Mayfair, and he would consider it a personal favour if they would stay to accompany his sister and cousins in his absence to watch the fireworks from his rooftop. Mamma was frantic with elation. Papa became very subdued. He would have to answer to Fitzwilliam for leaving them. Otherwise Sir Nick never would have gained admittance into their house. Fitzwilliam received them at the top of the stairs, everything in his posture and manners grave and urgent. While his expression was perfectly appropriate for the present circumstance, Elizabeth had hoped he might smile when he saw her. Instead, the group was whisked past the entrance hall, with its sparkling chandelier, gleaming chessboard marble floor, and curved carpeted double staircase, and into a yellow parlour. From the moment Fitzwilliam introduced them to his sister, his aunt and uncle, and their 2 daughters, Elizabeth understood that not only were they there for their own protection, but also for an inspection. 1 or 2 of his younger relatives would stare at her, but quickly avert their gaze to something else when she noticed it. Lord and Lady Matlock, on the other hand, wore their curiosity openly. Elizabeth smiled wider and stood taller, hoping to be pleasing, but unwilling to do so under any false pretence. Refreshments were brought in. After all, civilities must be preserved, even in the midst of a national emergency. By the time they had drained their teacups, Mamma was dumbstruck at her daughter's change of fortunes. Elizabeth's sisters had made fast friends with the 3 young ladies. Papa was thoroughly repentant, and Lady Matlock had informed them of the entertainments planned through the evening. Her ladyship's uncanny ability to order everyone about, in a way that elicited charmed compliance, was dizzying. So, this was Fitzwilliam's family. Elizabeth was inclined to like them. When Lord Matlock cast her a sympathetic look, followed by a devilish wink, she felt certain they would soon become as dear to her as her own aunt and Uncle Gardiner. The flurry of activity continued, even after Fitzwilliam departed, with Colonel Fitzwilliam and Lord and Lady Matlock. Miss Darcy, assisted by the housekeeper, kindly offered a tour of the house, and access to whichever room they pleased. Elizabeth had not truly considered how Darcy House might look. Perhaps it would be filled with dark furniture and gleaming knights in shining armour, accented with the scents of leather, books and shaving cream, a lair fit for a gentleman who lived alone. Instead, she was pleased to note the soft tapestries, floral paintings, and colourful silks covering the walls. Miss Darcy spoke more of old memories than recent events, and the housekeeper was happy to speak well of her current master, as well as Mr. Darcy and Lady Anne. The house was beautiful, and the stories were charming, but Elizabeth was distracted by the concern that filled her mind and heart. Every mention of Fitzwilliam increased her agony. She had hoped to speak with him, to voice her concerns before he left. Although she had mentioned the snuff in her message, had he fully understood its significance? She reminded herself that he had thrived as a master spy for 9 years. He would survive 1 night more. No sooner would she repeat that consoling thought to herself than her rational side would rebut it. All it required to ruin an illustrious career was 1 mistake, 1 oversight, 1 accident, 1 too many things for her comfort. 2 hours after their arrival, Elizabeth sat by a potted palm tree in the music room, with her knees nervously bobbing up and down, as she listened to Miss Darcy play from a Broadwood grand. The performance was subtle and splendid, and the music was outstanding. Mary swayed in her chair with her eyes closed, and her hands pressed against her heart, enraptured. Mamma tapped her toes, and hummed along as she attended to the fruit bowl at her elbow. The grapes were almost gone. Kitty and Lydia admired the gowns of Colonel Fitzwilliam's sisters. Having discovered many interests in common, the girls had been conversing untiringly since their introductions. Jane looked dreamily at the door, her heart in her eyes. If only a look could conjure Mr. Bingley. Papa sat in a corner reading. He had not departed once from their company since his brief interview with Fitzwilliam, Colonel Fitzwilliam and the Matlocks. Elizabeth tried to relax and enjoy the music, with the comfort that she and her family were safe. But her troubled thoughts prompted her knee to continue bobbing. Who would protect Fitzwilliam? She feared for him. So much could go wrong. One simply did not arrive for a private party at the Prince Regent's residence without an invitation. If he was discovered... Elizabeth shuddered. She reminded herself, once again, of his experience and skill. She untwisted her fingers and stilled her knees. Sir Nick was clever. He would lay a trap. What if Fitzwilliam walked into it? What if he had to choose between his own life and saving someone else's? He would not hesitate to act with honour. And where was Elizabeth? Safe and sound while he risked life and limb. It was not right. Fitzwilliam would want her to be safe, to enjoy her surroundings. But Elizabeth's anguish was too great. How was she supposed to survive an entire night with this dreadful unease? Every passing minute added to her anxiety, and all he wanted her to do was wait. Elizabeth was not good at waiting. He knew this. She needed an occupation, something to engross her attention and keep her from counting the seconds. This he also knew. He was the same. Surely he could not expect her to be content to do nothing. Applause signalled that Miss Darcy had completed her piece. Elizabeth clapped and forced a smile, her thoughts demanding and loud. She did not hear Miss Darcy when she approached. "Forgive me, Miss Darcy, I was wool-gathering." She patted the chair beside her, but Miss Darcy did not sit. "I am worried too," she said softly. She knew. Fitzwilliam had told her. His family knew. Elizabeth wished to ask the question aloud, but her family did not know. Miss Darcy extended her hand to Elizabeth and raised her voice so the others would hear. "Would you like to take a turn in the picture gallery with me?" Elizabeth looped her arm through Miss Darcy's, and the two left the music room together, as Mary began a duet with one of Miss Darcy's cousins. Once they reached the hall, Elizabeth felt free to speak. "How long have you known?" Miss Darcy clasped her hand. "Only today he told us what he does. I wish there was something more I could do. He, Uncle, Aunt and Cousin Richard have been in private conversation most of the afternoon, and I have wanted to speak with someone so badly. I'm terrified for my brother." If only Elizabeth could sneak inside Carlton House to keep watch over Fitzwilliam. If need be, she could grab a candlestick. She was adept with those. "I am glad you are here, Miss Elizabeth, or I fear I might have pulled out my hair." Elizabeth felt her new friend's desperation in her bones. "We are kindred spirits, I see. Please, I wish you would call me Elizabeth." Such a brilliant smile. "Oh, I would like that. And it will please me greatly for you to call me Georgiana." "Good. Now that we have settled that, we may be friends, and plan how we might make ourselves useful." They reached the gallery, and Georgiana stopped in front of the portrait of her mother. Lady Anne Darcy had the elegance of a queen, wearing a regal headdress atop a silk and velvet gown with gold embroidery. In the painting, she was holding baby Georgiana and watching young Fitzwilliam. The artist had captured the intensity in the boy's eyes, and that mischievous crook of his lips that Elizabeth loved. "This is my favourite portrait of my mother. She looks like a Russian queen, does she not?" "She is beautiful. You look like her." Georgiana beamed, and then leaned forward, eyes wide and voice low. "That gown is in her bedchamber still. Papa kept all of her things." She looked longingly at the gown. Elizabeth knew what she wanted. She and Jane had done the same with their mother's old gowns, stowed away in trunks in the attic. What fun they had had! Perhaps playing dress-up for a few minutes would give Georgiana a brief reprieve from her anxiety. In a whisper, Elizabeth said, "Well, what are we waiting for? You must try it on." "Do you think so?" So much hope in one look. "I'm certain of it." Georgiana grabbed Elizabeth's hands and pulled her down the hall to her mother's old bedchamber. The curtains were drawn, but none of the furniture was covered. Powder boxes and perfume bottles neatly lined the top of the dressing table. The room was ready, and Elizabeth found herself in expectation that, any minute, Lady Anne would walk inside to find them pilfering her wardrobe. After removing the gown from the armoire, Georgiana held it up and spun in a circle. The bottom hem tangled around her ankles, several inches above the ground. "Just as I suspected. I may look like my mother, but I am tall like my father." She lovingly placed the mound of watered silk on the bed. Elizabeth traced her fingers over the delicate gold embroidery. More than anything, she wanted Georgiana to be able to wear this gorgeous gown and feel close to her mother. It is nothing an accomplished seamstress could not adjust. The door creaked open, and they both jumped away guiltily. The grey cat sauntered inside, walking directly to the exquisite gown and rubbing against it. Georgiana placed one hand over her heart and laughed. "You naughty boy, Claude. You gave us a terrible scare." He looked up at her with a haughty scowl. Elizabeth was happy to see him. He was a grump and a mongrel, but he acted as dignified as a guard at the Winter Palace. It was too bad he was not trained to protect Fitzwilliam. Claude could slip right through the crowds, and nobody would remark on his presence. The cat leaned against her leg, which Elizabeth understood to mean he had granted her permission to pet him. "I see that your brother has had little success finding him a suitable home." She ran her hand down his body, and he arched his back into her touch. "Nobody wants him, and he refuses to leave. He walks about the house like he owns it, and we are here to do his bidding." Georgiana's words had slowed as she spoke, and there was something in Georgiana's tone that made Elizabeth glance up, much to Claude's consternation. The look on her young friend's face sent a chill up Elizabeth's spine. "No, it is outrageous." Georgiana shook her head. Elizabeth had to hear the idea now. "What is it? Perhaps all you need is another opinion." She chewed her lips indecisively, markedly struggling with her thoughts. Finally, Georgiana said, "The gown is too short for me, but it will fit you well enough." Claude hopped onto the bed and glared at Elizabeth for her terrible negligence, while she tried to deduce Georgiana's meaning. Georgiana added slowly, timidly, "If you show up at Carlton House, wearing this gown and holding that cat, people will draw certain conclusions. They would not question you. They would not dare." "You think I should impersonate Russian royalty?" It sounded mad. With the idea planted in her mind, however, Elizabeth could not help but consider its merits. She might actually get inside Carlton House, where she could keep watch over Fitzwilliam, or at least she might find Sir Nick. His puzzles had trained and sharpened her mind. If anyone could see through this scheme, it was Elizabeth. "I know it is incredibly risky. I know my brother would immediately dismiss it, and he might never speak to me again if he knew it was my idea. Which is why he will never hear of it from me, you have my word." Georgiana smiled. "Is this what it is like to have a sister?" Too much was implied in her question for Elizabeth's complexion not to be affected. Thankfully, Georgiana spoke again. "If you do not go, I will." She stiffened her shoulders defiantly. "I cannot sit idle while my brother risks everything. What kind of a sister would I be, knowing the hazards he must face in his occupation, if I have this opportunity to help and do nothing?" She was serious, and in her young passion, she would listen to her heart despite the danger. Elizabeth's stomach dropped. As intrepid as she was, and as badly as she wished to help, she never would have seriously considered Georgiana's suggestion. Fitzwilliam would be irate with Elizabeth, but he would be even more horrified should his own sister appear. That Elizabeth could not allow. Was this not a manageable solution? Had she not been dreaming all afternoon of how she wished she could go to Carlton House? As if to prove how determined she was, Georgiana picked up the dress, and the last of Elizabeth's wavering rebuttals abandoned her. She did not know whether Georgiana would truly go through with her threat, but Elizabeth must prevent that possibility by doing it herself. Besides, she could never live with herself if something happened to Fitzwilliam, while she was safe and comfortable in his house. He had to know that, just as he risked all to complete his mission, she would risk all for him. Decided, she said, "Help me into the dress." Georgiana nodded, and they got to work. "Perhaps I might accompany you." "Absolutely not. What I'm going to do is bad enough. Your brother will not be pleased to see me, but I am willing to do what I must to ensure that he succeeds. Too much is at stake. Now, if I'm to hold that surly beast all evening, I shall need the satin cushion Jane made. It is filled with catmint, and should keep Claude content enough to allow me to carry him." There was a small powder box of golden lapis lazuli on the dressing table. Elizabeth opened it, satisfied to see the powder inside. It did not exactly match Sir Nick's snuff-box, but it was close enough. She tucked it into an artfully placed fold in her gown, and looked up to see her reflection. She certainly looked the part. Georgiana opened her mother's wardrobe, tapping around until she heard what she was listening for. When she returned to Elizabeth, she held the headdress from the portrait in her palms. Gently she placed it on top of Elizabeth's coiffure and pinned it in place. "You look like a Russian princess. How perfect! My cousin told me that she overheard Aunt's callers talking about a great niece of Catherine the Great who will attend the prince's party. Oh, let us hope our paths do not cross." Oh, this was a bad idea. But Elizabeth would not shrink from the challenge now. "I will also need a carriage, something fitting the occasion." "I am the mistress of this house. For now, the servants will do what I say." Georgiana's tone sounded much like Lady Matlock's, and, like her aunt, no doubt she would be obeyed. Elizabeth would not fail Fitzwilliam. She would make certain he came home to his sister, and to her. Chapter 35. Darcy stuck to Sir Nick like a shadow, using the crushing crowd and the elaborate decor inside the great hall to his advantage. He had altered his appearance so as not to be easily recognised. Chalk dust in his dark hair, a false beard, stooped posture, and an ivory-handled walking stick that he used to support himself, with a feigned tremble in his hand. Richard was dressed as a palace guard, allowing him access to every garden, state-room, and hidden hall. Uncle casually weaved around coloured lanterns, painted trellises, immense flower garlands hanging from gilded ropes, and ornamental shrubs on the covered lawns by the gate. At the same time, Aunt, who had a wide acquaintance, took note of each individual who entered. She would have made an excellent informant. She noticed everything. The dinner hour was fast approaching. Judging by how often Sir Nick checked his timepiece, Darcy was convinced that the time he intended to strike was imminent. He had watched Sir Nick offer several pinches of snuff from the box in his left breast pocket, but there was a slight bulge on the opposite side of his coat. That was Darcy's mark. All he had to do was create a distraction. With his aged disguise, he could easily pretend to lose his balance. So long as he did not look Sir Nick in the eye, Darcy would go unrecognised. He could pick the man's pocket and present the poisoned snuff to Prince Frederick as evidence before dinner was announced. Emphasising a shake in his hand, Darcy stepped forward and placed himself directly in the path of a servant, labouring under the weight of a champagne-laden tray. Suddenly, a collective silence dimmed the deafening conversation inside the hall. All eyes turned to the narrow lobby, through which each guest must pass to enter the palace interior. The servant, too, stopped to look. Of all the poorly timed arrivals. Thoroughly annoyed, Darcy caught fragments of excited murmurs. "Catherine the Great! Great niece! Russian royalty!" Royalty the newly arrived guest might be, but she was shamefully late. Keeping his movements slow and tremulous, careful not to stand to his full height, Darcy turned to see who was causing all the fuss. The crowd parted, and he saw her. Standing between two marble pillars, the reflection of the candelabras surrounded Elizabeth in a fiery glow. Cold fear raced up Darcy's spine, wrapping its icy fingers around his lungs and squeezing. His cane clattered to the floor, and he pushed through the crowd. He had to get to her before Sir Nick did.
Oh, God, had Sir Nick already seen her? Darcy twisted around, his abrupt movement drawing his foe's attention. Their eyes met. A sardonic smile crept up Sir Nick's lips. He nodded, tipping an imaginary hat. A bead of sweat trickled down Darcy's back. It was too late. In that instant, Darcy had to choose: save the monarch or protect the woman he loved. He advanced through the masses, pushing, jostling and elbowing his way forward. The sight of Elizabeth in that gown, looking more beautiful than his heart could take, and holding his beastly cat, made him desperate. He had to reach her, to protect her. The fault was his own. He should have known that the intrepid woman who had stayed up all night with an unloaded pistol in her father's study, and later had sneaked inside his carriage to get to her father in London, was not the sort of lady one could leave behind. Darcy moved a matron wearing a flock full of feathers on her turban out of his path. When he got to Elizabeth, he would escort her home and never leave her side from that moment. Hang the consequences. Bows and echoes of "Your Highness" marked her progress through the hall. Elizabeth did not cower. Clutching the cat, who rubbed his face against her gloves and hissed at anyone who got too near, she glided toward Darcy. He could tell the moment she saw him, and his heart quavered. A gentleman stepped directly in front of her, swooping an exaggerated bow. Claude hissed, but the gentleman did not take the feline's warning seriously. Claude batted at the man's face and wiggled free of Elizabeth's grasp as the man protested vociferously. The crowd closed around them, and Darcy's thoughts had hardly caught up with what had just transpired when he blinked, and she was gone. Gone. He stretched up to the balls of his feet, looking for Sir Nick's silver hair. Gone. "Where did she go?" he demanded. "Her Highness," he added to no avail. To the crowd, the stripes on the gentleman's cheek were too diverting for an old man to interrupt, and Darcy could not wait. Sir Nick had Elizabeth. Darcy had to find her. A guard approached. Richard. "Come with me, sir." He grabbed Darcy's arm firmer than necessary and marched him off in what was most certainly the wrong direction. They entered the west anteroom, which connected the state apartments leading through that wing of the palace, all of which were open for display that night. Not a practical place for Sir Nick to take Elizabeth. He would go somewhere quiet, somewhere he could go unnoticed. Darcy hissed, "This is the wrong way." Richard pushed him forward. "Mother saw where they went. Father knows another way to get into the passageway, but Darcy, there are dozens of hidden hallways inside. She could be anywhere." Darcy's jaw clenched. Richard meant to prepare him for the worst, but he could not admit defeat. Uncle joined them, talking as he walked. "Helen and I saw her enter the gate. I followed, but I was not close enough to reach her before Sir Nick swept her away. He took her to the secret passageway." "Do you know where it leads?" "It gives access to all the prince's private chambers, but they cannot have gone far, and I know where the access to the hall is in this room. Your father showed me." "Thank you, father." Spinning to Richard, Darcy said, "Go and get the prince. Tell him his brother is in danger. Surround him with guards, and let no one approach him until we find Sir Nick. I must go after Elizabeth." Richard ran off, and Darcy followed his uncle to a full-length portrait of Louis-Philippe II, flanked by red damask curtains. Using the large curtains as cover, Uncle ran his fingers up the right side of the frame until he caught a switch that opened the panel behind the curtain, and they slipped inside. Torches lit the narrow hall, but they did not help Darcy see the dark cat slip between his feet until he had tripped over it. "Blast it all to... Darcy, language," chastised Uncle. Two green eyes glared at him from the floor, briefly, before it looked away. Darcy leaned down. "Claude?" The cat answered with a throaty growl. He rubbed against something on the ground, moving forward frantically in search of more. Darcy picked up the leaves from the floor and rubbed them between his fingers. Catmint. Elizabeth. Clever woman, she left a trail. Elizabeth was running out of catmint. She dragged her feet, but Sir Nick pushed her forward. She stumbled, slowing their pace further. Sir Nick grabbed her arm and pulled her up. "Do that again, and I will expose you as an impostor."
Elizabeth continued forward as slowly as she dared. "Fitzwilliam will stop you. We know your plan."
"Do you really?"
His tone was ice-cold and cruel. In fact, she did not know his plan, but if she was going to be pushed and prodded down a dark, dank hall to a premature end, she wanted some answers. "Father's contact at the paper. You killed him."
"Dobbs was a fly in the ointment, a pest, and difficult to squash."
"Is that why you called at Longbourn, to make a more potent poisoned powder?" Sir Nick's silence encouraged her to continue. "He knew what you were planning. He intercepted something he was not supposed to see."
Sir Nick scoffed. "He was a stupid fellow, bent on being a hero."
Elizabeth had never met Dobbs, but Sir Nick's rude dismissal of the man's life raised her hackles. "He was smart enough to pass on the clue he found before you killed him." Sir Nick hesitated.
"Is that how you knew to come here? Fascinating. I never doubted Bennet's ability to solve such a simple cipher, but I am shocked he involved you in this foolish scheme. Darcy would never have allowed it. How did you get past him?"
She had solved the cipher, not her father. And yes, coming here had proved to be a terrible mistake, but she refused to allow Sir Nick to rub her face in it. "Why did you assign Mr. Darcy to protect my father?"
"Your father thinks the way I do. Had he not married an uneducated woman, he could have used his brilliant intellect for the greater good, as I have done. Instead, he squandered his prospects, and was cursed with a bevy of ignorant daughters."
Clenching her fists, Elizabeth swallowed her insulted pride in favour of more information. Oh, but it was difficult. "Even with these disadvantages, you knew Papa would discover your plan."
"He kept a list of every gentleman in whose home I hid a mark. He would have made the connection sooner or later."
The B letters. That was a terrible risk you took. Was Mr. Darcy the agent responsible for collecting the evidence against those gentlemen? Sir Nick pinched her arm. He must not have thought her capable of puzzling out as much as she had. For a moment, Elizabeth basked in her small victory.
"Darcy is our finest agent, but his conscience is problematic."
"Since when is doing what is right a problem?"
"Since it began to interfere with my solution. England is in debt and at war. The Prince Regent decorates his palace and throws a lavish party, while his soldiers go without provisions. Even a victory over the French would be short-lived, when the thousands left starving for bread are too weak to care. He will lead our nation to ruin."
He stopped, forcing her to turn and face him.
"Which is better, for one man to die, or for thousands of innocent men, women and children to suffer from his selfishness?"
She had suspected he meant to murder the Prince Regent, but hearing it from his lips was still a shock. "Who granted you permission to act as judge and executor?"
"Someone has to do it. His younger brother, Prince Frederick, is a man of discipline, a military man. He will see England to victory and stop the drain on our resources, and he will reward my service. Think of all the good I could do for the nation as his adviser."
Elizabeth went numb. Sir Nick had spent years working shoulder to shoulder with the next in line, gaining his trust. He had positioned himself to gain access to the royal family, and then, single-handedly, enact a plan masterfully designed to keep him above suspicion. Nobody would doubt him once it was revealed that several peers had been under investigation for treason, with messages marked with Napoleon's B's having been found in their houses. All of them would be seated at the prince's table that night, and not one of them could be aware of the charges against them, because they were innocent. She tried to tug her arm away, but Sir Nick tightened his grip. "You planted the bees, and will let those gentlemen pay for your crime, so you can turn Prince Frederick into your puppet." Shadows cast sharp angles over his cruel smile.
"Nobody can stop me."
Elizabeth felt it wiser not to declare that she would do her best to try. "Fitzwilliam will." He pushed her down a narrow passage.
"Darcy is honourable to a fault. Another weakness of his. Why do you think I assigned him to your father?"
She let go of another stream of catmint, hoping Fitzwilliam would see it, and glanced around quickly to scan their surroundings. Pale peach blossom silk and panels of dark navy blue velvet covered the walls. Gold fleur-de-lis spotted the floor and adorned the gilded furniture. Elizabeth had heard of the Prince Regent's personal drawing room, the blue velvet room. If only she could tell Fitzwilliam where she was. Now she was alone in this private chamber with a murderer. Pretending acute offence, she blinked heavily. "You used me as a distraction."
"A role you played marvellously, my dear. Darcy will run all over the palace trying to find you, while I carry on as planned."
"You forget Colonel Fitzwilliam."
Sir Nick cackled. "Oh, yes, a good soldier he is, and a good second son, so accustomed to doing what he's told. The Colonel will follow Darcy's orders. He will search for you."
"There are others." Sir Nick looked around, gesturing about the empty room.
"Where are they? Darcy never asked for help, and as long as he is an agent of the Crown, he will never expose his identity."
And that was Sir Nick's weakness. He was so proud of his intellect, of his strategic foresight, that he truly believed he was invincible. Lifting her chin, Elizabeth said with certainty, "Fitzwilliam will come for me, but you are wrong about him. He will enlist the help of the entire ballroom if necessary, to find me and stop you." Sir Nick pulled a pistol from his pocket and aimed it at her.
"It pains me to do this, Lizzie. I hope you believe me. But England needs me, and you are in my way."
Elizabeth heard him click back the pistol's hammer and closed her eyes. Chapter 36.
Click.
Furniture clattered. A man's deep voice sputtered,
"Blast that blooming cat!" "Uncle, language."
Elizabeth knew that voice. She cracked open one eye to see a grey cat darting across the room after a gold tassel that dangled from a gilded cord. Claude? She was not dead. Opening her other eye, she saw the reason for her rescue. Fitzwilliam, who had looked to have aged at least 20 years. Had she done that? Oh, bother. She feared she would be the death of him, if she did not get herself killed first. But my, how handsome he looked with silver-streaked hair. He held the pistol in his hands steadily, with his eyes locked on Sir Nick's. Lord Matlock stood behind him, rubbing his shin and grimacing. No sooner had Elizabeth noted their presence than Sir Nick grabbed her hand and spun her in one deft twirl, then held her firmly against him, with the cold metal of the pistol barrel pressed against her temple. Panic rose in Elizabeth's throat, but no scream came. She looked at Fitzwilliam and saw fear. Fear for her. This was not what she had planned. Some help she was. Helplessness made her angry. Angry at Sir Nick, at her father, at the prince, at Claude for attacking the wrong gentleman at the wrong time, and especially at herself. Time after time she had tried to help, only to have her impulsive reactions turn on her and make things worse. Panic would get her nowhere. Neither would anger. Had she not come prepared to swap powder boxes if she had the chance? What better opportunity could she expect than the present? She felt the lump of the poisonous snuff-box by her ear. She could not have orchestrated her position better. She only needed to avoid drawing attention to herself. Slowly, she reached into her pocket. Sir Nick's breath rustled her hair when he spoke.
"I am disappointed in you, Darcy. You know the rules we must live by, and you have broken them."
"You are one to make accusations," Fitzwilliam countered.
"Stop now before you commit a crime you will pay for with your life. We can discuss the matter with Prince Frederick. He's on his way."
Elizabeth moved a little too quickly, and Sir Nick tightened his grip around her, the pistol digging into her skin. "Slow down, Lizzie." Inch by painful inch, praying that Fitzwilliam and Lord Matlock would keep Sir Nick distracted, so he would not notice what she was attempting, Elizabeth raised her hand closer to his lapel. Their voices faded as she concentrated on the task before her. As the back of her hand hovered over his coat, She realised that the angle did not lend itself to slipping inside his pocket unnoticed. She was facing the wrong way. Drat! Furthermore, how could she extract one box and replace it with another, without Sir Nick feeling the exchange? To make matters worse, her arm burned and shook from the awkward position she held. Just when she thought she could not bear another second, doors behind them burst open, and dozens of footsteps stomped over the carpet. Sir Nick's hold loosened, and Elizabeth was ready. She made the switch, watching Sir Nick for a reaction, as she scampered to Fitzwilliam's side, finally looking over at the source of the commotion. His Royal Highness struck an imposing figure in his scarlet and gold Field Marshal's uniform, topped with a curled wig, sprayed with glittering gems. At his throat, a diamond-encrusted star sparkled. He carried a gilt sabre adorned with jewels at his side that looked too heavy to lift. Guards surrounded him, including Colonel Fitzwilliam, who stood in the doorway blocking the passage. The prince drew short at the sight of Fitzwilliam, pointing a weapon at his trusted agency director. Oh dear, the Prince Regent would see Fitzwilliam as an intruder and a threat. Elizabeth dropped a curtsy as all the gentlemen bowed. Fitzwilliam mumbled under his breath, "Thanks, Rich, you brought the wrong prince." Sir Nick had pocketed his pistol, and with an exaggerated bow he addressed the prince. "Your Royal Highness, this man planned to assassinate you. As if his presence in your most private quarters with a loaded pistol is not enough, he trespassed without an invitation." The prince dismissed his concern with a command. "Let us not waste another moment on this unpleasantness. Arrest him." Lord Matlock stepped forward with a bow. "Your Highness, this gentleman is preventing an assassination, not attempting one. Are you with him?" The prince nodded at Fitzwilliam. "I am," Lord Matlock said proudly. "Arrest both of them. I will have nothing spoil my party." This was getting worse by the second. Elizabeth looked up at Fitzwilliam, but his face was devoid of emotion. Lord Matlock's expression was hardly encouraging. Colonel Fitzwilliam skirted around the other guards until he stood beside his father. With a bow, he addressed the agitated monarch. "Your Highness, appearances are deceiving. Sir Nick is the schemer. I have evidence." The prince signalled to the guards. "Arrest them all. I will deal with you after the night's celebrations." The guards sprang to action, and so did Elizabeth. Before she fully comprehended what she was doing, or could consider the consequences, she placed herself directly in front of the prince, as though she had every right to be there. Not knowing what else to do, she curtsied deeply, keeping her eyes downcast, and dipping her chin in a humble display. She hoped he did not notice the catmint leaves clinging to her gloves. She blew on them at the bottom of her curtsy, and watched in horror as they flurried off her gloves to land on the prince's gaudy breeches. Accepting that their situation could hardly be worse, Elizabeth committed fully to her role. Holding her head high, she said haughtily, "Your Royal Highness, this man is my personal guard." She continued to speak, doing her best imitation of the Russian dancers she had heard at the theatre. "The great niece of Catherine the Great cannot go anywhere without many guards. The Prince Regent knows this, of course." Elizabeth's heart was about to beat out of her chest. To speak so forwardly to the prince without being presented, and at a party for which she had assumed a royal identity in order to gain entrance. Elizabeth's sins were quickly mounting. What if he knew any actual descendants of Catherine the Great? Oh dear, this was a terrible, terrible idea. Why in heaven's name had she let Georgiana, a 15-year-old girl, talk her into this? What if he started asking questions about her family? She tried to recall what she knew of the Russian monarchs. Sir Nick took advantage of her ignorance. "Catherine the Great was your great-aunt. How?" Elizabeth recited what little she knew, as confidently as she could. "She had 2 siblings." He smiled, showing confidence that he had her trapped. "Through which sibling is your connection?" Blinking rapidly, Elizabeth sniffed. 'It is a tragic story. Too many died very young.' She dabbed at her eyes and looked pathetically at the prince, in the hope that he would end this questioning. Alas, he did not. Colonel Fitzwilliam handed her a handkerchief with a deep bow.
"Is Frederick Augustus, Prince of Anhalt-Zerbst, your grandfather?"
he asked, his voice dripping with sympathy. She took the handkerchief. "Thank you. Yes, he was my grandfather." Sir Nick raised his eyebrows.
"Prince Augustus married twice."
He paused as though pondering the possibility, and Elizabeth held her breath and her tongue. The more she spoke, the more likelihood he could expose her blatant lie. Sir Nick continued.
"Neither of his unions produced any children."
"Drat! Wrong prince. Thanks, Colonel."
The colonel clucked his tongue. "None from marriage, no. I'm stunned you would bring up the delicate subject before the lady."
Lord Matlock cleared his throat.
True. Catherine the Great was known to hold lax views on such things. If she acknowledged this young lady as her great-niece before her death, who are we to question her superior judgment?"
The prince shrugged, clearly ready to return to the party, where his regal array might be more properly admired.
"Your grandfather supported us in the American War. My father spoke fondly of him."
With an appreciative smile, he added,
"I would recognize a fellow royal anywhere, especially one so handsome."
Elizabeth's relief was immense.
"It seems that this is all a big misunderstanding."
Sir Nick brought their conversation to an end.
"Now, where are my manners? Allow me to offer your Royal Highness a pinch of the finest snuff."
He pulled a golden lapis lazuli box from his right-hand coat pocket, flicking it open and extending it to the prince in one smooth motion. Elizabeth was grateful the lid popped open, or he would have got a closer look at the box. Beside her, Fitzwilliam jerked forward, ready to intervene, but Elizabeth jabbed him in the ribs and bit her lips together. One of her plans finally was going right, and she would not allow him to ruin it. Chapter 37. Darcy rubbed his throbbing ribs and tried to comprehend the juxtaposition of Elizabeth's pinched lips and wide-eyed excitement. The prince took a large pinch of snuff. Sir Nick closed the box's lid with a resounding click, his smile self-satisfied as he watched. Elizabeth wore an equally smug expression. Had she been successful in accomplishing what Darcy had been unable to do? It would not be the first time. He remembered seeing her raise her hand, but with his eyes focused intently on Sir Nick's pistol, Darcy had not been able to follow her movements. Boldly she continued to speak in that ridiculous accent, and suggested, "Perhaps your Royal Highness would like more. I hear Sir Nicodemus is famous for his exceptional snuff." The prince, as hale as ever, accepted, and Sir Nick opened the case with a puzzled frown. She tilted her chin at the baronet quizzically. "What is wrong, sir?" Darcy loved her impertinence. Sir Nick glared at her, and then at the box he still held, his complexion reddening. All innocence, she asked, "Were you expecting something to happen?" Prince Frederick came into the room from the same double doors through which his brother had entered minutes before.
"What is this?"
With a deep curtsy, Elizabeth addressed the occupants of the room, but she pinned Sir Nick with her unwavering gaze. "Whatever poison you tried at first was not strong enough to murder Mr. Dobbs as quickly as you wanted, Sir Nicodemus. He was just a test victim, no?" For the benefit of those less involved, she added, "You heard of that poor newspaper man, of course. After that, Sir Nicodemus found a reason to call at Longbourn, an estate known to grow the castor plant. If I am not wrong—" She pulled the real snuff-box out of her pocket, shaking it in front of him. "This is pure castor bean powder, so potent that it would kill a man in seconds." A collective gasp waved through the room. All heads turned to the baronet. She smiled sweetly. "Do you care to try some, Sir Nicodemus?" Darcy was so proud of Elizabeth, he could burst. The correct villain was accused, and the evidence was secure. The prince's life was spared. Chaos was evaded. Sir Nick returned the harmless powder box to his pocket with a sly smile and a gleam in his eye that slowed time. When he pulled his hand back, he held a pistol. "I could kill you right here, right now." The pistol was aimed at Elizabeth, but Sir Nick watched Darcy. Darcy was not fooled. They were not the targets. He shifted his weight forward, poised to spring. He was prepared when Sir Nick pivoted to point at the Prince Regent. Darcy lunged forward, even as he heard the hammer click, and a deafening yowl from the window. "Meow!" Bang! The shot fired, just as Darcy slammed Sir Nick's arm upward. Smoke burned his eyes. Behind him, a man cried out in pain. Darcy prayed it was not the Prince, and that the shot was not fatal. Guards swarmed around Sir Nick, who had signed his own death warrant with his desperate act. Immediately they pulled him from the room. "My son!" Uncle boomed. Darcy turned to see Richard clutching his head and groaning, blood seeping between his fingers. Elizabeth ran to him, pushing Richard's hand away to press his handkerchief against the seeping wound. The Prince Regent collapsed onto the nearest couch. His brother sat with him. Months of accumulating anxiety washed over Darcy at the sight of his injured cousin. "How bad is it? Blast it, Richard. You promised you would not get shot." An empty promise to make in their profession, but Darcy needed reassurance. Elizabeth pulled the handkerchief back, a smile spreading up to her eyes and soothing Darcy's heart. "Oh, the bullet grazed his eyebrow. Sadly, it will leave a scar." Her Russian accent had disappeared. Richard groaned and scowled. Pulling back and examining the effect more intently, Elizabeth added, "A dashing scar, a heroic scar." Richard's eyes met Darcy's. "I suppose I have you to thank for it, again." He grinned fully, his chest puffed with pride. "Meow!" Shaking his head, Darcy heeded the call of the discontented cat stuck at the top of the curtains. "You never learn, do you?" The cat replied with another indignant cry. Climbing on top of a chair, Darcy extracted the cat's claws from the draperies. Though he tried to hold Claude, as Elizabeth had done, the cat managed to wrap itself around his collar, digging its claws into the fine fibres of Darcy's best coat. Lawrence would be cross. "Interesting accoutrement," commented Uncle Matlock. Richard said, "He always wears it that way." Feeling gleeful at the happy outcome, and relief that his cousin was well, Darcy responded in kind. "Cats are terribly comfortable. I think everyone will be wearing them in the future." He perceived the exact moment Elizabeth formed another of her ideas. Her entire semblance brightened, and she jumped to action. He watched her, his heart full, and his lips grinning in eager anticipation of what she might do next. She tugged the cat off his collar and approached the couch where the king's son sat. "This is my favourite guard," she said. Her Russian accent returned. "A gift for His Royal Highness." Claude wanted nothing to do with the prince, until Elizabeth placed it at the ruler's feet. Then the cat leaned against his legs, rubbing its face against his breeches. Not knowing any better, the prince rubbed his hand over the cat's back. Darcy held his breath, but the cat seemed content and did not react in its usual manner. Prince Frederick raised his eyes from the cat. "Darcy, that is you, is it not?" Darcy nodded and bowed. "Good. I wish to acknowledge the agent who saved the life of my brother." He turned to Elizabeth. "And who is this young lady? I would like an introduction." Darcy offered her his arm and support, praying the royals would overlook her impersonation, and introduced her. Lord Matlock added, "Miss Bennet's role in revealing Sir Nicodemus's plan to assassinate your Royal Highness was essential to the success of my son and nephew's mission." Prince Frederick regarded them seriously. "As Commander-in-Chief of the forces, I am well aware of the various strategies and tactics an agent of the Crown must employ. I believe in this case the rules of fair play do not apply." He raised an eyebrow. "Miss Bennet will be knighted for her service,"
exclaimed the Prince Regent. "As will you, Darcy. You saved my life, and the glorious Rembrandt that I purchased and secured only last week."
Darcy followed the Prince Regent's gaze to the far wall, where a large painting hung.
"Is there anything further I may do to express my gratitude? Tell me now, for I wish to return to my party."
Darcy knew exactly how to answer.
"If my services are no longer required, I wish to retire so that I might return to my family."
Prince Frederick chuckled.
"I am sad to lose you, Darcy, but I'm not surprised. The last time I saw your father, we had a similar conversation."
This surprised Darcy. Although Prince Frederick was the head of their agency, his agents rarely saw him.
"You seem confused, and well you might be. These conversations are kept in the strictest confidence. However, you might be interested to know that your father had expressed his wish to retire from service. To do better, he said, for his children."
That was what his father had meant. All these years, Darcy had thought his purpose to do better was to end the war, but his father wanted it to apply to family. The oath he had extracted from Darcy was to be a better brother, a better nephew and cousin, a better husband. That was a promise Darcy would happily keep. Epilogue. Darcy poured one more pitcher of hot water over himself and rose from the bath to dry and dress. His black ensemble was pressed and ready for one last wear.
"Does Miss Elizabeth expect your call, sir, or shall I have my surgeon's kit ready?"
Lawrence asked, dabbing the back of Darcy's head with the aloe slime. Darcy smiled. It was an expression he wore often of late.
"I wish the Colonel would allow me to treat his injury."
"And risk losing his dashing scar?"
"Richard has his reasons. I have a plant ready for him, should he change his mind. Do you expect the Colonel to call before daylight?" "No, I suspect he's getting some much-needed rest." Richard had been pressed to remain at the palace after Sir Nick's arrest. There had been some confusion when the real great-niece of Catherine the Great appeared at the fête. So appreciative was the Prince Regent that his own life, and that of his precious Rembrandt, had been so well protected, he introduced the Colonel to the visiting royal. Richard practised his Russian, and explained the striking gash on his brow to this appreciative and lovely audience, who praised both his accent and his heroics. The Colonel was quite taken. As Prince Frederick had accepted her son's resignation, along with Darcy's, Lady Matlock was delighted, and doubly pleased to observe how well Richard's retirement had begun. Darcy shared his aunt's sentiment. Retirement was glorious. He had spent the morning with the Bennets, Georgiana and his Fitzwilliam cousins at Carlton House. The Prince Regent had opened it for the public to see the splendour that remained after his grand dinner party. As much as Darcy had wished to avoid the palace, he craved Elizabeth's company, and she was eager to go. He was grateful he had gone out of his way to send for Bingley to join them, when he saw how pleased she was at his exertion. They were a lively party, too lively and too numerous to allow for intimate conversation with Elizabeth. With a satisfied grunt, Lawrence declared Darcy's wound properly treated. "I wish to thank you for ridding your household of that mongrel cat. The maids are relaxed, and cook is happier. It is quieter here without him."
Darcy had seen Claude at the palace. The ungrateful beast had stared at him long and hard, then spun around, flicked its tail up in the air, and sauntered away.
"I dare say we will remember the furry terror with increasing fondness as the years pass."
It was already happening. Lawrence did not deny it. With a final reassurance that he would not bring any desperate animals home, ruin any more coats, and that Elizabeth was indeed expecting him, Darcy departed for Harley Street. In a whisper in the rose-satin drawing-room, she had said to come at midnight, and Darcy considered her idea a brilliant one. With the help of Miss Bennet's roses and trellis, Darcy scaled the wall to Elizabeth's window. She was waiting for him, a shawl wrapped around her cotton nightgown, thick braid draped over her shoulder, and a smile exclusively for him. She slid the window open quietly and stood off to the side. "I know you are accustomed to hanging off ledges and the sides of buildings, but I will not be easy until there is something more solid under your feet."
"As though meeting you here at this hour and in this state is not sufficiently improper."
"I'm serious, Fitzwilliam. I did not invite you to come here merely to watch you plummet to your death outside my window." She made a valid point. He crawled through her window, and she slipped into his embrace. Her cheek pressed against his chest. Her perfumed hair muddled his senses. "How good of you to comply with my wish," she murmured. "I was prepared to threaten you with a candlestick if you did not."
"Is it your custom to threaten gentlemen?"
"Only the ones who appear at my window at midnight." She squeezed her arms tighter around him. I've been waiting all day to do this." Darcy had not felt such contentment until that moment, and never wanted it to end. His heart was too full to speak above a whisper.
"I love you, Elizabeth."
She stepped away, her eyes glistening. Her hands cupped his face, pulling him closer. Her breath feathered against his lips. Is it possible to be this happy? Footsteps clomped up the hall, getting louder. In a flash, Elizabeth was tugging him over to a narrow door, pulling him inside behind her, and closing it behind them. The closet was cramped. Darcy did not mind in the least, nor did Elizabeth. She clung to him, fingers clutching his hood, body pressed against his, lips warm. Darcy prayed that whoever had been walking in the hall had passed. He could not hear anything over the drumming of his own heart. The door to their hiding place flung open, and Darcy's pulse stopped. He tried to jump back, but there was nowhere to go. "Lydia!" Elizabeth cried. Her youngest sister stood gloating, holding that odious candlestick. "Our plan worked!" Miss Kitty exclaimed. "Of course it did. Run and get Papa. With Jane practically engaged, and Lizzie kissing Mr. Darcy in the closet. We still have time to make our debuts before the season ends." Darcy tried to exit the closet, but Miss Lydia refused to budge. "Not before Papa sees." She folded her arms over her chest. Miss Mary entered the room, followed by Miss Bennet. It appeared they had more compassion for Darcy and Elizabeth's plight, but they were no match for their determined sister, especially when her co-conspirator returned and resumed her post. Mr. Bennet arrived, nightcap drooping over his head, candle in hand. He stopped short, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, when he saw the scene his youngest daughters guarded. "Mr. Bennet, our daughter is compromised!" Mrs. Bennet, who had followed closely behind her husband, sounded exultant.
"Yes, my dear,"
Mr. Bennet commented wryly.
"And are you not overjoyed that I never got around to putting shelves in the closet? It appears quite crowded already, but with shelves—"
"Crowded? Like this room?" interrupted Elizabeth.
"Oh, hush, Lizzie!"
Mrs. Bennet straightened her cap.
"You will never lack for space again.
What with Mr. Darcy's house at Mayfair, his estate in Derbyshire, and his houses at Ramsgate and Bath. Mamma!" Elizabeth protested. Her mother shrugged.
"Oh, what kind of a mother would I be if I did not find out more about the gentleman courting my daughters? I had it confirmed from 3 different sources that Mr. Darcy has a fortune of at least 10,000 a year. Imagine the pin money you shall have."
The agency would do well to recruit matrons rather than young men. Mr. Bennet tusked.
"It is a mother's job to know everything."
His voice drifted off, and there was a distinct glint in his eye.
"Now, girls, let us allow Mr. Darcy to propose. That is what you came for, I presume."
Darcy pulled the box out of his pocket and handed it to Elizabeth.
"I came to give this to you."
She squealed in delight. "A Chinese puzzle box! Oh, I've always wanted to see one."
"This one is yours, as is whatever you find inside."
It had taken Richard 2 days to open the box. Bingley had given up after a week. Darcy guessed it would take Elizabeth a quarter of an hour. Mrs. Bennet squinted.
"I suppose that box is big enough for a ring, if not a necklace, bracelet and earrings."
Elizabeth slid a panel, and Darcy heard the telltale click before the box opened. Not even 5 minutes. And he was grateful for it, for Darcy did not think he could endure a moment longer. She held up the ring his mother and grandmother had worn, and Darcy posed the question he burned to ask.
Will you marry me, Elizabeth?
Mrs. Bennet clapped. 2 of my daughters engaged! Come, Mr. Bennet, girls, let us celebrate this miracle with some punch. We shall have a double wedding this summer. Oh, that will give us time to see Jane settled at Netherfield Park. Miss Bennet interrupted. Mamma, Mr. Bingley has not asked me yet. He will, and we will see you happily settled together while Lizzie establishes herself at Pemberley so that she can receive us before the winter weather prevents us from visiting. Her voice trailed out of the room as Mr. Bennet and Miss Bennet ushered them all out to the hall. The room was now empty, but Darcy found himself in no hurry to leave the closet. Elizabeth rested her forehead against his chest. I have not even answered yet, and she is threatening to stay at Pemberley all winter.
Pemberley is replete with secret passageways to explore.
Darcy placed his finger under her chin and tilted her face up so he could see her expression. He was not disappointed. Elizabeth's smile made his heart soar. Well, then I accept. This has been Fitzwilliam Darcy, Master Spy, a Pride and Prejudice variation, written by Jennifer Joy, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Copyright 2024 by Jennifer Joy Ramirez. Production copyright by Jennifer Joy Ramirez.
Thank you for listening to Fitzwilliam Darcy, Master Spy. Several characters from my other books were mentioned or made cameo appearances in this story. How many did you catch? Hint, not all of them are people. Please let me know which ones you caught in the comments. My family is a constant source of inspiration for these stories, and this one is no different. When my twins were babies and crawling around and getting into everything, one of their favorite games to play was hide and seek. Now, our kitchen at the time had a row of cupboards that they could reach, and the one on the end was their special favorite because it had pots and lids that made cool noises when they banged them together. Even more exciting, if they cleaned out the cupboard, they could both fit inside with their newfound instruments. Once my little musicians were done performing their concert, they would remember that they were supposed to be hiding, and they'd get really quiet. That was my cue. I'd tiptoe around, asking aloud, "Where's Bob? Where's Boo?" Without fail, they would answer, "I hear." I'd bang a few doors and pretend to be stumped as their giggles got louder and louder. Finally, I'd pull the cupboard doors wide open, and every single time, without fail, my daughter, a tiny toddler in a huge cavernous cupboard, would say, "Mommy, I stuck." She's also the originator of strong berries and cute cumbers. That's one of the things that I love about writing stories. I can put treasured moments like that in every single book I type, and when my family reads them, they know. It's our little Easter egg, and now you're in on it too. Thank you for listening. If you like this audiobook, please like this video and subscribe to my channel so you don't miss anything new. Did you have a favorite scene? I'd love to hear what it was in the comments. Oh, and if you want to read a bonus chapter about the night young Darcy discovered his father's secret occupation, I'll link that in the description below for you to read. Until the next audiobook, bye.